flickers, but just the fact that Zorn's spacing was great is the way that he's finding the targets. Sizga, not only is this Esmeralda a very good pick versus the Lapu-Lapu and the Harith, like it counters a lot from the FYG, but Sizga's positioning and aggressiveness is just so much on point. He knows his limit and he knows the proper target to go to. He doesn't need to be in front of the Lapu-Lapu all the time. He can even pressure the Valentinas we've seen many times in this game, and now it has came to a point where Zorn is tanky enough to act like a pseudo Cho, or even a much tankier Cho in this game.
The tank Cho at this point, you know. And I feel like that one saving grace here for DFYG might be that late game if they can somehow get there. Whether that's going to be Super Ken scaling up, but I don't feel like Arrow 404 is giving him much of a chance, you know. And Vel, I think he's going to do a better job at just choosing when to go in with the bravest fighter in a lot of these exchanges, and they need time for Long to build up. They're going to need actually quite a bit of time to catch up after this. You know, almost 6,000 gold behind. Here's the bit of the stacks too from Natko, and you know, we haven't even seen that full potential just yet from the Subsidia, because it's definitely, you can definitely feel it towards the late game, but I don't know if DFYG is going to get there, man.
It's going to be up to how they funnel some of the resources onto Long, because they really need to activate this Harith. Not only that, you have to give farm to Super Ken as well, because he is that hero that can output the damage enough to take out this. This Esmeralda. Oh no.
That's Natko's time to shine. He pops out a ton of damage, and again, you really can't get away once you're tethered to that Obsidia. She's going to be dragged with you. So Team Vamos just taken more up to this point. Lord's going to be coming up here in a couple seconds. So now with Team Vamos healthily ahead of DFYG. Some big items being picked up here. They got complete control of this side of the jungle. Super Ken might not see his buff at all up to this point, as Lord is quickly dealt with by Arrow 404, securing that. Let's see what happens. I don't know if DFYG even wants to get close to this. Yeah, they don't. It's taken, man. Everything right now is all Team Vamos. They're looking to end this game quickly if they can, potentially even on this first push with the Lord. We know it's still difficult to end a game with a first Lord push, but it's possible with this kind of lead. Almost 8,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, Zed's going to try to make a play, I think. He's charging up.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, the jump in. Zorn actually goes in. He already has the immortality, so he's actually going to be fine. They get the flicker down from Zed, so that is out of the picture as they have to defend here. That Holy Shield's going to pop down a bot. Mid-waves are going to be pushing in to take down this tier 2 turret in a second. Cocoon might drop this feathered airstrike once it's back online, just to go ahead and keep them in control. There's the punch in, a spatial migration, taking out Zed, knowing he doesn't have the flicker. Shadow kill going to be used as Vel's trying to get back to the base, trying to disengage from this as Sizga cuts them off. A tier 2 turret finally falling. And that's going to be the last shield that pops as well. DFYG in a tough position now up to this point.
Not even a tickle of damage for Sizga from that Ogi Shadow kill. And we talked about how this became that Zorn was able to reach a point where he acts like a pseudo tank with a Guinevere. That's exactly what happened. You saw that he jumped in front of 3 members of the FYG with the immortality untouched, like up to 60% HP, and the FYG felt like, okay, there's no point on trying to punch this Guinevere, let's just get out. That would have been a good play for DFYG, but Zorn had the luxury of checking the bushes, face checking the bushes even, because of how strong he is. This is immortality and a couple of casual items for the Guinevere. Silence rope for magic, you have the Dreadnought armor, and then straight into the immortality. Belt of Ares obviously giving him HP, so this is an interesting...
It's an interesting, it's a Zorn build, man.
It's a Zorn build. And you know, also, he has more gold compared to the Farsa. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Zorn, part of his mission too is, you know, just to jump in, get that focusing mark activated, and then, you know, basically from there, he leaves the rest of the team's hands. And, you know, that's how you want to play the Guinevere in the roam. You're kind of just there to go set things up, spatial migration, and go for it. Zed's going to get seen out of that bush. Yone, oh, I'm not sure if that's the ultimate he's going to want to hold on to. Yone taking a feathered airstrike to the face. He's going to fall, just gone in an instant. There's the Violent Requiem too. Vel's trying to get away, but under the base they go. A defensive kick from Zed to keep Arrow 404 from possibly cleaning up a kill. A Shadow Kill's not going to do anything. Not a tickle at all, as you mentioned, Wolf. Base turret falls in the mid lane. And there you go. I'm not sure if they want to press for more with the Lord being up. Take the discipline route, go start this Lord for Team Vamos, 11,000 gold ahead.
The walk of shame coming out from E1. The Valentina popping the Purify, double dash dashing, but the Flicker and the feathered airstrike coming out from Clocken was just way too much on point, and Valentina could not survive that. Even the Shadow Kill tried to defend the mid lane with that. Super Ken just cannot output enough damage to even be a threat for Team Vamos. This is looking to be a one-sided affair. Esmeralda from Siska is a good pick that cannot escape the Obsidia now.
Yeah, solid choice here that they have right now. The Obsidia, this is definitely the time where she's online and ready to rock and roll. Nako having the stacks there as well. They're going to go for it. Yone in trouble, trying to get away and burst it down again. Vel trying to do his best with the Bravest Fighter, goes in with a Landshaker Flicker combination, but it's just way too much as Natko has all the space in the world. And now fighting around this Lord. 3 members of DFYG trying to disengage here. Zed trying to buy some time with Jikando, but he's dealt with by Siska. He's going to have to heal back up. The Lord was cleared out, but the waves pushing in on every front as Team Vamos is looking to take it to game 3 in this elimination match. A feather airstrike dropped down again from Clarkoon. Zed will go down to the jump in forward, but the base is going to be worked on and locked on forward. They're looking to end it here, but clearing out the waves, and Team Vamos will take game 2.
Sure, I'll be very happy about that because a one-sided game for Team Vamos. They started with the draft. This Esmeralda answered 3 of the heroes of the DFYG, the Lapu-Lapu, Harris, as well as the Cho. Adding a little bit of flavor in there with the Guinevere pickup and become very aggressive with it. Team Vamos have made a lot of work with this Guinevere in combination with the Lancelot. The first, of course, is very much on point. Wonderful game for Team Vamos, as this is an elimination match, and they will force a game number 3. Now, we're going to see them in a massive showdown. I would love to see another Assassin versus Assassin battle between Super Ken as well as Error 404. May become game number 3. But we will have to wait a little longer as we are allowing the teams to prepare. Get back to the panel.
And just like that, we are tied 1-1 here at Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. 1 game each, momentum splits, and everything now comes down to a decisive game 3. Let's look at the big picture here. How do you sum up this series so far with it sitting at 1-1?
To be honest, for VMS, it was maybe first game, it was testing limits, testing the waters. They will see, let's try this card, maybe it will work. And maybe it didn't work, but in the game 2, they surprised us.
Yeah, actually, Team Vamos, the second game, they were dominating from the first minute of the game. Although their picks were actually, kind of not so meta, I would say. But they played amazing with these heroes. And DFYG actually made a lot of mistakes, I would say, in the second game. They had a strategy, but it didn't work out. They didn't focus on specific heroes. For example, like Novaria, they didn't actually take Novaria into consideration a lot. They should have focused on Novaria because Novaria in the late game, from mid to late game, would be very annoying for them. But Team Vamos was actually trying to push DFYG to the mid lane to forget about Novaria a little bit, so they forced them to forget about Novaria. Guinevere, on the other hand, was top-notch. Guinevere was very annoying to Team DFYG. She did a great job. So Zorn, I salute you for what you've done. To me, he is actually the MVP of the game, to myself, because he played the biggest part in actually making Team Vamos win this match.
Okay, looking at the statistics right now, did you expect the response we saw in game 2?
We expect for VMS to lose this game and like it's have the lower hand.
Yeah.
But in the paper it was like for DFYG, but in the game and the scenario it was totally different because Navari it was a cherry on top of the cake, and she surprised us, and also the game of the style it was totally different because how they snowball in the first how many minutes in the game, and also they continue the snowballs. They didn't like little bit behind. No, they continue on the snowball and it becomes bigger.
Yeah.
And Team DFYG they didn't, they cannot resist this. How much strong it's the snowball.
Yeah, actually, Team VFYG did not expect this to happen.
Yeah.
We're talking about a huge difference in gold from the beginning of the game. No towers destroyed from VFYG, no Lord slain, no turtle slain. So it was complete dominance for Team Vamos in this game. You know, and Esmeralda also did a great job. So Error 404 is actually the MVP of this game, who played with Lancelot. He did a great job as well, but his team actually did a wonderful job. Farsa was doing great in this match. I think T.Falcons was playing with Farsa. The team surprised me, to be honest, and if they play with the style for the next match, I think Vamos is actually going to take it, unless Team DFYG have something else to say.
The damage dealt from PMS it was totally insane.
Yeah,
because the damage dealer it's from Falsa. We are seeing like the blinks she's having, the snipers she's doing for the team, like totally the controls for the Hamab during the fight. It was totally perfect for him.
yeah.
So PMS carry.
Yeah,
Perfect for her.
They were amazing, actually.
But this is exactly what we want from the series, right?
Yeah. Although, by the way, if you noticed, actually, the most damage dealt was actually from a team member in Team DFYG, but the rest of the team had a hard time dishing out any damage. But when we're talking about the damage dealt from Team Vamos, it was actually spread out to 3 or 4 members of the team. So they were actually playing in synergy much more than Team DFYG, and also in playing in objectives, they were objective focused more on this game, more than the previous game for Team Vamos. So I salute them for this amazing game that we've watched.
The chemistry they come up with this game, it was totally like unpredictable.
Definitely.
Because I like the chemistry between them during the game, during the objectives taking, more than the FYJ.
Yes.
But in terms of execution, who's been cleaner overall?
VMS.
VMS.
Oh, VMS, definitely. VMS did a great job this match. They executed each and every objective that they've done perfectly, to the point that they didn't give even a chance to Team DFYG to even take one tower, which is amazing.
But do you think that fights are being won through mechanics or coordination?
Mostly through coordination. Because, one hand can clap in the end, you need both hands. So, in that case, Team Vamos, they showed that they were actually, very synergized with each other in this game. They knew what they were doing. It seemed like they knew what they were doing. They knew their objectives. They knew when to start the fight and when to back out. So Team Vamos actually stood out this match compared to the first one.
And the scenario of one-sided game, it was in my mind, and it happens during this game. No towers taking, no objective taken, and they have the full total
so we can see
target on the game.
Yeah.
More disciplines among the two
Yeah.
regarding objectives.
Yes. And Guinevere actually was taunting the DFYG a lot in this game. I think he was trying to piss them off, and they might have actually, he might have got to their nerves, in this game. But I know Team DFYG is way more professional than, they would actually not get emotional throughout the game. So, but Guinevere was actually on point this match.
But do you think any player under pressure right now?
Of course. The whole team of DFYG.
Yeah.
Because now, not the whole team, because the two teams, now only one mistake, like will get you down, or they will one objective it will make you up.
Exactly.
So it's 1-1, and now the winner will go to the next stage. So we will see more stress and more chemistry and more scenarios we will see in the next games, because and new hidden cards also.
Definitely, definitely.
You were talking earlier about MVP, so
Yeah.
meaning the most valuable player. But do you think this is a star player game or more like a team-driven game?
It is actually, I would say it's both. I would say it's both. But I would prefer like the MVP would be actually the team spirit and the team playing game more than actually the star of the game. But we do have a star for each and every game. The person with the most, effective play, throughout the game. So yeah, Error 404 with Lancelot, he actually did amazing, But I would say that he couldn't have done it without his team.
That's a great analysis, but we will be on break right now. Catch you after this. It will be the drafting. See you guys.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous robotics and many other activities.
Here we go, Game 3, the deciding game, and we're officially into the ban and pick stage. Everything we've seen so far comes down to these next few decisions. How much does the pressure change the ban phase in a deciding game?
A lot, actually, a lot, because the ban on the picks is actually takes around 70% of the game, basically. Soldier might, do you agree with me on that?
Of course, 70%, as I said, and the 30% it's the scenarios in the game and the strategies. Because the only strategies that's happening during the game, that's the thing. And as we see in the 2 games in the back, we see a lot of strategies and a lot of switching and chemistries in the game, because VMS surprised us with the chemistry between them, and the collaborations happens. That's the thing they won. As we can see in the pick and bans, Adham, it's happening like the same picks and bans, and the meta bans, also a little bit of the target bans between the 2 teams.
Yes. But as for the bans, as you can see right now, Soldier, Lancelot joined the ban list this time. Yeah, finally, you know, because I think both teams, they realized that whoever picks Lancelot is most likely going to win, you know. And now we're seeing some actually heroes from the ban list joining the game this time. And the first pick from DFYG is Hilda. And oh my god, Hilda is going to be so annoying for VMS. I can tell from right now, you know. I know how annoying Hilda can be, actually.
For the first pick, as Hilda, it will be annoying, and it will be a little bit pain in the team.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to see right now from Team Vamos, what are they going to do regarding this Hilda pick? How are they going to try to counter it? How are they going to try to overcome this pick, which is not going to be easy? We are expecting a Yi Sun-Shin and a Yu Zong, so this is very exciting from Team Vamos. As I can say right now, from now, Soldier, I can say that this game is going to be on fire, actually.
Yu Sun-Shin, we didn't see it in the second game, and we saw it in the the third game.
Yeah.
Because Yu Sun-Shin, it's a mark in the team, like it's adding an objectives thing in the team who's picking, and giving a chance to having advantage and having snowball.
Soldier, after the first 2 games, do you think there is a must ban hero?
Yeah, of course. The must ban, it was Lancelot, because who's picking Lancelot, he's having an advantage of winning. And also we are seeing also Labu Labu again for team DFYG. They are not surrendering. Like, we will take it again, and we will teach BMS how to win.
Soldier, do you think we're seeing player-specific bans now?
Specific bans for players, we can see Farsa, we can see Ruby, as we see it in the two games. Also for the Harith, we can see it.
I can see actually Vamos is actually kind of comfortable right now with the Guinevere pick. Although DFYG is actually, you know, they picked Hayabusa again. Although in the second game they had a hard time, Hayabusa had a hard time. But I believe since Lancelot is banned this time, Hayabusa might have a chance to actually show up this game more than the previous one. So yeah, we'll see. And as you can see, the 4th ban for Team Vamos, they're still banning Zushin. They're not giving a chance to Zushin to join the game. I don't think they will ever. And as we can see also from Team DFYG, the Ruby ban is a must for them. Yeah. They know how annoying she might be, especially because Ruby can actually counter Hayabusa a lot. You know, she might stun him, and then they might actually gank Hayabusa. So they had to ban Ruby. They didn't want to give a chance for anyone to counter Hayabusa.
Because Hayabusa, it's the point on the TFYG, and they need to trying to eliminate anything annoying Hayabusa and anything like trying to encounter Hayabusa, and they are banning counter picks and also target picks.
I'm surprised they actually banned Lunox this game. There might be a reason for that, and most probably because of the crowd control factor of Lunox. Although on the other hand, I'm still having questions about the Hayabusa pick.
Yes.
Because most of what I'm seeing right now from Team Vamos is crowd control based heroes, you know, and Hayabusa wouldn't do a great job with a crowd control team, you know, focusing on crowd control. So it's kind of surprising. What are they going to do with Hayabusa this time? And what are they going to target, you know? So it's kind of weird, but they might have a strategy that I might not have speculated. So let's see in the match, what are they going to do with that?
For the second game, Hayabusa didn't get the full potential in the game. Maybe you will see in this game the full potential for the Hayabusa and with Labu Labu and Helda.
Yeah.
But as we see, Farsa, it's banned.
Yes.
So
yes.
they are trying to eliminate the damage dealers, the crowd controllers, and the other things that they are trying, the snowballers, we can say, for the both teams.
Yes. As we can see right now, I think they're picking Kimi to be the mid laner.
New pick.
Most probably, yeah. Kimi is going to be a mid laner this time. We saw a Farsa ban this time, and we have a Kadita, or are we having a Valier? This actually, both of these picks are actually very, very, very nice. But I would mostly, you know, I think they would actually go for Valier more than going for Kadita. Especially that Valier is basically more of a slow hero and a stunner, more than Kadita. Kadita is actually a burst damage hero. So we're going to see where they're going for. Or they're going to go for Valentina then in that case.
We see Valentina Harith combo together.
That is very interesting. I think they wanted to benefit Valentina because she benefits from the enemy hero ults. So I think they wanted to benefit from a Yuzong ult or a Guinevere ult in that case, which will help Team DFYG a lot in this match. Let's see the last pick. Oh, Esmeralda.
Wow.
Okay.
VMS.
This is going to be an interesting game, you know. I think it might actually go to the late game. I think it might go to the late game. I think both teams are actually focusing on the late game more than actually the early game.
Both teams have fabulous picks and fabulous bans. And we will see in this game new scenarios like we didn't see it. Because now the last game for both, and who's winning, it will go for the next stage.
Yeah.
But for VMS and DFYG, like equal, but the upper hand will go to, for my mind, DFYG.
I'm rooting for Vamos, so I wish them all the best. I wish both teams the best, and yeah.
Good. With this draft, which is more forgiving if mistakes happen?
VMS. Yeah.
Soldier?
VMS.
VMS.
I'm with you now.
Yeah.
So if both teams play perfectly, you think VMS will win? They will take the win?
If both teams will play perfectly, and the scenario in my mind will happen, DFYG.
DFYG.
Yeah.
And you?
VMS, definitely.
VMS.
All the way.
We will see during the game.
So drafts are locked in for Game 3. The deciding game, pressure is high, plans are set, and now it's all about the execution. Let's send it over to our casters for the deciding battle.
And here we are indeed in a deciding battle between DFYG and Vamos. Superkin now on the Hayabusa. Error 404 on the Yisenshin. The junglers for both teams. Nice to see you like what we have come game number 3.
I'm glad we got a game 3, man. I'll put it that way. You know, we had a bunch of sweeps in the previous 2 days. Well, for play-ins, when things are now a little more spicy, I'm glad we're getting game 3s. And I think if you look at both drafts, you know, like our panel mentioned, I think you could say, like, yeah, in a way, let them go to the late game here a little bit, right? If they get to the late game, though, both these lineups have the potential to go ahead and shine more than the other. And a big part of Team Vamos' lineup is, once again, are they able to go ahead and utilize the amount of crowd control they have? Zorn, when he played the Guinevere earlier, like, he was able to do it. You know, he was able to actually go ahead and set things up with the spatial migration. He's very aggressive, and I think that's what makes Zorn, like, always a fun roam to watch. He is one of those roamers that, you know, people really tend to talk about or watch when it comes to the international scene. And, you know, part of that, too, is the scaling. Like, their scalability like we've talked about Akimi for so long, since she's been in that mid lane meta for so long now, you know that she can provide a ton of damage, and Traction Pulse is great. I think for Team Vamos, though, it's also just making sure that the early game doesn't go to DFYG, because Hayabusa, for example, or even a better game with the Lapu Lapu for Vel could actually be quite devastating in these earlier fights, depending on how they go for it. A Dragon Form is going to be used. Zoning out Super Ken, though, from this turtle pit, but he's going to go back, trying to get Zorn out if he can. He pops the Shadow Kill, does get the first blood. Air 404 will be able to secure it at the turtle, but he finally falls as Vel picks up a kill. The trading across the board, though, an objective secured for Team Vamos.
I believe that DFYG are the happier team to come out of that, especially because Super Ken really outplayed Vamos. He went for the Shadow, went out, and then got back in, got a kill onto Zorn. That's the first blood. And I think that's well worth it in exchange for the turtle, especially from a jungler's perspective. And the bonus that they got from that is to be able to kill Air 404. Like this time, we can see Zed utilizing this Hilda properly in a way that he was able to out the damage, then flicker out. There were so many baits that the FYG were able to do in that exchange. I would still feel, though, that Team Vamos has got an easier lineup to execute, especially because this last pick, Esmeralda, again, has so much value. Great versus the Lapu Lapu. We already know that. But then you add in the Harith as well as the Hilda, Natko will have a great time later on, and that's something that DFYG should be prepared about.
I mean, part of that, too, is, again, if you look at Team Vamos' lineup, you know, what can you take here for the Valentina? The most value over here is probably the Black Dragon form, or what else could you take that actually would help DFYG's case when it comes to having a Valentina?
Yeah, I think just the
Dragon form, no?
Dragon form. Yeah, but problem is if you overextend, it can actually work badly for you. So you gotta be careful there if you're E1.
E1?
E1, yeah, right. And Super Ken is still very impressive with his jungle, though.
Yeah, I think of this too is just the amount of time that we're seeing it take for a Harith to build up now, scale up. I would say a majority of these Harith games that we've been watching now for the past couple of days here, Wolf, it's... I don't know. I don't know if we're still going to see Harith picked up a ton as the days and weeks go by here. It just seems like it does take a little bit too long to build up. Air 404 is going to be able to secure this second turtle pretty easily. Whoa, a mountain shot! Holding on to the Black Dragon form, doesn't even get to use it. E1 deleted quickly under the turret too. Putting some pressure here in that tier 1 mid, but man, Team Vamos still have an easy kill and a pickup for an objective.
That's the problem with somehow a double-edged sword to copy the usual ultimate, because you're fairly weak and you don't have the double dash anymore for the Valentina. That's why he was knocked down even after popping the ultimate, and also didn't have the Purify. That's why Team Vamos have picked up a great kill. In fact, Vamos are leading with 600 gold. As we mentioned, they have an easier lineup to execute. Natko already has the Enchanted Talisman. It will take only a while before we get to see him with the Oracle, which then makes it so that DFYG will not have enough of a firepower to eventually take out Natko. DFYG needs to really ramp up now. They really need to make a play. Otherwise, Team Vamos will just easily take over this game.
We'll see what happens. You know, it's just a very small lead for now. DFYG still potentially can turn it around here. Not letting that play out a little bit further. So, you know, I don't even... I think for the third turtle, DFYG, if they can kind of get into the position where they have a favorable one, and maybe that's a kill off of Super Ken if he's able to get a shadow kill off of this, just like this against Air 404. Wow! Happens as soon as I mentioned it. Now Black Dragon form going to be used to pick up E1. And Super Ken's pretty low, so they might still put pressure on the purple buff here. A spatial migration combo from Zorn. They're going to put it for Zed. Double kill for Sizka. A massive pickup and just a great game for Sizka already on this Yuzhong. It's so devastating to deal with the Yuzhong scaling up this fast.
Yeah, this is back-to-back games coming up from Sizka. He's played so well. Actually turned the fight around. That would have been great. Of course, Super Ken is able to get a pick off, but in comes the fray. Air 404. Ooh! Esmeralda misses, and Super Kid collects the kill before getting out. He is taken out eventually. That's the 4th straight kill for Sizga. Might not have the usage now, but with the turtle up, they will just kind of take it.
And Siska is eating good, man. 4-0-0. He's gonna scale up so much faster than you traditionally would on Yuzhong here. And once that Petrify is available, this should actually be a pretty easy turtle for them to take. He does pop it. Yi1 using the Mountain Shocker actually gonna force this fight. Anyway, Arrow 404 actually dies, so a good play there. But now they gotta deal with Siska jumping in for Yi1. He's gonna chase him down. The shot distance is there, but Super Ken's actually gonna be able to join the fight instead.
No.
Now Natko will kill Long, and they're still going back and forth. Siska, though, is gonna have to be careful not to take too much. He'll heal back up a little bit. This turtle's still for the taking, but Super Ken will go grab his buff. Clockhoon picking up that Sky Piercer now, though. So all of that might have gotten DFYG their first turtle of the game. This last one, as it's secured by Super Ken.
Pretty scrappy fight for both teams, as Air 404 was left alone. Siska went for the dangerous grass play around the turtle pit, where he popped the ultimate but did not find anyone. Had it been that they connected with the Mountain Shocker Extra Vision, then Siska would not have wasted his ultimate on essentially nothing but grass. Could have been good for Team Vamos, but there's just some miscoordination out there. That's why Air 404 eventually got taken out, but Natko punishing Long once again. Long popped the Salmon Force in front of the Esmeralda. One of the capital mistakes, cardinal errors that we can do against the Esmeralda Astahari.
Zorn setting things up again. Zed, quite tanky though. Should be fine. And that's why we see that Esmeralda pop up so much, from draft to draft. Teams really leaning towards Esmeralda, whether that's in the gold lane or XP lane. Like, we've seen both. It's just kind of annoying to deal with, and you kind of have the freedom to do what you want in a way until the proper items or that, enough of that burst is there to deal with an Esmeralda right now. But the fact that you have an Esmeralda this way, but then at the same time, Siska is having the game he is on this Yuzhong, it's really difficult to win some of these fights, depending on how it actually breaks out. And like I said, most of them are happening here with Super Ken being able to dish out quite a bit of damage on this Hayabusa. But traction pulse thrown out, spatial migration, Requiem combo, Vel falling here in the mid lane, getting caught here. And that's one of the things you have to watch out for with a Guinevere across from you.
Get out of there. Zorn picking up where he left off. Game number 2, it wasn't as clean as game number 2, but Team Vamos are slowly finding steam once again. Leading by 1,000 gold. They're already zoning out the members of DFYG up top so that they can naturally push it. It's gonna be the turret down. They try to put pressure on the Super Ken, but Super Ken might be forced to pop the Retribution. No, he won't. And because of that, Zorn gets his purple buff. You see, Team Vamos are pressuring Super Ken to pop the retry so that the Lord Fight will be in their favor.
Yep.
It turns out they get even more of that because now they get the purple buff on Zorn.
Yeah, so he can just go ahead and spatial migration a little bit more here if he doesn't land the one he wants to. So this is actually a pretty big risk for DFYG to go ahead and start playing around the extra grass that they have here, the extra bush. They'll keep Zed there on the Hilda. At least try to control this space here against Team Vamos. And like I said, even with this kind of lead that Team Vamos has, 2,000 gold ahead. There's the jump in from Zorn. Requiem going to be used as well. And now it's going to try to get away, but Vel will flick around forward and not go chasing him down. A sliver of health. And also Zed trying to run away from this. Not go will be able to hold up that front side. This is an opening now for Team Vamos to go ahead and secure this Lord, unless somehow, some way, Super Ken can get in position to potentially steal this. He does jump in, gets thrown into the air, knocked into the air. Again, a Petrify from Siska. 6-0-1, a massive game once again with this Yuzhong here. Lord secured, team fight secured for Team Vamos.
Oh, Team Vamos out of the trap. DFYG sprung it so easily. They know that eventually when the Lord is too low, DFYG will do everything just to get that retribution up. Super Ken making that play with the dash, of course, with a shadow kill, but because of that, you can see that Team Vamos were so much prepared. The stun was already waiting in the wings. They know they have the knockup. They know they have the control against Super Ken. Not only did they get the Lord, they also get 3 kills on top of that, increasing their lead to 4.6k at just 11 minutes in. They might even be able to push the bottom lane turret easily.
See how they handle this push with the Lord. Again, both teams here facing elimination right now through Games of the Future, and Team Vamos with a healthy lead in this Lord pushing in. They might just win it even off this first push. A Black Dragon form going to be used by Siska just to keep them at bay. They secure themselves that base turret, now knocking down at the tier 2 in the mid. They still have the work to do up top as well, so DFYG will go ahead and defend, take out the Lord. And Team Vamos, despite this lead, will take things a little bit slower just to stay disciplined, take out these tier 2 turrets, potentially take some base turrets down too, or at least do some damage to them. But right now, they're just happy with the one push down on bot.
12 minutes and you get the inhibitor. I think that's a big reason to be happy for Team Vamos, but job's not done yet. They really need to just secure this. We'll be waiting for 70 more seconds before the next Lord spawns. And I think the next target now for Team Vamos is to deny that purple buff away from Super Ken. They have positioned their pieces around it already, just waiting for it to spawn. Eventually, the Yi Sun-shin will get to that position. While that's happening, Zorn is actually scouting out where the FYG members are.
Yeah, they have, I mean, even for...
Look at the position from Esmeralda, the extra push from Dangerous Grasp.
Oh, no. Yeah. Notgo's, though, he's going to be fine. Again, there's so much this Esmeralda can do. You know, it doesn't really, like, if you are going to wait patiently in one of these bushes here, the Dangerous Grass, like, Notgo is the guy to go give the information. Doesn't necessarily have to be Zorn here, and that's one of the advantages of having this Esmeralda on this lineup. You know, you can kind of do this all day, man, and that's what Notgo wants to do. Very different, you know, than every single time that you see these gold laners do get a chance to play the Esmeralda. Maybe it's a little freeing for them. Like, they're like, okay, yeah, I get to play a very different game than what I normally do in the gold lane with a traditional marksman.
Yeah. Team Vamos, Iridian armor up on Natco. They will start the Lord very easy, very quickly. Zorn already scouted them out and into the prey.
Oof. Okay, Lord secure though, so that was all a distraction. They'll just go for the reset, get ready to march towards the base here of DFYG once again. And I don't know, Wolf. I think, you know, with this case in game 3, 7,000 behind, and really Super Ken's kind of initial advantage that he had on the Hayabusa, especially early on, has kind of waned a little bit. And now, you know, you're looking to see where that point of contention is going to be with this composition. And unfortunately, Long just isn't there yet. Black Dragon form going to be used, pushing them off of this top base turret as the Lord has to be dealt with on the bottom. A stun with a Petrify too. Vel is gone so quickly once again. Lord finally being worked on, but he did clear out the wave. So DFYG, just with the health, or just with the life of Vel, they stay in the game off that Lord push. They still have a few pushing waves powered up for Team Vamos. They're going to go for this mid turret, not go keeping them cut off from that turret. And Zed might gone a little bit too far there as Clockhoon picks up a kill. Base turret's going to fall. They have that one cannon minion. They're going to lock onto the base, and they have to do everything they can to stay in the game. DFYG will be able to take out Siska. That's a big pickup and a successful defense for DFYG to face off against Team Vamos, staying in this game 3.
That's enough for Team Vamos to just get out of there in this elimination match. They're literally one win away from advancing into the quarterfinals, and seems like they are leading by so much that they can afford to prolong this game even further. And to be fair, I would agree. I think it's much better for them to just get out. Natko has to get away from this though. That's the flicker.
Whoa, the damage! Clockhoon with the Wind of Nature too. He's almost able to get away. A good attempt there, but at least the turnaround is something that DFYG needed to happen here. Catching out Clockhoon, even getting a couple flickers, not goes as well. This might be a small opening for DFYG to make something happen. Now Arrow 404, no. He's actually going to get caught out here too, as Long picks up a kill, and now it's Notgo in trouble. Super Ken picks up another. What is happening to Team Vamos?
Oh no, Team Vamos. Overconfident, overstaying as well. Getting outplayed, outmaneuvered in that part of the map. They definitely did not expect that death push play coming out from DFYG. Now they have lost all of their core members. Will lose their outer turret in the mid lane. Long posing for another push, but the defense will be there from Zorn as well as Sizga. U1 might not be enough to get a push up.
Oh,
I has to get away now.
Oh, he does. The Terrify comes in clutch there. Zorn has immortality, but is he going to burn his flicker as well? Falcon there, quite low. Siska's going to jump in. Super Ken, not sure if he's going to commit to this. He gets knocked into
what
the
a
air.
stun.
What a stun, a spatial migration. They were waiting for that moment for Super Ken to move forward, and that is unfortunate. Bad timing, too, as now the Lord is up for Team Vamos.
Oh my goodness, what a way to outplay Super Ken out there. DFYG are already outplaying Team Vamos. In fact, they have forced the Dragon form, they have forced the immortality onto Clockun. They have all the tools for them to get this Lord, but Super Ken just stumbles because of the outplay from Team Vamos.
So tough. I don't know if they can delay this, Wolf. They're going to try Zed, trying to get an angle here, but he's going to be zoned in, zoned down, and taken down. Arrow 404 will pick up a kill. Falcon picks up the win in nature again after using it earlier on. They'll be able to secure this Lord off of that. And that is a good play to solidify the objective for Team Vamos after a shaky last couple minutes.
Oh. Now, I gotta say, for DFYG, they tried to buy the time for Super Ken to be there, and almost were enough time, but Team Vamos making any extra movements out there, just focusing on taking the Lord and punishing whoever is in front. Did not overextend to get a kill onto E1 as well as Long, because they know that they can end this with just their raw power. Just, their lead has been down to 3,000, but this is more than doable. Might be able to push up top, and then the last push, Team Vamos commences.
Last push potentially here. They're going to go for this Black Dragon form already used. Arrow 404 trying to get away. Bell is low in there. Clockun picks up the kill. Lord's going to be actually cleared out and worked on, and Natko splitting them up, but Clockun gets a double. And now they're going to go a little bit further. Natko's immortality is going to be popped here. Long going for that cleanup kill, but can't solidify. Taken out Natko, but still, DFYG still defends 19 minutes into this game 3.
Not letting up. This is an elimination match, and Super Ken is throwing everything. Almost have won against Onyx yesterday in a 30-minute match. I'll not be surprised if they can prolong this even further. You can see the heart from Super Ken. Let's see if they can defend for more. Team Vamos seems like they wanted to make a play.
They do get the Purify out. Again, a Black Dragon up to lead them all, but Siska's feeling the damage now. Natko's going to be in trouble. He gets caught out with Landshaker stunned in his tracks. DFYG is not going home so easily. They'll take it past the 20-minute mark here in Game 3. And Team Vamos is wondering that too. Like, man, we're so close so many times, but we can't end it. Even with all the base turrets of DFYG down, they still hold on.
Fortunately, no battles for Natko to save himself out there. Team Vamos tried to make another play, even when they didn't have to. They tend to wait for the next Lord to spawn. But I think it's a good heat check against DFYG. To be fair, Natko will respawn long enough that the Lord will be available when he is up once again. And I think the Team Vamos can actually afford to lose their top lane turret. They have all of the lanes pushed naturally because of the super minions that they have anyways. And if they don't make any extra moves right now, they can easily play the map in their favor. But here they are, Dragons are permitted.
They want to fight. They know that down bot is Super Ken, so this is going to be a fight they want to take. Team Vamos will take out E1. They're going to be looking for more. Knocked into the air. Yell has immortality. He's trying to get away through the wall. He goes. Super Ken joining the fight. Long has so much shields here. This is Natko, though, leading that charge. Mount Shocker is going to be able to find a Zed. Zed bombing a weave in, but will go down to Error 404, and they'll make their way to the Lord to solidify a potential Game 3. This is going to be much tougher to deal with now that it's an evolved Lord.
Oh, what a play coming out from Team Vamos. Instead of they should not be doing any extra moves, but they have identified that there's no threat. The Hayabusa is in the bottom lane. It will take a while before he gets there. He knows Siska knows that with this Warcry built on the Yuzhong, he has a one-hit potential against E1, who is now only rocking the Purify.
Once again, Siska going to lead that front. Black Dragon form. Vel jumps in with the Bravest Finder. Zaman force drop down 2. They're going to clear this out. U1 looking for an ultimate to take. He's just going to go in with the Terrify and keeps Nako at bay. And now Vel trying to run here. Once again, defensive items being switched out. Oh, he picks up an Immortality just in time as well. He's going to heal back at the Fountain of the Lord now. They got to deal with this, and Zorn jumps in. A spatial migration. Super Ken is gone. A massive play and a decision from Zorn. Can they win the fight? They've already lost 3. This is a big defense for DFYG. And despite Zorn's play, DFYG will stay in it. They'll clear out the waves and the Lord.
Was the massive play coming out from Zorn. I thought it was instrumental to the victory of DFYG. But if you think about it, the Hayabusa is not that important when it comes to the defense. More of a distraction at this point, and when they tried to go all in, they got caught into the backlines with Vel dealing the damage, and as well as Valentina. We have already forgotten how much damage this mage can actually deal in a team fight, and we are reminded of how strong a Valentina could be, especially when he's dealing AoE damage. Yi1 salvaging this team, and Super Ken might have been a great target for Team Vamos, but they were so tunnel vision into taking down that Hayabusa. The moment that Zorn caught him, and everybody from Team Vamos just went in, took the beeline towards where Super Ken is. And what generally happened was that we're clumped up together. Vel managed to land a good ultimate combo, dealing enough damage to an AoE, and then of course E1 was there to clean up.
Man, look at the items here. There's so much juggling between these, these Winter Crowns, the Wind of Natures, of course. But hats off to DFYG staying into this game for, multiple minutes now, 8+ minutes up to this point. When Team Vamos first entered the base, and you got to remember they were at one point down 7, almost 8,000 gold.
That's right.
In this game 3, and yes, the gold doesn't really matter at this point. It's more so of just switching in those defensive items when they need it at the right moment. But what DFYG has been able to do is stay in the game and now actually be in a position to potentially contest this Lord. The biggest thing for them is they don't want to get caught in a position they don't want to with what's across from them. Again, that is still Siska for the most part, right? Siska and Zorn. They got to be careful.
Zorn and Ken.
They're going to go for the backside. They're going to go for this back lane push. E1 popping the Winter Crown. Super Ken takes out Nako. They're trying to get away. A couple flickers burned here too. 404 is gone. This is a massive turnaround for DFYG. They're going to go for Siska. He's trying to run. They can actually start up this Lord. He's doing what he can. Siska actually still alive. And it's DFYG to chase down. Meanwhile, Zed chasing Zorn. Siska finally goes down, but they get 4 kills for DFYG. And with a full force team, they can run it down mid with this wave pushing in. This is massive. What can Zorn do? But just watch. A shadow kill going to be used, but with this wave pushing in and the full team.
Oh, man.
With U1 clearing out the waves, DFYG did that. They did the comeback. They made it happen, and they send Team Vamos home in Games of the Future 2025.
And they already knew nicely. They took out their headsets because they know that with TikTok timers up and available, they cannot survive. Yi1 was ready for that play. Oh my god, the Winter Crown to eliminate the Team Vamos. What an outlay. Oh my goodness, DFYG.
Man. What a great that's playing here, Wolf. It's unfortunate for Team Vamos that they had control of for so long. And then here comes DFYG. They stayed locked into it. They had some rough here in the start of the game and everything else, but they managed to pull in and turn things around. What an amazing series we had here just to open up today.
No room for errors for anyone in that postal fight to Vamos. Super Ken and the gang fought tooth and nail for this one, and they have outplayed Team Vamos. What a great play. I'm sure that the panel has a lot to talk about. Back to you, panel.
Question, right? you guys fell through in the second match, right? You've lost the second match. How did you guys recover back up to win the third and call it a night for you guys?
I just tell to my friend, just keep focus at the game 3.
Amazing, as easy as that. Now, you guys are heading into the quarterfinals. Obviously, a pretty huge step for you guys. You're probably going to be competing with a very strong team. How do you guys prepare for such a match? How do you guys prepare for a big match like the one that you're going to be having tomorrow at the quarterfinals?
I think just play and trust my coach for draft winning.
Amazing, that is the right answer. Do you guys feel confident that you're going to take the win tomorrow?
Yeah, confident.
Amazing. Well done. Congratulations. One more time, everybody. Give it up to Team DFYG.
Games of the future.
And that's it. Game 3 is done. The series is decided, and what a way to close it out. DYFG secured that win. A full 3-game battle. Momentum swings, pressure moments, and ultimately a winner emerging here tonight. Let's bring in the desk and break everything down. So, Groot, let's start with you. From a big picture perspective, what decided this Game 3?
Well, you know the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Where overconfidence killed Vamos this match. They went overconfident, and that's what made them actually lose this match. They thought that they had it, but then DFYG had something else to say. They told them, no, this is our match. Although it seemed, you know, that Vamos is going to take the win, but after what they've done, they started doing mistake after mistake after mistake, which led to their loss.
Soldier, you think the same?
To be honest, Team Vamos have the ego thing happens in the game, but the FYG tried to play on their mistakes, around their mistakes, and they took the game from their hands, because Team Vamos having the potential in the objectives, having the advantage also in the lanes, having the potential also in the map. They can move, they can focus on the map more than the FYG. The FYG having more stress in the map, but having little bit overconfident kills you a little bit, because the FYG they play on the little bit relaxed, like trying to be confident on their games, without rushing. No need to rush. Just play our style, our scenarios, and our thing and our chemistry, and it happens. And they took the win, and they deserve it, because I like it when they play on their mistakes. Yeah, this is the best thing happens like during the match 3. Yeah, because Team Vamos they didn't notice like we are doing mistakes, because they are doing mistakes after mistakes after mistakes, because they're repeating the same things after and after.
Yes, that is very true. That is very true. And this is what made DFYG actually steal the win from Team Vamos. As we can see here, there is not much difference in the gold, in the total gold. Even the towers destroyed, since DFYG did not have to push the side lanes, they had to just push the mid lane to get the win. So, you know, this is how they got the win. Although Team Vamos had 4 lords slain, and DFYG didn't even get a lord. They didn't even need a lord, you know, to actually grab this win. And Turtle slain, there was, you know, we would say the match was most entirely balanced until Team Vamos started, you know, their ego started, you know,
little bit get higher.
Yeah, and it started taking control over them actually. And yeah, this is where they actually started messing up. The FYG, they held on to the base as much as they could, and they knew that holding on to the base would actually give them a chance for the win, and they got it in the end.
Team Vamos, they tried to play on the quick match fast as possible. Let's win, let's get this lord, and let's push from bottom. But Team DFYG, they took the deep breath, and like they see the mistakes one by one. They see the small points. They see how to critically strike on it, and they won and they got it, because they know how to play it. they know how to control of the map. They took it because Team Vamos in the first it was goal different between teams. It was higher for the VMS, but now on we are seeing in the leaderboard it's equal because we reached to the late game and each game it's equal for them for the goals and the items. But DFYG they played very perfectly in for the matches and for the like scenarios and rotations.
Okay,
Exactly.
and now let's talk about the MVP. MVP of the game, Soldier. What do you have to say?
To be honest, MVP it was very perfect for DFYG. He knows he deserved it because in the game it was his impact. It was very noticeable, and he got it. And also his teams, it's Hidden Stars, and he's the superstar.
Good.
Yeah, well, with Dion, he used to play with Valentina, so he was actually doing a great job with crowd controlling the enemy team, Team Vamos. And the thing is with Team Vamos, their disadvantage that they had is their two heroes, Yusun Shin and Kimi, were mostly being targeted by Hayabusa and Hilda. And these were the actual two damage dealers of Team Vamos. And if DFYG grabbed and killed them, you know,
There is
Team
no-
Vamos,
no-
there's
no
nothing
damage
else.
dealer.
Yeah, there is no damage dealer for Team Vamos, so they would actually, you know, gank on Team Vamos and just kill everyone else. And that's what they did in the late game. They targeted Yisun Shin, they targeted Kimi, Team Vamos dropped.
They don't have any other.
They couldn't do
damage.
anything.
Yes.
So
But
yeah.
Soldier, can you talk us through the momentum that changed the game, that sealed the deal for DYFG?
To be honest, for DFYG, they focus on Hayabusa and they focus how to make Hayabusa more stronger, more snowballer, and no one is focusing and no one is noticeable. Like he's getting more and more and more damaged and more like impact and more advantage because they like for Team Vamos, like they have two damage dealer and they are relaxed more, but Team DFYG they are hidden treasure like book. Suddenly surprised everyone. Hayabusa it's like a ninja, faster. They are taking the kills like this with the blink of the eyes.
That is very
But do you guys think that the losing side have any chance to recover after that?
Yeah, definitely. They always have a time to recover, but the only way that they could recover, a losing side can recover from their state right now is actually depending on the mistakes of the enemy team, basically. So if they actually benefit from it, that's it. You know, it's perfect for them. They can actually win right now.
Okay, I think we're going to be back shortly with more in this Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. Stay tuned, guys. Thank you.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Welcome back, everyone. Coming up next, we move into a best-of-3 single elimination matchup here at Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, powered by ADNOC. So it's gonna be Homeboys versus Verso time. One series, no second chances, and everything from the group stage now comes down to this moment. Groot, how much does the single elimination format change the mindset compared to the groups?
Single elimination format, it changes their minds from where basically you don't have second chances anymore. It's either, you win or you get eliminated. So teams should start taking things way more seriously than the group stage. The stakes are at a high level. So focus, you need to focus. Yeah.
Soldier, from a player's perspective, how different does it feel knowing there's no lower bracket safety net? Same as the question, but how does it feel, you think, from a player's perspective?
But look, for a player perspective, like sometimes I feel like I have a safe place to go, like for the loser bracket. But now you cannot go. You don't have a safe place. Now you have all the stress to play on the best of 3 and best of 5. Because best of 3 have a mindset, different mindset, and best of 5 it's a different mindset and a different coaching style and scenarios of the game. It's totally different for both best of 5 and best of 3. And I don't have loser bracket, so it will be totally different for all the teams.
But for you two, Groot and Soldier, does this format favor disciplined teams or explosive ones?
I think it favors both. It depends. It's a case-to-case scenario in that case. And since we are actually our next match is actually Verso time versus Homeboys. We will see which one is explosive and which one is not, or if both are explosive in that case. It is going to be excited. Homeboys, they stood out a lot. They are very well known. Verso time, I would say they are, the rising stars in MLBB. So we're hoping that to see actually the best from them today.
Okay, let's start with Homeboys during the group stage. Groot, from a macro standpoint, what stood out about Homeboys in the group stage?
What I saw the matches from Homeboys, basically they were not kidding. They were not kidding around. They were playing very professionally, but very chill as well. They were very chill while they were playing. It showed that they actually had a lot of synergy going on between the teammates, and yeah, this is one of the reasons why they actually, qualified the group stages, and they're with us today.
Okay, Soldier, execution-wise, how clean were Homeboys, you think, in their group stage?
In the group stage, I like the play style of Homeboys because they have a different play style, better than other teams. And in the group stage, was like the eyes on them because they have like macros perfectly and micros. They are playing on the macro and micro very perfectly during their games. Also, their qualifiers from the beginning, better than the other teams in their group. Also, for the other hand, like Verso time, they have little bit chemistry, and they have a scenario they are doing every match. And that's what I like. They're repeating the same thing. Like if you are winning, you will repeat the same thing. Because if you will do something else, you will lose.
Yeah, that is very tough. But this is a double-edged sword in that case, because, when you're doing the same thing over and over and over again, people will start to understand your strategy, so they will basically try to counter it. Yeah. So I hope they come up with something new today, other than what they've been doing yesterday, and hopefully that would actually something that would be surprising to us.
Like what we were discussing earlier, for sure they have a lot of cards there, because it cannot be just one.
Yeah, definitely,
yeah. Soldier, what impressed you most about Verso time?
To be honest, Verso time, they have during the group stage, when I was like noticing their play style, and like when they are winning, they're repeating the same things, but when they're repeating, they're changing some micros. We are not noticing. Only the players will notice, and the coaches will notice. So other players will notice a little bit, because during the game you will focus on like the superstars and other players, but there is hidden players. They are doing they need to do something in the map. You will not notice.
Yeah, I know.
Like taking objectives, taking like blind spots. They will go to the bushes. They will stay. They will make traps. That's the thing you will not notice little bit. So they will make it faster and clear.
Yeah.
Since you were mentioning about the play styles, I think this is gonna be a real clash of styles. Groot, stylistically, how do these two teams match up with their play styles?
In their play styles, I would believe it's not that much. They're not very similar to each other. They might be actually, slightly more into an opposite. Verso time is a little bit more of an objective-based and aggressive a little bit. Homeboys is mostly objective, and they're very chill while they're playing. They know what they're doing, And as what Soldier said, is Verso time is focused on some players that are actually not showing, in the game itself, but they are playing a huge part, in what they're doing, in making their team win as well. So they're not, I wouldn't say they're very similar to each other, but yeah, I'm excited to see the match. I'm very excited actually. How long is remaining for the match to start? I'm very excited.
It's coming right up, just some few minutes it will come up. But Soldier, do you think who has the clear win condition?
For the clear win competition, Homeboys. Homeboys, they have the clear thing because I like the chill, like relaxed the play style. No need to rush, no need to be like aggressive. Just be aggressive when the time it's like it wants, but just be clear, chill, take deep breath, and you will win. Because we saw a lot of like Rush's team, and they fall apart. But the Homeboys, they have like claiming the ladders one by one.
Yeah.
But who do you think needs to dictate the tempo to win?
Homeboys, to be honest. They need to be on the rhythm, on the same chemistry, on the same strategies, on the same scenario, but little bit unpredictable scenarios, because other team will little protect.
Game 1 could set the tone. I think whomever will secure the game 1 will continue. So I'm thinking this is going to be a 2-0.
Do you think so?
I think so.
I think
How about
not.
you, Groot and Soldier?
I think not. I think there might be some challenge going on this match. I think that both teams are actually kind of in the same level, Homeboys with the much more, like a little bit more experience than actually Verso time. But I think Verso is not coming here to play around. I think they want to show themselves up,
For sure, everyone knows what at stake here. We're talking about dollars here.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but let's make a bet. For me, it's gonna be 2-0, and it's gonna be Homeboys.
I think it's gonna be 2-1, and I think it's going to be Homeboys.
I like 2-0 games because I like the rhythm when they win. Like they have the the energy to continue. They have a little bit ego because I like to be egoistic.
Yeah.
So they will continue in the same rhythm as DFYG, but they fall a little bit apart, but they climb and they win.
But you didn't say which team are you with this time.
Yeah, you didn't say anything. He's playing safe. He's playing safe.
Still, I didn't see the selection, the hero selection.
So after the selection, you will decide.
So you think drafting matters?
Yeah,
it's
drafting
not about
matters.
the team. Drafting matters.
Drafting matters 70% or maybe 80% because I like.
But Homeboys is very well known.
Yeah, because Homeboys during the group stage, I was seeing every game for them, and I like the drafting for them because the coach behind them, he's very well known, and he's very known like how to draft. There is some coaches are perfect on drafting, but they are little bit down on matching, and some coaches they are perfect on too. But I like for Homeboys, they are perfect for drafting during the drafting ban picks. They are very great.
I see.
But what do we think, Groot, is the single most important factor for Homeboys to win? Because I'm betting on Homeboys.
I think the most important thing that the factor that they need to work on the most is the objective. They need to focus on the objective. I don't want the enemy team to kind of distract them from their objectives, because some teams, they do get distracted by the team fights and they forget about what they were supposed to do in the first place. So I want Homeboys to stay chill, focus on their objectives, reach the goal that they want to reach, which is the base, and get their win. As simple as that.
That's a great analysis.
Yeah.
Okay, Soldier, what does Verso Time need to do in-game to control this matchup?
See, for the Verso Time, I like the playstyle they're playing because they are old school style. That's why I like, and they can, for the old school style, they can counter each and every scenario for the new meta. Because old school, it's like very known little bit style and known like heroes they can choose. And the old meta, they can we can see Xborg, we can see Esmeralda. So little bit we can see old heroes they will choose and the old play style for the Verso Time.
Let's see. I'm not sure that they would do the same thing today, but if they actually do, that'll be very exciting, to see the old meta versus the new meta, which is, I'm kind of old school as well, I'm kind of old meta as well. I like the old meta more than the new one, but the new one also has exciting strategies and exciting factors, like the new heroes that are coming out. They're very special. Each and every one has a special thing, going on. So yeah.
Okay, we're just having a technical difficulty right now. We're just fixing it, but we will be right back more with Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. See you guys. Oh.
I'm on 3. 3 and 4. So I'm on 4. Okay. Okay.
of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. Let's hear it for the first team. Please welcome Verso Time! You may take your seat right now. Good luck. And now, Abu Dhabi, let's hear it for the opponent. Please welcome on stage, Homeboys! All right, gentlemen, this is your time. You may take your seat right now. Best of luck to both teams. Let's get started with the competition, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are back here again in Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. Powered by ADNOC. And we are fully back on track with our Homeboys versus Verso time. So, Groot, after a technical pause like that, do teams usually stick to their original draft plan, or you think they make last-second adjustments?
No, I don't think any technical issues would actually make them have a second thoughts about their draft picks. But it might actually, their coach might be having something about it. You know, he might actually think things over, to see if there are any last chance changes that might happen, but it's unlikely to happen. So I think they're still sticking to their plans.
Stick to the original plan. Yeah. Okay. Soldier, as a player, how important is it to mentally reset after a pause before drafting?
It's an advantage for them because they will think more and they will take deep breath more because you have more time to relax, more time to refresh your minds, refresh your thoughts, your ideas with the coach, and you will just wrap it up and you are ready for a stage.
Okay, so we are fully back on track, and the ban and pick stage for Game 1 is now live. So Homeboys versus Verso time.
So as we can see right now, the first ban is actually from Verso team. We're waiting to see if it's going to be, a similar meta ban, or there is something else on their minds based on their knowledge of Team Homeboys. What do you expect, Soldier? Do you think it's a usual bans like the previous game, or are we seeing something new here?
I think Verso, they will open with a respect ban because they need to know, eliminate the tempo from Homeboys.
Yeah, but as we can see, the first ban is basically Fanny, which is actually a usual ban because Fanny is actually, a well-known hero. Yeah, it's a meta ban. It's a meta ban. Whoever picks Fanny usually is going to be extremely annoying to the opposing team.
Wow. To be honest, Homeboys and Team Verso, they are targeting ban because it's a respectful between of them.
Yeah, yeah.
And Eve.
We're seeing Basha, we're seeing Eve, until now we're seeing the usual bans.
There's nothing random about this choices.
Yeah, there is nothing random. It's basically the usual bans. They're banning the top meta heroes, basically, which are, you know, they would give the opposing team a very strong upper hand. And we see Zushin as well getting banned. Although Zushin actually lately got a series of nerfs, but she's still very strong in the meta. She's still considered as a very extremely strong crowd control hero. Right now we're not surprised, nothing surprising so far, but we are hoping to see something exciting from both teams and new picks and new strategies. Of course, the third and the final ban for the first stage of Verso team is going to be Kalea. And then we are moving up to the final ban of Homeboys.
Both teams are drafting around the meta.
Yeah.
Because like we are seeing Fanny, we can see Eve for the blue side, and the red side they have also the, you know, the objectives to pick two for the blue side.
Exactly. As I can see, like, you know, nothing surprising so far.
Still.
Yeah, nothing surprising so far.
I'm waiting for the surprises.
Yeah, that's what we're all waiting for, actually, and all the audience over here are waiting for, to see such a strong match. And the last ban for the first stage is actually Grok. Still nothing surprising. And of course, the first pick, Lancelot.
Like this first pick?
It's a usual pick. It's a usual pick. It's an expected pick. You know, why not? You know, it makes my life easier. You know, as a Lancelot player and as a team in general. So yeah, a Lancelot pick is very expected. But are they going to actually? Homeboys are going to actually choose something else?
Yeah,
or not?
but does this first pick like reveal too much of the game plan or not?
Not really. It's actually a safe pick, I would say. Doesn't show much. But as I can see, the Team Homeboys didn't hesitate and they just picked Hildy immediately. And Lunox. Lunox actually is such a great pick in this game because Lunox can actually act like a crowd control hero and as well as a burst damage hero. So she can play both roles in that case, which is going to be such a wonderful pick for Homeboys. And are we going to see any counters from Team Verso, Soldier?
To be honest, the first pick was a power pick for them, and keeping like Homeboys guessing until like what is the second phase will happen, because in the first phase of the ban, it appears like they pick Lancelot, and they're targeting like we need Lancelot because it's a win condition for them.
Yeah, that is very true. We're seeing Kimmy right now. That might be a pick from Team Verso. Are they going to actually lock in that pick, or are they going to change any, like the pick in the last second? We'll see. We were seeing Gatotkacha and we were seeing Kimmy. So Kimmy is most probably going to be in the mid lane, and Gatotkacha playing the role of the roamer. Oh, the new hero, Sora.
Let's see. This is
Are we going to actually see Sora today?
Well, one of the surprises, so we need to see it.
Well, that would be very, very, very surprising to see Sora, you know, being an actual hero in the tournament today.
To be honest, like Homeboys now, they scales better with the draft until now with the 3, but we will see more in the second phase for them.
Okay, I didn't think so, you know, because Sora would be like, you know, they didn't have enough time actually to play the hero, you know, although he's a very strong hero, such a crowd control hero, but yeah, they said, okay, let's stick with the meta.
No,
so
it's the
choose.
second ban phase.
Second ban phase. Are we going to see the usual bans or not? Or are we going to see targeted bans?
I think now for the Homeboys and Verso time, they will focus on targeted bans, because let's testing the waters in the first game. After that, if it goes 1-1-1, then they will appear the new cards they have.
That is very true. That is very true. Oh, we're seeing Arlot. This is actually a targeted ban.
Wow.
This is not a meta ban. This is actually a targeted ban. So,
Groot, what do you think? What synergy are they trying to remove now by banning Arlot?
Arlot is such a you know, a crowd control hero. Is such a strong in his XP lane and in also helping the team in team fights. So it would be a great problem for Homeboys to keep Arlot on check in the game, as we can see that Gatotkacha Kimmy and Arlott would synergize pretty damn well with Lancelot as well. So they didn't want to take chances, all right? I believe Ruby might be in the ban as well. We might see that, but we're seeing Verso is actually banning Freya as well. So they are focusing more on the XP lane right now. They know, both teams, they know that the XP lane is such a dangerous lane for both teams. So they are actually trying to make it easier for them, you know. I'm still expecting to see Ruby, because Ruby would synergize pretty well with Team Verso's picks. So yeah.
Ruby crowd controls with it really gives an advantage for the team, and like it didn't get banned until now. So I think we will see Ruby with it, because in the first games we didn't saw it, and it was targeted. Oh, interesting ban. Yuzong.
Yeah, it's all three bans right now. The three final bans that we've seen, they're targeted, and they're actually all XP lane bans. Now this is the last ban for Team Verso. Are we going to see another XP lane ban, or are we going to see something else? I believe, Soldier, it's going to be another XP ban. What do you think?
Because who's controls the XP lane, he's getting an advantage, to be honest, during the game. Because XP lane, it's very important, and it gives you more advantage on the game. And wow.
Okay, they actually went for the jungle ban. They actually went for the jungle ban.
They said enough XP lane bans. Let's go for another level. Let's ban the jungle.
And they actually gave Homeboys right now
Ruby.
No, they're not gonna. They might not pick Ruby, most probably because Chu is there, Hilda is there. Yeah. But what they did is they put Homeboys into pressure. All right, with not knowing right now what to choose, they minimize their choice of the jungler, and Team Verso might actually go for the Ruby pick. In that case, they might go for it, or they might have something else. There are different heroes that they can pick. Suyo, okay.
Suyo. Groot, by picking Suyo, what kind of composition is Homeboys building toward?
Basically, they're focusing on the target kills, basically. So one hero kill, which I think Suyo is going to be mostly focused on Kimmy and Lancelot in that case. But we still need to see the entire draft pick so we can actually know if this is the actual target that they're looking for, this is the actual objective for picking Suyo, or is there anything else. They picked Lapu Lapu. I think Ruby is out of the picks right now. I don't think any of the teams might pick Ruby. For the last pick, actually, they're going for Ruby. They're going for 3 Gatot-Kacha, Ruby, and Lapu Lapu. So we don't have an actual gold laner who is a marksman. One of the heroes, either Ruby or Lapu Lapu, is going to be handling the gold lane in that case, which is, I believe, Verso do not want to take risks of Homeboys picking Ruby in the end. So will this work out for them?
Look, for the blue side, the last pick, it's complete the puzzle. Like it was a missing piece. Now with Ruby, it's a complete puzzle. We will see a new scenario of the game, like 3 Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Lancelot, and one team.
Oh,
it's an interesting game.
Xborg.
Wow, Xborg. It's a common sense they choose, because Xborg in the meta, and to be honest, I like the playstyle of the Xborg. During the game, like it gives you a comfortable things.
Yeah, actually what it seems right now is both teams are playing on the late game. It's going to be a long game because not much heroes can dish out damage in the early game for both teams. What do you think? Who has the upper hand in the draft pick?
Look, for the upper pick, the blue side. But whoever controls the objectives, who wins during this draft? Because this draft, it's like executions. Who execute the objectives, who execute the towers during the game and have more control in the map, more vision, more like easier moving in the map, they win.
Exactly.
Totally.
Exactly.
But if it were the both of you are playing, which draft would you rather play, Homeboys or Verso time?
To be honest, I will go with Homeboys.
I would go with the Homeboys as well because, yeah, honestly,
we agreed.
Although, by the way, Verso's draft pick is quite amazing, but it's relying on team fights. it's completely relying on team fights. It's not relying on team fights plus single fights. So Homeboys has the advantage of the team fights.
Okay, drafts are locked in for game 1, so everything is set. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, panel. And nice, we are seeing Suyu. Do you like seeing this hero at all? It's going to be up against Lancelot against Verso Time, one of our favorites heading into this tournament. But yeah, Suyu. Do you like it?
Suyu? I don't, you know, I feel like there was a time when I would say I don't miss it, but it's been a while. He kind of fell out of the meta for a bit, you know, especially after the technically that nerf that was warranted. I feel like there was just so much that Suyo could do that it was just too overpowered. But it's nice to see. Fits in the current meta still. You know, other than that, oh whoa, I thought he was actually he didn't take that, right? Okay, he was just there. Very aggressive start on the Suyo, and that's one of the things you can do. You know, you can continue to be aggressive if you want to, go into the enemy side of the jungle. But even so, it's still really good to be able to go toe-to-toe with someone like a Lancelot. And, you know, when you look at this lineup from Verso Time, that's... Oh, wait, he did take the orange. Because Xeno doesn't have it. So, I guess he retreated that.
Yes, he was able to do it.
All right, that's good.
Okay. Last time I was able to see a Malaysian team in the grand finals just recently. It was the Southeast Asian Games. We actually saw the Suyu being played twice by the Malaysian team. And first one, they almost won. The second one, they totally lost. And it was up against Lancelot too. I mean, both games. I have a lot of reservations with the Suyu pick. Maybe Amal can prove us different, but Verso Time with this Lancelot, it's gonna be a good game day for them.
Yeah, there's already a delay here, though, too. Phantom Execution going to be used by Xeno, but no contest for the Turtle. This might be a bad fight for them to take. First blood, though, going in the hands of Izanami. They're trading it out 1-for-1 so far, but it's still going to go as Reza falls. Castle on the other side. Just bodies dropping on both sides. Oh! I thought he was going to take that, too, man. But luckily, Xeno secures his purple buff. And it's a trade across the board, but the Turtle goes to the hands of Homeboys.
Yeah.
So it's still even though, Wolf. Despite all that, because of those kills, Verso Time keeps things under control.
Yeah, much more manageable for Homeboy, especially because Amal has a distinct XP lead over this Lancelot. That's why they got the Turtle. But my oh my, I don't know if you've seen that, but Castle was able to take down a member of Homeboys through the wall just because of how much range there is with the first skill one. Yeah, that's that skill. Can go through the wall.
A good kick here. Not sure what Daniel's going to be able to do. If he can actually get away from this, he can. Oh, Traction Pulse, nice block there. It doesn't follow through. An AOG too. Not going to catch Daniel with this one right now. Homeboys get some extra gold up there on that top, but it doesn't really convert to too much just yet. They're still going to go ahead and rotate into that next objective when it does come up here. One of the things that I was really impressed with by Verso Time, you know, from their recent tournament, all the way to their performance in group stages is, again, they are a team. Oh, I don't know if March is going to be able to survive this. He does flicker. Oh, last insanity from Melcutie. We'll be able to pick up that kill, and that's why the panel mentioned, too, hey, they love the X-Borg. I think a lot of people do. He's reintroduced into the meta, and you can't deny the amount of pressure a last insanity ultimate can do.
Great start for Homeboys with this early game. They're winning all of their lanes. Well, specifically that gold lane. The jungler is having so much fun, and Melcutie will secure War Axe very early into this. X-Borg will now be able to activate it come the second Turtle fight. If Verso Time will even oblige to fight here, because it seems like the positioning from Xeno kind of tells us that they are not even interested in taking this Turtle. Homeboys are still fishing for kill.
Oh, Verso March, he has the sustain. Because it's a Ruby, because you got the Brace Might emblem, because you're just the way it works. But they'll trade it, though. Another Turtle secured for Homeboys. A lot of attempt there down in that gold lane right now.
The Daniel carrying out for the members of Verso Time are, for some reason, Verso Time are still leading by a significant amount of goals. 100 at this point. That tells you that The side lanes are doing okay despite the death on
Oh,
Mark.
Daniel goes in with a kick, man, right for Xeno. Revitalize is going to be pop 2, a defensive AOG on out by Boro. So they're just trying to like not get picked off like that. Like we've said, the Cho has popped up so many times throughout our series of games here for the games of the future.
Yeah.
And we always say that, well, if you can get the AOG out defensively and it's not used as offensive, plus the Revitalize, that's a bit of a win there for Homeboys right now.
Especially because they want to push the bottom lane. The fact that there's no AOG for this defense. Seems like Verso will not even try to defend this. They still are holding on to 800 gold as their lead. And Lapu-Lapu Castle is getting gold up top as well by pushing the turret. And even when the Homeboys are, it seems like they're doing the right moves here. Verso Time still finding some ways to eventually get back to the fight. In fact, Xeno has more than recovered when it comes to the farm. He's now level 9 Toriko with Amal.
I'm not sure if this is going to convert to much. A Landshaker able to get the stun. Like Daniel, he gets pulled though with the I'm offended. A great pull once again from Verso March. And that's what I was going to say earlier on when I was talking about Verso Time's performance through Winter is Coming, the tournament before Games of the Future, and then their performance here through group stages now. They like to go ahead and play with these comfort picks. Verso March on the Ruby, he's had a bunch of good games with this hero alone, sometimes even single-handedly turning fights around, just because, again, you know how powerful an I'm Offended or just a Ruby combination can be for a team to set things up. And, you know, you have Castle to help with that. There's a kick from Daniel, though. Able to force a fight again. Last and standing, able to get tons of stacks from Verso March. He's gone. Kojic on the run. Xeno's going to be able to get a kill. The Turtle goes for a reset, and the Flying Clouds will bring Castle back to the fight. Kojic should be able to get away there. There's cutting him off from the re-entry, but looks like it's just going to go ahead and dissipate back to a reset. With Turtle still being up, last one of the game, Reza starts this up. Amal now joining this, they should be able to secure it just because, again, Xeno is down. As they do, Amal securing that 3 for 3 for the Turtles. But interestingly enough, Wolf, this entire time, despite all these Turtles going over to Homeboys, Verso Time has maintained a bit of a lead.
Really what's interesting right now. In fact, Xeno is 4.6k compared to 4.7k of Amal. Did have the triple killing spree on top for Xeno. Xeno. Mind games coming up from Daniel. That was just a sick move coming up from the kill. And well, Xeno will not die or anything, but the fact that they forced Phantom Execution with Rico's out there, it makes it to the Homeboys. Yeah, we're down by 800 though, but we're fine.
Oh, but okay, he's not going to go and push the trigger a little bit more. Traction Pulse was thrown out, but nothing to follow through, and they'll just disengage. They don't really need to force anything with this while they wait for that lore to come up in about a minute here. So if we look at Homeboys' lineup, then, you know, it's more so just going ahead and playing for that scaling that they're going to have, especially with Izanami on this Lunox. Man, I feel like every single time we have a Lunox pop up, that's the case. Nice kick, though, but it's Castle. Brave Spider is on out. The last and standing, though, is able to clean him up. And under the turn, Reza, hungry for a kill, will finally kill Kojic. And right now, Homeboys just seems to flip a switch, garnering themselves 3 kills. What a great start from Daniel there with the kick.
Yeah, massive start for Daniel. And of course, we can see Reza just focusing onto Kojic. Eat a whole combo of Hilda. And then, of course, the kill onto Castle started it all.
Earth down. Look, man, the value from this last insanity from Milk Beauty. Flying Cloud's going to bring everybody back. They're going to be forced to fight, most likely, as Castle jumps over the Bravest Spider and the Lamb Shake. Able to find 2 on the stun, even with the flicker. A great play and projection there from Castle. Not sure if they're going to be able to look for more. Amal should be able to get out of this with that kit for the Suyo, and they'll maintain that mid lane. But the Lord is up. Dino might go ahead and decide to give this a call to take it. It's only Milk Cutie down, though, but he is a big part of the damage, unless Reza gets taken out as well, and that's exactly what happens. Another pull from Verso March. Now with the numbers advantage, they still got to watch all fronts here. They are starting this Lord. It's at half health. Daniel and Izanami on this other side. The opposite side here, they're going to go for the sandwich play. Daniel goes, trying to get Zeno, and Zeno's so low. But Izanami is able to secure the Lord for Homeboys. And that is a tough one to see as Verso Time. They fought for it, man. But they unfortunately lost the objective.
My God, Izanami will eventually be the MVP of this game if Homeboys eventually wins. Because you saw that in the first turtle fight where they were able to shut down Zeno, it's actually the Lunox pump, the Ruby DD play coming up from Izanami that we have not seen in a while. And this time he waited for the opportune moment. We can see through the replay. He's waiting and looking for Zeno, and they were able to eventually take him out. He just focused the Lunox pump, the Ruby DD play, onto that Lancelot. And because of that, we're able to get a kill. Izanami is cooking right now.
Okay. World's going to be cleared out pretty quickly here. Verso Time, you know, despite how that team fight went, they're not too far behind. This is the first time in throughout this game, though, where Homeboys has now bought themselves a pretty healthy lead. You know, 2,000 up at this point. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get this tier 2 here, as the clearing is still really good, too, for Verso Time. They're able to go ahead and kind of maintain these waves. And Homeboys has to be really careful on how they approach Verso Time, especially if they're going to do it under these turrets, right? Even when later we get to the holy defenses being up, they have to be crucial in how they approach it, just because, like I said, Verso March, that Ruby can always mess things up for you. And even a Traction Pulse. So there's a lot of options that Verso Time could go with, but right now Homeboys has been fighting really well, and Izanami is actually one of the better performing Lunuxes that we've seen so far in the past few days here.
It's going to be up to how they scale up. Because I think that for now, you can really say that Homeboys have the lead. Eventually, there will come a time where Verso Time will have their one-shot potentials as well. Zeno will have so much damage with the Lancelot. You can see the Kimi scale up later on as well. And the question is, how can they survive Izanami? Because now, even with this item choice from Izanami, the Lantern is going to be so important against the tanky heroes, like a Lapu-Lapu, for example, or even like a Kacha. Eventually, Verso Time will have to itemize this system. Maybe Winter Crown, Athena Shield, perhaps, Radiant Armor somewhere out there, but we cannot leave Izanami just really hit him. That is a good play, by the way, from Castle.
Oh, the flicker forward. As soon as you mentioned Castle flickers forward, Landshaker Zip, but now they're dealing with the last insanity once again. They disengage. They might go back. Castle not having that whole lot of battle spells used, man. Nearly every battle spell over here for Verso Time was expended. They're not going to have it for this Lord Dance. They are going to go for the turret, knocking down that tier 1 in the mid lane. See if they get in position here. This is a pretty big advantage, though, that Homeboys has. They have their battle spells, except for Izanami. But that's fine, because he can just brilliance if he gets in a tough position.
Yeah. I think this is the MO now for Verso Time. We'll look for where Izanami is.
Castle, low, jumps back in, gets the stun, and Daniel is gone. And now Verso Time going for Melcutie. Also last insanity defensively. There's AOG. Gets the flicker out, so Melcutie's still alive. Providing the vision here with Reza. Daniel, he's out of the picture, so it's 4 members of Homeboys. Can they stop this Lord from being secured? And will Amal be able to get an opening? It looks like he's going to be forced off, and they're just going to forfeit this one over to Verso Time. But what a fight! Started up by what? Castle in the mid lane earlier on.
Can they survive Izanami? You mentioned how they should be the ones to look for Izanami before Izanami finds them. That time, though, Verso was prepared. They have many members to peel for Castle eventually, and then they turned it around. They took out Daniel, which was so crucial to the initial fights for Homeboys. Daniel's role as the Cho is so important in this game for Homeboys. And without him, it's so difficult to start a fight, and they might take him down again.
Oh, Castle's going to jump in, follow him through. They know he has an immortality. That's going to be Pop. He's gone. Daniel.
Oh, timing.
He tried, man. Again, he had pretty much everything that he wanted, but Verso Time's just got so much crowd control that they can, catch pretty much anyone at this point. So Amal's going to go for that cut, try to delay this push a little bit further at least, but the Lord is making its way up top. Verso Time will swing up to this top side, potentially just taking these tier 2s out, but Amal's actually going to get a base turret Verso Time doesn't have anyone at the base, so a base turret taken down. Good macro play there. Blast Insanity going to be used by Milk Cutie. Just trying to clear out this wave the best they can. Rez going for that back line if he can. Milk Cutie goes down though. Another pull comes through AOG, but on the backside, Amo goes in with a Soul Sever, not able to connect, and now he's slow at being whittled down. Castle jumps it all again. The pull from March. Verso Time is winning the fight. Wow. Lord finally goes down here. And look at the moves.
Wow.
Izanami's actually going to be able to survive that from Xeno, but who won't? Daniel and Verso Time looking to take game one so quickly from Homeboys as the base is going to be worked on. They want the last kill. They won't get it, but they'll take game one.
Just one fight. Verso Time were able to turn it around. Homeboys were already doing so good this game. They are in control. They got the first Lord. There were so many good coming up from Daniel, and Zanat is already making it work for Homeboys. Unfortunately, Verso Time has so much space in their hand. With Castle just speaking up, Logic even, and of course, last dash. It looked really dicey for Team of Verso Time because there was a sprint push coming out from K-Ball, but they were far too prepared for that. The X4 getting outplayed constantly. AOG's on point coming out from Boro. Verso Time, they are so back in this tournament.
Very, very tough one to deal with there. It looked like Homeboys should have had that game for the majority of it, and then all of a sudden, Verso Time flips a switch. There was a lot of those interactions. You know, Daniel was starting things up, and they would try to make it work, but unfortunately for Homeboys, it all fell apart towards the end game. But let's go ahead and throw it over to the studio to have our panel break down game one.
All right, that's game one in the books between Homeboys and Verso Time, and what a way to kick off this series. A strong opening statement from Verso Time, one that we did not expect. But let's break down how they actually secured that win. Good, let me start with you. From a macro perspective, what stood out the most for Verso Time in this game one?
In game one, they were actually more focused, as we saw in the draft picks, that they were actually going for more tanky heroes than actually damage dealers, which helped them a lot throughout this game. They were controlling the map, outstandingly controlling the map, which is very great. And we got to know that Verso is actually one of the dark horses in another tournament as well, where they actually won Onyx once, Onyx Philippines, which is a world-class team. So Verso is actually full of surprises, to be honest. So yeah, they did a great job this match.
Just a follow-up question, because we were shocked with the drafting earlier. So was this a draft execution, or do you think it's better in-game discipline from them?
Actually, it's more in-game discipline, all right, more than actually draft picks. Both teams' draft picks were mostly focused on playing safe, all right. They were both aiming for the late game, but they took advantage. Team Verso took advantage of small mistakes that happened from Homeboys in the first match, which they actually took advantage of, and they started pushing to the tower. So yeah.
Okay, Soldier, same question for you. When we look at the flow of the game, where did Verso Time really start pulling ahead?
When we see the drafts for Homeboys and Verso, as we are chatting with Adham, I thought Homeboys is winning, but Verso flipped the table and he won and dominating in the game, because we didn't thought maybe Homeboys having some mistakes, and Verso they play around it, and they know how to play around it perfectly, in macro and micro manners. They know how to play it, they know how to dominating, and they know how to control the map 100%.
Yes, that's good. But let's talk about the MVP of the game.
So the MVP of the game is Verso Kodik, which is got 4 kills, 1 death, and 10 assists. He was such a great player this match. So I'm very excited to see him in the next game and see if he's going to remain as the MVP, or we're going to see a new MVP in the next match. Yeah.
But do you think their shot calling was the difference maker here, Good?
It did play a difference, of course. I believe so. Yes, it did play a difference. There is actually one thing that Verso took advantage of, which is the first pick of Homeboys when they picked Hilda.
Yes.
Right. Hilda is mostly focused on a single hero, where Team Verso actually capitalized from that, where they picked crowd controls. And if you look throughout the match, Verso was actually aiming for single heroes, which were away from their team. And these are the mistakes that mostly happened in the match, is that Verso is, Homeboys, some heroes are, or some players are a bit far away from their other team. So Verso ganked on them one time after another, after another, after another, until they took control of the entire map.
Okay, Soldier, I know we did not expect this win. What surprised you most about Verso's performance?
We see like Verso impact on the map. It's very different on the paper, because in the paper we see like Homeboys is drafting well, having heroes pool more perfectly, and we thought like maybe they will win the early game and they will take advantage on that. But in the game it's different, totally different. Like we see Verso, they are taking advantage on the early game, they're taking advantage on the objectives, and they're taking advantage on the map and how like spreading in the map, and know how they are taking advantage on the mistakes of the Homeboys. That's perfectly, you know.
All right, there are plenty of insights here, but we're just going to take a short break while both teams get ready for Game 2. Don't go anywhere, the action continues.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
heading straight into the draft and ban phase for Verso Time versus Homeboys. Verso Time took game 1 and now the pressure shifts. Can Homeboys respond or will Verso Time build on that momentum? To Groom, after winning game 1, what kind of bans do you expect from Verso Time here?
Well, I'm expecting the bans to be the same, to be honest. As we've seen until now, the bans are almost the same for each and every match. So we're going to see Grog get banned, we're going to see Eve get banned, we might see Fanny get banned, the usual. So yeah, we're looking forward to see if there are actually any target bans happening. This time it's Lancelot, because the first game, Lancelot played a huge part in the win for Verso. Although Verso are the ones who actually banned him this time. Are they planning to show us another jungler for this match, or are we going to see something else?
To be honest, for Homeboys, it's like they are now under pressure and they need to take a new plan to stick on it. So we will see new scenarios for Homeboys more than Verso. Verso, they are in the resting phase and they will focus on the next step, and maybe they will stick to the plan, like they went with it, or maybe they will continue with the same scenarios or the new scenarios they will make.
Soldier, if you are Homeboys, are you expecting Verso Time to respect ban what worked in game 1, or force Homeboys to show something new?
For Verso, they need to respect Homeboys, because Homeboys, it's not like other teams. Like Homeboys, they have the macros experience and micros, and we see it like in the group stages. Also Verso, but Verso now for the drafting, and we see the last drafts, they have respected Homeboys very, and we see it like they're targeting bans, they are flexible picks, we saw it. That's why Homeboys and Verso, they are respecting each other, and we will see respectful picks and respectful bans for them together.
Yeah, as you said earlier, these are meta bans that we are seeing right now.
Meta bans.
But Groot, we saw what worked in game 1 for Verso Time. Do you expect Homeboys to ban against the strategy or ban specific heroes?
I think they will stick to the plan. I don't think I don't think they will ban specific heroes. They might do that, but I think what Homeboys are going to focus on right now is actually trying to go for different picks to actually minimize the weak points that they had in the first game. But most probably we might see actually similar picks, almost similar picks with slight changes in some roles.
Okay, so first pick is always crucial. Is this what they are picking right now?
So they have a choice. They actually can go for Hilda or they can go for Ruby. There is Eve, which is actually open right now, but they chose to play it safe, and so they picked Gatotkacha in the beginning. Playing safe is actually also a good choice. But this gives a chance for Verso to diversify more on the picks of the meta picks that are actually available for them to go for right now.
For Homeboys, they need to change the priorities, and they need to deny Verso from comfort picks, and they need to let them, or they need to force them to choose the meta picks, and they can control it or they can counter it with it.
But for Homeboys, how much does this first pick, Gatot, define the rest of the draft, you think?
I think going for Gatotkacha, when going for actually meta pick or giving the opponent team meta picks, they know that most probably they will actually push them to go for these picks. And as we saw right now, Team Verso actually picked Eve and picked Yuzong, which are both meta picks. So Team Homeboys is focused more on countering those meta picks. So that's what they did right now. So they might go for Selena, and they went for an Alice as well, which is basically a counter to both the picks that Verso went for. So yeah, Homeboys is doing a great job picking those heroes right now.
To be honest, Homeboys, they are trying to counter the picks, and they are waiting for the Verso steps to do it, and they will study it on time, and we will counter it in the drafts. because Homeboys, like, sometimes they are winning the drafts, but in game, they have some macros issues, and Verso, they have the advantage to do it, and they can they have advantage to control the map, control the objectives, as we saw in the first game.
Yes, yes.
Good, as these picks come in, what kind of composition is Verso Time building toward?
From these picks right now, I see that actually Verso is still aiming for the late game. It seems so that they're aiming for the late game. But as for Homeboy's picks, mostly I think Selena would be such an annoyance for Team Verso. And since Selena is actually a burst damage focused hero, they decided to go for heavier picks, just like Hylos, which Hylos is mostly unlikely to be chosen in tournaments, but they might be forced to go for that pick, or they might have another strategy or an idea of what they want to do in this match. So we're still going to see the remaining picks to see the full picture, I would say, of Team Verso's strategy.
Soldier, for Homeboy specifically, what ban must happen here to stabilize Game 2?
Like for Homeboys, they need to deny Verso from crowd controls, as we saw in the first game, as Roby, Labo, like they need to deny it, because we saw in the first game for Verso, like they have too much crowd controls, and we need to deny it because we don't need to see the same scenario again and again.
Yeah,
because Homeboys, they need to fix the scenario and they need to play on their scenario, not on their like Verso scenarios.
That is very true. That is very true. And as we can see in this match, actually, when we look at the bans, we have 3 actually, or 4 jungle bans in this match. We have Fanny, we have Yisun-Shin, we have Hayabusa, and Lancelot. So these bans are actually going to change on how these teams are going to pick their jungles right now. The choice of jungles right now that we have are kind of limited to
the meta.
To a couple of heroes, I might say. Like we do have Suyo, which is still in open as a jungler, and there are other heroes also. See, right now, as you said, Soldier, Homeboys is actually trying to minimize the crowd control, and that's why they still ban Joy, which is also a crowd control jungler, I would say. So this is going to be such an interesting match. And if they pick Moskov, oh my god, this is going to be... Wow. And Vendetta. All right. So actually Homeboys is playing the role of crowd control plus damage this game more than Verso. But still Verso, they do have the crowd control elements, as we have Yve, we have Yuzong, and we have Cloud as well in the gold lane.
To be honest, I like Homeboys. They are trying to deny Verso from some of picks, but for Verso, like they're trying to play around what they have on their hands, because we need to win this game, because we have 1 game left and we will qualify to the next stage.
Yes,
so they are trying to play on the new scenarios. They are trying to make new strategies during the draft, because in the draft now on the paper, for me, Homeboys as in the first game, because they have the priority, they have the advantage more than Verso.
But good, do you think they're drafting for comfort or out of necessity?
I think Verso is drafting out of necessity. They're forced to go for their picks. Although, on the other hand, there is one pick from Homeboys which is going to be a problem for Homeboys themselves, which is Selena. Selena is going to have a very hard time with Claude and with Eve, because they're using their Purify skills. And we have crowd control heroes which are supporting Claude and Eve also. So I don't know what is Selena going to do this match, and Izanami needs to be out of this world to come up with something to face the picks from Verso, to be honest with you. So I don't know. I'm excited to see what Selena is going to do this match in front of Verso.
We will see early tempo from Homeboys, and we will see late games from Verso.
That is very true, yes.
Yeah, this is where the drafts either become very clean or very forced.
Until now, the puzzle is completed, and the game will decide who's gonna win and who's gonna dominate in the game.
But on paper, who won this draft?
For me, Homeboys.
For me, it's Verso.
Oh, now
it's
Verso.
Now we are
different.
different.
Yeah. So yeah, we're excited to see what's going to happen the next match between Verso and Homeboys, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen. You know, in those 10-15 minutes, I would say the next 10-15 minutes in this match.
Who will it be? Verso for you,
Verso,
right?
yeah.
And we have Homeboys. Here.
Homeboys.
Yeah. What about you?
I'm gonna play it safe.
All right, nah, fair
Who's
enough.
gonna win? She will cheer for us.
Yeah.
All right, drafts are locked in, heroes are selected, and it's time to see if the preparation pays off. Let's send it back to our casters for game number 2.
Here we are. Game number 2 of this best of 3 series already.
Daniel.
Starting to pressure Daniel. And Daniel gets out, but my oh my, a Fredrin versus a Benedetta jungle.
Yeah, man, I'm not sure if what's going to happen here. The sun does come out, and I was going to ask about this specific pick, you know, this Benedetta jungle. And gosh, when was the last time we saw this? Well, I can't recall. I know it's been a minute in my time, you know. It's been a while since we've actually seen that, and you know, it's one of those things where if you really lean into it, it could work, but it's one of those picks that's very risky, and I think that's why that last choice for Verso time, they just went with the Fred. They're like, you know what?
Yeah.
We can play this safe. We can actually dance around these objectives and extend it if we want to, and play into a Claude late game power spike that you know, we should have. And they've got a great front line. They've got a great initiator too. But Castle got the Yuzhong, and that's something that Homeboys is gonna have to work with here. Arrow thrown out there in the mid lane, but nonetheless, no follow through just yet. So I don't know, that's one of my main stipulations with this. I think Verso Time actually has a pretty beefy lineup that can scale into late game really well. But it's up to Homeboys to make this more damage-centric lineup in the early game work for them.
Yeah. The way that I look at this draft from both teams is that Verso Time have created a holistic composition. It's as able as to go to the point. While Homeboys first
Throne of Ruin with the gleam. Verso Boro gets the turtle. But Zeno's going to fall in the fight. Castle picking up a kill himself. And Reza trying to get away any way he can. But it's a double for Castle. What a start. Boro will fall in exchange. So it's going to be a trade across the board. Objective going to Verso Time. And again, I'm going to say it. Every single time we see a Yuzhong get a lead, that's going to be tough to deal with.
Yeah. And in order for Homeboys to take advantage of the fact that they have taken down Zeno, is to invade their jungle. But it seems like Verso Time have dealt enough damage for Homeboys and bought enough time for Zeno to get back onto taking his own side of the jungle. What's really scary about this Benedetta is it's almost a glass cannon in a way. It's the way that you risk it. It can be strong in the early game if you are on point, but it can also be disastrous if you just keep on dying. So far, Aman has not been showing us he's about to fight.
Well, right now, that Glorious Pathway is just slowing things down so much. Was trying to jump away. Daniel, though, stopped in his tracks, but luckily not enough damage just yet. And that's one of the things about this Verso Time lineup that we were talking about. It's not going to have this early game throughput when it comes to damage just yet. So even though that was a great Glorious Pathway coming out from Boro, they couldn't capitalize on a kill. And so Homeboys getting what they can. I think by the time they transition into this next turtle, they'll be in a pretty good position. Good burn of the flicker there, battle spell down. But, you know, that's one thing. I think they need to fight into the second turtle, and maybe Homeboys can start to build an advantage from there.
Yeah. You see that eventually, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like the invasion coming from Aman, I think this is good. This is the way they can play this Benedetta. Be oppressive, be invasive with Verso Time. And quietly out there, the Verso Time have already built up 1,000 gold lead. It's mainly because of the overreactions coming up from Homeboys. We know for sure that they don't have as good as an early game there is compared to Verso Time. Because we're going to see Verso Time. It's a very holistic kind of draft. A box type strategy that has good early game, good mid game, have a dependable late game. Homeboys, they have a higher ceiling.
Gonna force the fight anyway under the turtle. AOG dropped down. rotating happening. Both gold laners staying in the gold lane, but Xeno will get the turtle, and SOD thrown out. Melcutie does take it. He follows through. He's going to get stunned though by Boro.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was not where you want to be if you're Melcutie. An arrow thrown out, at least to cap out something, to take out Castle. They had to shut him down, and Izanami will get that kill.
Yeah, that's definitely just consolation now for Homeboys, because that was a disastrous fight for them. They already lost Turtle, they have lost Reza, have lost Daniel, and then Melcutie tries to go for a fight, did not get any kill for the team. In fact, fed a kill for Verso Time. I think that was definitely a disastrous moment for Melcutie. The fact that he is a Moskov that does not actually have to go for fights. I mean, you're happy if you can land the SOD and maybe get a kill afterwards, or, you know, safely get some pickups. But if you're risking your life by giving away your lane to your opposing marksman as well, really not doing a great job. And Melcutie has to really make up for that. And Homeboys have lost so much ground in the first 5 minutes because of their bad decisions.
Yeah, I almost wondered what if he just didn't use SOD and, like, you know, just kind of check things out. Definitely wouldn't have had this lead build up even further. Not only that, but Verso March now has a bit of an advantage against Melcutie, obviously, and, you know, as a Claude, you can play into having that advantage against, you know, Moskov. Ooh, RWM catching Izanami. Great usage here for Kojic to use that ultimate, capitalize on a kill. Wow. Amal might be in trouble. What a petrify! Black Dragon form going to be used too, and they tries to go and fight this in a 2v1, but Amal will fall as well. Reza, too late to this fight, might just be able to go ahead and stall out that push on the tier 1 top. But Turtle's up, and Verso Time balloons the lead nearly to 4,000 gold.
How about that juggle coming up from Xeno as well as Castle? I mean, they have spent so much resources, but that was Amal that they were able to take down. This means that this turtle will be free. And that's a perfect word. They will balloon this lead so much.
I like balloons.
Yeah. And it's difficult to pop now. I mean, they do have this Benedetto, but it seems like it's not in the right place now, Homeboys.
Yeah, this is one of the things here, Wolf, is, again, they're going to go switch the lanes up. They get more space to work with as the turrets fall down. Oh, Castle might be caught here in a bad position. It's actually still going to be able to survive it with the heals from, again, this Yuzhong kit when you have this. And it helps so much when you have this type of lead, this kind of power in the early game. Now in the mid lane, he's caught once again. Daniel trying to get away, but he can't survive it. Verso Time taking the pickings here, even though they're revitalized just to top everyone off. And also Verso Time, they'll make their way towards another turret if they can get this. If they get the tier 1 turret down in the mid, it's almost nearly a you know, free positioning to deal with the next Lord when it comes up at the first Lord. Wow. They're gonna fight for it. That's exactly what they want to do. Like Dragon Form already going to be used. Amal trying to get to the defense, trying to disengage Reza as well. No one falls. A bit messy, and at least up top, Melcutie will be able to push in a turret up top. The tier 1 finally falls.
Looked to be a really good pincer coming out from Verso Time. Members of Homeboys were just mobile enough and tanky enough to get out of there. Good news, like I said, Melcutie is able to farm up top. However, Xeno already prepared for the storm. Chastise Pauldron is the second item for Xeno. I wonder if he has his blade armor up right now, because if you combine those two items together, now that is an anti-Moskov item set for Xeno. Xeno does not need to really counter the Moskov as of this moment, because the Moskov is not hitting him anyways, but they have prepared for it. And I wonder if Homeboys themselves are going to punish that. Maybe they can allocate magic damage against Xeno if they can. But let's see.
Fighting for this Lord here. They're going to keep Melcutie down there. Castle is there as well. Not sure if he's actually going to try to force that fight in the 1v1. It looks like he is going to go for the fight anyway. An SOD thrown out. It's going to miss, though. Lord's going to go for the reset, and Daniel is gone. The Black Dragon form is going to be used. Melcutie's going to lose this 1v1 unless he gets away, and that he does, but his team is getting decimated on the other side of the map as a triple for Verso March. and Verso Time will now make their way to go ahead and solidify this Lord take, as Izanami can only just throw out Abyssal Arrows to stop Verso Time from going further.
Homeboys might not have faced the Dragon Yu Zhong in that Lord fight because Melt Beauty was fighting up against Castle. Almost died, but fortunately had to flicker. Even after the ultimate and Petrify commitment from Castle, was scary that he did not land the SOD, so he cannot get out from the Yu Zhong, but eventually he was able to get out. However, Homeboys, they were taking care of this Fredrin, but they forgot how to control March. March had a triple against Homeboys, and there's so much damage that's coming out from this Cloud already. At 10 minutes in, I would wager he has his ultimate, his 3-item power spike already available. The fact that he was able to take on Reza, and honestly, this Cloud pick coming up from Verso Time is just paying so much dividends. It has good scaling, great damage profile against Homeboys.
Daniel should be able to get away if he has to burn the AOG, and that he does. Chasing him down, they'll get a flicker out from Reza. Right now, Verso Time playing with his 7,000 gold lead. They'll take what they want in the tier 2s. Shields are up. They're going to pop here in the mid and the bottom, and Lord makes its way up top as Verso Time gets ready to potentially end the game with this type of lead, this type of push. I'm not sure if Homeboys is even ready and fighting for him to deal with this. Daniel again getting shredded down, or whoa! Goodbye, Amal. He jumps into his own death. The Lord's going to charge into the turret. The mid's already going to fall. Casco leading charge once again with the Glorious Pathway step down. Daniel taking the brunt of the damage. The waves are cleared, though. So at least this, but the push in the bottom. Can they continue on with just one cart minion? Verso Time might give this a try. Another wave in the mid, pushing Daniel once again. Being brought low. AOGs are found to heal up, and Melt Cutie as well. Base takes a little bit of damage here. Black Dragon Form going to be used. They're going to push him off the base. Verso Time sees the win in sight, but they have to manage these waves as Daniel's gone. They get a huge setup, though, but a Blazing Duet's going to be used, and now Amal cleans up Castle. Can he get more? It's already going to be fought for. Amal falls down, unfortunately, and Verso Time sees the win. They're going to go for it. They're going to do it in a flashy way, potentially taking out Izanami, but the waves will push in, and that will be a sweep for Verso Time. A one-sided game from a draft that Verso Time have built and designed. You can see that the way that they built the heroes that they had in game number 2 was more of let's win in every aspect of the game. Early game was theirs, the game was theirs, and of course we did not even reach the latter portion of the game. It's good they played it as well. Great player. As usual, Castle was on point around the neutral objectives. They have punished this Benedetta by not losing their side to the jungle and make sure that the Fredrin will have the same amount of levels and farm with the Benedetta despite dying in the first fight. And when they activated the squad, it was way, way too good. Very safe. They didn't have to risk anything. The Claude and the way that they set up for this squad to have a great game was phenomenal. And up until the end, the way that they utilizing the Eve ultimate, I think that was the icing on the cake. All of the Eve ultimate in this game, perfect. Imagine having to play up against Selena, but not get constantly cancelled because of the proper usage of the real world manipulation. Everybody from Verso Time were just on point, man. Yeah, really, really good there. Again, it's been that's been true, you know, ever since I think a lot more people were able to go ahead and tune into Verso Time in their recent tournament here before Games of the Future, and they stay true to that.
Everybody make some noise! Who is the most talkative person in the group? Amazing. Well done. Congratulations. Talk to me a little bit about, you know, this whole game plan. You guys took the lead in the first 2 matches. How was the performance of the team?
I don't know, we're just playing.
What do you think of your opponents today?
Good.
Is that it? What do you want to tell all the people that have spent, you know, an hour and a half watching you guys?
Thank you.
Amazing. Well done. Verso Time, everybody. Congratulations. Off to the quarterfinals right now. How are you guys ready? Mentally, game-wise, preparations?
Let's see, we're ready.
All right, here we go. He's not the most talkative person in the group, that's for sure. Well, thank you very much, everybody. Verso team, one time. Good luck in the quarterfinals. Thank you for being here with us.
Welcome back to the desk. Verso time have done it. A clean 2-0 sweep over Homeboys and a very convincing close to this best of 3 series. So game 2 showed composure, control, and confidence from start to finish. So let's break down how Verso time secured this series, what went wrong for Homeboys, and what this result means moving forward. To start, Good, starting with you. Compared to game 1, how did Verso time elevate their performances compared in game 2?
Well, it all started with the draft picks. You know, I had my concerns with Homeboys picks. And it showed in the game. For example, when I talk about Selena, what is Selena going to do this match? She did nothing, almost, because she was facing tanky heroes. And another mistake that Homeboys have done is that they were banning a lot of junglers that they might have taken advantage of. Which is, you know, they got stuck with the Vendetta as a jungler pick, which is unlikely to happen, you know, in tournaments. But they had to do it. They had different picks that, you know, they would go for, but they banned it all. So they did not have advantages at all. Verso, on the other hand, in the draft picks, took advantage of Homeboys' mistakes in the bans and the picks, and they used it, you know, for their benefit.
But Soldier, can we say that Verso won this game due to draft advantage?
To be honest, Verso win like in a draft and in the game itself. Because Verso, they are focusing on how they are taking the kills under the towers, they are roaming the ganks, and the objectives they are taking, they are focusing on totally on the whole map better than Homeboys. Homeboys, they are trying to defend, they are trying to resist that snowball from Verso, but Verso, like, they are dominating from the drafting until the map, until the end of game, because it's a one-sided, because Verso, like, they know how to play it on macro and micro manners more than Homeboys. Homeboys, they didn't expect that from Verso. They thought maybe we will win one more game and it will be 1-1 and we will have one more advantage. But Homeboys, like Verso, sorry, it was like a surprise from them, and they surprised everyone.
It felt like Verso time were always one step ahead. Okay, looking at the numbers from game 2, because the stats really tells the story here. Goods, can you tell us about the statistics?
Yeah, sure, of course. As we can see, Verso was dominating in the total gold, the towers destroyed, Lord slain, Churchill slain. It shows that they were actually dominant over the entire map. It shows from their picks also and their builds that they were actually more focused on the tanky side of building, and they left the damage for Eve and Toad as expected, of course, and they were protecting them with all they could. That's why Selena had a hard time trying to get the Claude and Eve was controlling the map like never, you know. Like, I would see Verso Kojic would actually be the MVP again of this game if I'm not wrong, you know.
We will see.
Yeah. It's wonderful.
But with this statistics, can you explain why Verso time closed this game so efficiently with these statistics alone?
To be honest, for Verso, like, you can just focus on the goal difference between the two teams. Verso have the goal difference between them, and the kills it's 16-4-4. So they have the objectives difference, they have the goal difference also they have the kills difference. So Verso, they are focusing on the three important things more than Homeboys. Homeboys, they are trying to defend, they are trying to play on the late game more, they're trying to make it the game late until they will get their advantage, their snowball, their win condition. But Verso, they have the win conditions in the early, they have the win conditions in the mid game, they have the win condition in the late game.
Yeah. And now let's talk about the MVP of game 2, because there were some standout performances there. Let's talk about the MVP. Good.
Yeah, of course. So Verso Castle is the MVP of this match. Who played with Yuzong? That's very much, like a good choice as an MVP because he played also a big part. He was actually dishing out a lot of damage and he was taking a lot of damage in return. In fact, Verso Castle with Yuzong, he's the most one who actually took damage from the enemy team. And, I would say he played also a part of around 40 to 35% of the damage dealt to the enemy team. So he played a big part in his team in this win, of course.
Soldier, do you agree with the MVP of the game?
To be honest, Castle with Yuzong, when I saw the game from the top lane, he was doing absolute perfectly style. He's trying to wait for the rumors to come and the gang, and they are trying to prepare the kills setup. He have the setup for the kills under the towers, and he can get the kills easy for him and easy for the roamer.
What did Castle do that consistently tip fights in Verso's favors?
For the Castle, he was setting the kills, setting for the chances to get the kills for the mid lane, bot lane, and he was like the front lane for him, for the team, and he's protecting also the back lane.
That was a very team-oriented win, but individual brilliance still mattered, and Castle showed us that.
Yes, definitely.
So on Playoffs 3, we will be having T.Max versus T.Spirit. What can we expect in this game? Looking back at the group stage between T.Max and T.Spirit, which we will be having later on.
So, T.Max versus T.Spirit, this is the next match. It will start shortly, hopefully. I believe in the group stage, both teams did a great job. T.Spirit were doing a wonderful job in the group stage. I'm expecting them to do the same. T.Max, on the other hand, they also did well. It was going to be very challenging for them to face T.Spirit, but hopefully they would actually show us good skills and good gameplay.
Yes, that's a great analysis. But we will be right back later on, more with match number 3 between T.Max and T.Spirit. Catch you guys later.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Let's roll!
Your team is banning. As fleeting as a snowflake's breath.
Is banning.
As timeless as a glacier's heart.
Let's make the whole world green and lively.
Welcome back to the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025 powered by ADNOC. We're heading into match 3 of the day, and this one is a do or die. T.Max going head to head against T.Spirit is the best of 3 single elimination. Once again, joining me at the desk are our analysts, Groot and Soldier. So Groot, I'll start with you. When you look at T.Max versus T.Spirit, what's the biggest contrast between these two teams coming into the series?
I think this match is going to be very challenging for T.Max in front of T.Spirit. It's not going to be an easy match for them, but I'm also expecting them to do a great job, hoping they would do a great job in front of T.Spirit, and hoping that we would see actually different picks, different metas. Sometimes, it's preferred to go off meta. It's way more fun than that.
Soldier, do you agree with this assessment?
To be honest, for T.Max and T.Spirit, they like the early skirmishes. They like the early fights. They are like, they need to fight until like we need to win fast, ASAP. But for T.Spirit, like T.Max, they are like trying to play in the macro, in the earlies. They are trying to set up the games one by one, ABCD.
Yeah. But do you think this is more about draft execution, or does in-game decision-making matters here?
Look, it depends on the T.Max. T.Max, they are having their focus on the draft because we saw it in the group stages. But T.Spirit, like sometimes their draft, it's not powerful as their play style on their games. Sometimes we saw in the paper, sometimes T.Spirit, it's not powerful, not like T.Max. But in the game, T.Spirit, it's another level of play style.
Okay, Groot, let's talk about T.Max first. What has been their biggest strength so far? And what worries you the most in a high-pressure single elimination?
In T.Max, what I've seen in the group stages, they were mostly into coordinated team play. They're very chill while they're playing. They're taking things a little bit slower than T.Spirit. They try to understand or study the opponent first before they make a move. So they're a bit more like a safe players than actually a risk takers. On the other hand, T.Spirit has a devilish spirit actually, where they want to do things very fast. They want to end things very fast. They play head on. They don't want to take their time, and they want to end the games in a very exciting manner, to be specific.
Okay, Soldier, if T.Max wants to win this series, what must they absolutely get right from the game 1?
Don't fight the rush, because T.Spirit, they are rush team, and T.Max, they are relaxed, and they need to play it on the slower and the macro and micros, and they need to focus on their mistakes, because when you are rushing and you have early skirmishes, you will do mistakes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And T.Max, they need to focus on their mistakes. At least if there is 1 mistake or 2 mistakes, they can win from these mistakes.
True that.
All right, plenty to look forward, and we will throw the ball back to the stage.
Talking about a prize pool of $900,000 that could truly change your life. But this is all part of the game here at the Games of the Future. We have a winner, we have a loser, right? But I love the concept that Games of the Future is bringing to Abu Dhabi for the very first time. Forget about the old way that we're looking at sports. This is sports reimagined, combining the physical world with the virtual world, all together under one roof. We're here on the MOBA stage, right? This is probably one of the biggest stages that these players will come across right now, competing on global stages across hundreds and thousands of viewers streaming online right now. I checked last night, there was about 900, if not more, 900,000 people watching. I wouldn't be surprised if we crossed the million mark right now, and you guys are a part of history that we're making on Abu Dhabi over the next couple of days. So let's hear it one more time. We have T.Max, T.Spirit about to hit the stage for round 3 at the playoffs right here at the Games of the Future 2025, powered by ADNOC. Yes, yes, yes. Games of the Future Abu Dhabi. Let's hear it for the first team. Please welcome T.Max. That's right, this is T.Max. You may take your seats right now. And now, Abu Dhabi, let's hear it for their opponents on the other side of the stage. Please welcome T.Spirit. This is T.Spirit. Good luck to you guys. Good luck to both teams. You may now take your seat and let the competition begin.
Welcome back to the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025 powered by ADNOC. And as promised, we're jumping into the draft for Game 1 between T.Max and T.Spirit. So this is a best of 3 single elimination. So every ban and every pick matters right from the start. So good, let's start with T.Max. In a high pressure Game 1 like this, do you expect them to go for comfort bans or respect bans against T.Spirit? I know we've been seeing meta bans right now, but...
Well, actually, I believe in the first game, it might be, you know, playing safe, you know, meta bans. T.Spirit is very excited, huh? Yeah.
Feel the vibe
That's
here.
the spirit. So, yeah, I'm expecting the first game to have the usual meta bans to see how things go. And then moving on from that, we might see maybe other bans or picks in the second match onwards, as we've seen in the first 2 matches, you know. So I think they were playing safe in the beginning.
Okay, Soldier, from T.Spirit's side, what are they most likely targeting in this first ban phase?
To be honest, like as a T.Spirit, I will try to testing the waters with T.Max, and I will see what can I see and what can I bring from them, like how many cards, hidden cards I can get, because I have best of 3 and I have 2 chances. So I will try my best to try to get how many picks and bans they can get, how hidden cards, how many pocket pick they have. And for the bans, we can say maybe it's like frontline bans, jungle bans, more than like XP lanes ban.
But are there any mass ban hero that T.Max cannot afford to let through?
Crowd control bans like Labo, Ruby, we have Eve also. So these 3 matters for T.Spirit.
Yeah, mostly, I think you know, Soldier is right. We might also see a Fanny ban, we might see Rug bans.
Okay, good,
yeah.
Soldier. Eyes on the screen now. Yeah. This is where the mind games begin.
Yep. First ban is Grok, actually. Not taking a chance here with Grok. Grok is such an annoyance, actually. After his rework, he's becoming, you know,
little annoying in the map.
Yeah, and it's such a stunner, and he dishes out a lot of damage using his ult, so they don't want to take a risk of that. The second ban we've seen from T.Max is actually Kalea. Kalea is also such a crowd control. As I can see right now, the usual crowd control bans. Cecilia also is a ban right now. Such a crowd control and such dishes out a lot of damage. Has very high life steal as well, so they don't want to take chances with that. Surprisingly, we haven't seen any jungle bans up to now. We have 4 bans, which are mostly fighters and roamers. And then we have the Eve ban, the usual. We've seen Eve in the last match, and what she's done actually played a huge part. Yeah, plays a huge part. So, yeah, everyone knows Eve is such an annoying mage mid laner right now.
Do we think that this ban is about fear or about comfort?
Fear. Definitely.
They are feeding from Eve. Because they saw it in the last game, and they it's used to it. Like everyone is picking Eve. He can be a superstar with it, and the team they can play with a long range, and they can easier to go inside, and they have the front line. They have damage dealer more.
Yes, that is very true. And it seems from the bans, even from the third ban, which is Hilda, it shows that both teams are actually more focused on single damage heroes more than actually crowd control heroes. But the first pick, as we've seen from T.Spirit, is actually Zushin. Zushin is going to be annoying. You're going to see in this match, how annoying she can be. And yeah, single target heroes. Yeah, Hayabusa is one of the picks as well. He still didn't actually lock in, but he's thinking of it. Yeah, he's thinking of it, seeing if he's actually going for the Hayabusa pick or not. As for Bimodeki, we're still waiting for his pick right now. Maybe waiting for instructions. Oh, we have the Chu is over here. Yeah, there we go. So they might not actually go for Hayabusa. They're going for Chu and Lunox, which is basically single target / crowd control heroes. So yeah, that's such a great pick for T.Max.
To be honest, Adam, if you saw the jungle bans, the team is focusing on early control focus. And if we saw the support bans, we will see team fights denial. And for the XP, we will see frontline priority.
That is very true. And I believe why they picked Lunox is they wanted to counter Zushin, because Zushin is going to have a hard time in front of Lunox in the early game. But in late game, you might say actually Zushin shine more in the late game. And as we've seen from T.Spirit, the pick of Claude and Hylos also, it shows that they're playing the usual, actually, let's say old school meta kind of picks. So we'll see if this actually works out for them. For the third pick in T.Max, Cypher might go actually for Lunox, or is he going for Hayabusa, as he showed him in the beginning? Nope, he's going for Lancelot. So Lancelot is such a great pick in this match. They're mostly focused on Zushin, to be honest, as I can see right now. They want to, make Zushin kill her in the early game, so she might have a hard time in the mid to late game.
They will take the advantage in the early game, so she cannot do anything in the late game, and she don't have any damage and or prior advantage.
Yeah, delaying.
Yeah, as we are seeing these picks, what must be banned next, you think?
From T.Max, they banned Fredrin. I believe T.Spirit right now should focus more on trying to ban a fighter, actually, an XP laner, or a gold laner in that case. They're mostly focused on an XP laner or a gold laner in that case. They might actually ban Lapu Lapu, because he's still open. He's still there for the enemy team to pick. And there are other choices as well.
For the red side, they are thinking about engage and disengage more than, because it's about the team fights and they like to fight. It's like a chaotic style they need, and they need to focus on the disengage and engaging and the frontline safety more.
Exactly, and that's why we saw the Ruby ban, which is basically an annoying XP laner. They're like, keep it aside. We don't want her in the match. We don't want to see her in the match. She's going to give us a hard time, especially with the picks of such as Lancelot and Chu as well. So that's a good ban. As for T.Max right now, they might still focus on the jungle bans, because T.Spirit still did not go for a jungler. They might force them to go for a jungler just like they did with Vendetta, but they went for Guinevere, so they're still focusing on the XP ban. Right now, there is still a chance for T.Spirit to go for a good jungler, but let's see their ban. What is it going to be? What are they going to go for?
Yeah, the last ban will continue. We will see for the last ban for the blue side, because we have now 2 XP laners, it's banned. they are focusing a little bit on the XP more than like jungles, because now jungles it's already open and Labo it's also open for the blue side.
Yes.
So you'll see maybe they will focus on Labo or the like different play style at hand.
Yeah, probably they might go for a different lifestyle, but if playing safe, I think they would go for banning Lapu in that case. Or Gatotkacha, but I don't believe they would do it. So they went for a Lapu ban, yeah.
So are we seeing a defensive ban here or an offensive ban?
It's actually a defensive ban. Yeah,
because they are scared from it. Like they don't want to see it in the game because he's a little bit annoying and he's in the meta and he got buffed and everyone is focusing on it.
Actually, what I think T.Max would go for, they might actually, Vendetta is actually a great choice for an XP laner, facing the picks from T.Spirit. That's a good choice, or even you know, an off-meta pick like Joehead or a meta pick like Xborg as well is available.
Yeah, Xborg very good like to choose here. Also for the Joehead tag rail, also we can see.
Uranus is actually a good choice. Yeah, Uranus is such a wonderful choice, the king of lifesteal. But we still have Esmeralda, by the way, in the XP lane. There we go. There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah. So I expected Esmeralda as well to happen. Edith is also a good choice, but
we are seeing Yusen Shen.
Yusen Shen, yeah, Yusen Shen is a good jungler, to be honest. Maybe T.Max did not actually expect them to go for that pick, but I think Yusen Shen is a force pick for T.Spirit because this is the only choice that they have right now, other than Hayabusa. But Hayabusa is not a good choice facing the heroes, the picked heroes from T.Max actually. So,
but these drafts from T.Spirit, does it rely on early game or scaling?
No, it's mostly scaling. It's not early game. These are not early game picks. I think both teams are actually looking to go for the mid game, not late game, mid game. Yeah.
Because Yusen Shen, you need to wait until like mid game until he will get like his complete items and he will can make the more damage. Because the red side he can like little bit counter it during the farming, during the roamings. But Yusen Shen he can little bit farming and he can focus on the jungle side better.
Yes, that is very true. I believe T.Max will go for a marksman to face Claude. They're still not sure what to pick, I believe, so there are lots of choices. What do you think, Soldier? Granger.
As we said, marksman.
Yeah, they would go for a marksman. Granger.
So does T.Max draft have a clear win condition now, I think?
Yes, definitely. They have a very strong win condition. Lots of their players are dishing out damage. Although on the other hand, they're not very tanky compared to T.Spirit. T.Spirit, they have more tanky choices, but they also have a lot of damage dealing. So we're gonna see a lot of kills this match.
We will see a lot of like play step from T.Spirit because, as I said in the beginning, it's a chaotic style they like. That's why they picked tanky and damage dealer. More than T.Max, they are playing in the structured thing, and they like to play it like ABC until Z.
So with this draft, who won it and why?
T.Spirit. It's like a chaotic style and fighting style. That's the thing I like. Yusen Shen.
Do you agree?
I'm waiting.
I would agree to disagree on that case. I think T.Max actually has the upper hand in this match because they have higher mobility, much higher mobility than actually T.Spirit. So yeah, that's what we're expecting, and the match started right now. Excited to see. We're gonna see lots of kills this match. That's what I'm sure of.
And they're very hyped about it.
A lot of objectives also.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so we're going to hand it over to our casters to bring you all the action. Don't go anywhere. Game 1 starts now here at the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, powered by ADNOC.
Here we are. T.Spirit going up against T.Max. Nobody expected T.Spirit to be in this spot, but here they are after almost being taken out of the tournament, out of being eliminated, but gonna be facing up against T.Max. Do you think that T.Max has got the composition to actually take game 1 against T.Spirit, Naisu?
I think they do, man. This is one of the things that it's a little bit of a throwback. King Ares has the Uranus, and then you have the Esmeralda across from them. Hold on, mid lane though, they're quite low. in a good position. Fowler's actually dying to the first blood. One shot was going to go for his own. Sunset Lever goes forward just to drag him back. A whole lot of battle spells thrown out in the first minute of the game. But it's a trade, though. The 1-for-1 across the board. To answer that question, though, I will say T.Max. I like the composition they have, Wolf. You know, I think it's a pick-off-centric composition. Anytime you have the Cho there, that's going to be the case. But also, you kind of have some insurance towards the late game if you get there. But I would say T.Spirit has that, especially with Hiko on the Claude. You know, once he gets those 3 items, that power spike's going to be there. It's really going to be difficult to kill Sunset Lover because of moves like this. I don't know if you're going to get away this time. Yep. The key goes down. BMO down in the mid.
Look, the key for T.Max. I'm gonna snag actually this Uranus. Tank Hero survived. They did not even force a flicker. So King Aries only has to pop the concentration for that one. I think T.Max are fairly okay with this. However, T.Spirit have already blown them out.
And the fight for this turtle is just going to result in TS getting it, right? T.Spirit's got control of this turtle. One shot secures it. Now, if you look at the lineup from T.Spirit, it's literally nothing fancy, right? This is like, what this lineup is just kind of, it's very standard in the way it's going to fight. Eventually, when Hiko is online, then the Claude kind of adds some variance to that. But what I was going to say about Sunset Lover too is on his Jushin or even the other mages that he likes to play in the mid lane, he doesn't die much, you know. And that's if you notice in a lot of Team Spirit's games, Sunset Lover is able to go ahead and play more on that utility style mages, and he can also play the more bursty ones. But when he does get his hands on the Jushin, for example, like this, he's very good at just kind of controlling the battlefield. And then you complement that by having the Hylos. The Hylos has been popping up more and more and more once again within the meta. Glorious Pathway, obviously one of the great kind of crowd control ultimates drop down. It really slows down or cuts off exit routes for the opposing team. You pair that up with the Jushin, man, you have so much control within these fights. King Aries, this is what I'm talking about. This Glorious Pathway, it's going to slow him down. He's going to be able to get the stun, and then they clean up the kill. And that's why I was saying my point with the Hylos works so well in this current setup of, you know, having more crowd control, being able to catch certain heroes out, even like the Uranus now.
And what's great about that Sawa ultimate, Glorious Pathway was laid down in advance. He
knew
down the Glorious Pathway where King Aries would go, not where King Aries would. So it was a nice use of the ultimate. And T.Spirit will actually collect the turret. Top might even make a move onto the mid lane because they know that they're very powerful. Quietly here at 4 minutes in, you have 2,000 gold lead for T.Spirit.
Big lead already up to this point in the game. We'll see if T.Max is able to adjust, and most of that adjustment is just to see what Cypher can do, but he's getting thrown around, and there isn't much that you can do about it right now. One of the changes with the Jushin, like I said, she went through a little bit of a change with a recent patch. There's that cooldown, of course, of about 4 seconds when you throw someone around before you can throw them again, but this is just an objective go in the hands of T.Spirit here. Second turtle of the game, easy take for one shot. So it's T.Max trying to scrape up what they can here, Wolf, and going to try to potentially make a play. Now dropping down the Glorious Pathway. They know they want to fight this. Even 3v4, they'll take this fight, and they're going to throw King Aries around. A couple Rhapsody shots here from Lei will keep them from initiating further.
For 3.4k gold lead for T.Spirit. You wouldn't think that it's a massive lead, but if you look at that time, it's just 5 minutes for this game. Now they're taking over. Kid Bomba even got there where his back is.
Saksu!
Unlikely to actually get the orange bulb, but the fact that they're giving information and forcing retributions all over the place, it's already good. And now can be back to farming. Will prompt T.Max to decide what lane to go to this.
Oh, this is going to be tough now. Fighting around the purple buff. Pathway dropped down by Salo. Kid Bomba jumping in under the turret for key. But they just have everything lined up. Cypher trying to get away, burning, but 1 HP will still stay alive. The rest of the team not going to be so lucky as King Aries falls. And meanwhile, Hiko just doing his thing, working on that bottom lane to go ahead and push in that tier 1 turret. So right now, T.Spirit playing fully into the advantage that they have, and T.Max are looking for some type of play somewhere, somehow. But you're starting to see this gap build even further, even just between the jungles here.
They've taken out a purple buff away from the Lancelot, and even making the gap between one shot as well as Sapu even bigger. Moment T.Spirit are poised to take this turn, and it might even be a kill. Sapu's ultimate is so on point.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the amount of value he's getting out of this Hylos right now is just it's maximum value. The glorious pathways have been amazing. Sao himself is just able to go ahead and take up so much damage, and you know this is like one of the best experiences you can have as a jungler. Your one shot, you just do what you need to do. You know, rotate, get your buffs, get the turtles, and scale up as quick as you can. The rest of the team is just on control of the jungle, and as you mentioned, Kid Bomba doing a fantastic job at actually just giving information over to the rest of the team. Like, hey, you know, Saksu is here. He's grabbing his orange buff. He's up on this top of the side of the map. If you guys want to make a play, you probably can. And this is what's going to happen here. King Ares trying to get away, popping the concentrate. You go there, nice dodge with the BMI. Blazing Good are going to be used, but he is cut off from the rest of the fight. They're still going to go for more as Cypher falls. Kid Boba joining the fight, going to pop the brilliance here. King Ares trying to get away, but he's dragged to his death. A beacon under the tier 2 bottom lane. T.Spirit will take 3.
Wow, a clean take. From T.Spirit, especially when the likes of Kid Bomba are jumping in just to force on the brilliance, and then everybody will just back out and then go back to the fight with such precision coming up from T.Spirit meant that they looked untouched. And felt like they didn't even have to worry about their lives during that moment. Like T.Max were just so in the defensive that the resources that they have that should have been used for their own offense weren't even used at all. T.Spirit are just running through it, rolling through T.Max right now. Oh!
Nico jumping in with the Blaze, do it. 3 members, 4, just feeling that strength of a fully locked in Pico at this point. I think he's got the 3 items already. They've scaled up so fast, man. 10k lead at 8 minutes. Maybe he's just got 2, working on the 3rd. Okay, look at him. Okay, yeah, he's working on the 3rd right now. I was gonna say he's got to be so close with this kind of lead and just the laning he had. Yeah. He's not yet to the tips, right? The 3-item power spike, but he's almost there. Yeah. He's almost there, and you could see it with the Blazing Do It already, just pumping out that damage.
Well, you can see the T.Spirit are very comfortable with the outcome of this early game with it. So from the mid game, we haven't even reached the mid game yet, but now we are. The Lord is now available for T.Spirit to take last pawn, and there it is. Man, 850. 8 minutes and 50 seconds, 3-item power spike for a gold laner. We haven't seen that in a very long time. Ever since the patch, the next project next, where out of the gold inside lanes were produced, we have not seen any 39-minute 3-item power spike. This is one of the fastest 3-item power spikes we've ever seen. As of late, I mean.
Yeah, this is about one of the fastest ones we've seen, at least here too, for Games of the Future, I'd say. You know, one of the quickest power spikes that we see built up on a lineup that, like I said, isn't anything fancy. And honestly, if you look at all the team fights and everything they've done, it's either been a pathway drop down or just Sunset Lover dragging people, right? And now, like I said, once Hiko was online, which has just happened about a minute ago or so, you know, he just needs to jump in with a Blazing Duet, brings multiple people low from T.Max, and they're not really in a fighting position. I mean, even just a couple auto attacks, oof, plus the charge up shot from one shot, able to bring them down nearly to half health as they get ready. Hiko too, though, good damage from Thorn Rose. Gonna get healed up while they're revitalized. They're gonna try to do the best to defend against this push with a massive disadvantage in terms of gold. You can see they have to really choose the way they fight against T.Spirit. They got to clear in the mid wave, though. It's got to push into here. The base turret is going to go down on the bottom lane. One shot. Go ahead and poking down at T.Max. Another one. Lord's finally going to go down here. Natsu trying to make some work. Storm Rose trying to clear out the waves, but the turret goes down anyway. T.Spirit still has a wave of pushing up top to possibly clear out one last base turret. I think even with 13,000 gold lead, unless they are able to convert a kill here, they might not push it in, but they dropped down the pathway. They're going to flicker out from King Ares. They're still going to be fine, but they can't get this turret. What's T.Max going to do here? Do they watch the base get fully taken out? Hyper jumps in, but he might have gone a little bit too far as he's taken out by Sunset Leveler, and finally King Ares goes down as well. They lose two. T.Max is going to lose the last base turret, and T.Spirit with the numbers of mid and whoa! Goodbye, Bimo, the key, just absolutely decimated. Baxter going to be next. He's going to possibly get dragged back, but the base is going to be worked on. There's one minion. It's cleared out. They still have the mid wave pushing in. So T.Spirit will wait a little bit longer. There's way too much time still here for T.Max to be back up. So the base is going to be locked on, and they will take a dominant game one.
Super dominant game number one. You will miss it. That is the kind of gameplay that T.Spirit has shown us. Absolute domination. Game number one. And looking at the heroes that they have drafted, very standard. But the way that they played it, it's really, really good. I think that even nobody from their team have actually overextended in this game. You know how good their execution was. It was very quick. Even watch it. I mean, of course, T.Max was able to get that first team fight, but versus T.Spirit just did not let go of his game. I'm sure that there are 4 points that our panel will be talking about, so let's go with over to this video.
Welcome back to the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025 powered by ADNOC. We've just wrapped up Game 1 between T.Max and T.Spirit, and what a way to start this best of 3 single elimination, a strong statement made early in the series, but remember, this is far from over. Okay, good. First impressions. How did you feel about the overall pace and control of Game 1?
Of course, it's obvious that T.Spirit actually utilized their picks much more better than T.Max. T.Max picks were actually good, not the best. They had an issue with the XP laner and the gold laner. Like a pick like Uranus might have been better if they would pick X-Borg or Joehead in that case. And for Granger is such a great pick, but not for this match. An Obsidia pick would actually be a better pick as a marksman in the gold lane facing Claude. But it seemed to me like it was more of a skill gap issue more than an actual draft pick issue.
Okay, let's bring up the numbers now because statistics tell a big part of this story. Soldier, looking at the objective control, what stands out to you the most?
To be honest, T.Spirit have controlled all over the objectives. They have 3 turtles, 1 lord, and for the gold difference, I think almost to 11k. So that's a huge gold difference between the teams. T.Spirit, they focus also in the early fights, as I said, like early skirmishes. They like to do that, like in the chaotic style. They need to finish it fast until like T.Max, they will not reach their potential or their win condition. So T.Spirit, their win condition for the early game.
So good, goal difference, turret control, neutral objectives. Do these stats reflect clean execution or mistakes from the losing side?
No, it's actually clean execution more than mistakes on the other side. Although there, I would say like a pick like Lunox actually facing Zushin was actually, she has the upper hand, but why has she not performed? Because there were better roamers, better roaming, better protection for Zushin compared to the protection for Lunox. Chu, I believe also was not the best pick to go for as a roamer. You know, he could not actually stop the pushes and the ganks happening from T.Spirit. So as we see right now, Sawo is the MVP from actually T.Spirit, who was actually playing with Hylos. He did a great job as a roamer, a wonderful job. He was roaming to protect Claude, Zushin perfectly, and also protecting actually Yisun Shin. And he was there in the team fights. He knew what he was doing, and this is what we're talking about. Well, is this T.Max's like, you know, skill? I would say no. I believe they would do better in the next match, hopefully. But yeah, T.Spirit had the upper hand overall in this match.
So do you agree with our MVP, or do you have anything else in mind? Anyone else in mind?
No, actually, I believe the MVP is actually the right choice. He was there all around the game. He was visible all the time.
He was influencing the team fight.
Yes.
And objectives, for sure.
Yes, definitely, definitely. Very, very, very much, actually.
Okay, let's talk about T.Max. What went wrong for them?
No, as I said, the picks, they had a slight mistakes in the picks. They didn't utilize their picks as much as they could. It seemed that there was actually an element of fear as well in the team fights. They were, having second doubts either to join the fight or just back out, They had lots of second doubts, which actually made T.Spirit benefit from, yeah.
Is this a fixable mistake within this short break? Do you think they will be able to get back in game 2?
Hopefully, lots of teams, they've done it, so I believe they could do it.
Soldier?
For the T.Max, they have a lot of cards, and they can play on early, mid game more than late game, because T.Spirit, they are focusing in early game. That's like the counter play for this one. Focus on the towers, focus on the jungle side objectives, and focus on the XP lane and the roamers. That's the thing will get you to the win condition for you.
So basically, the entire team needs to actually synergize more than what they're doing now.
More.
Yeah.
Okay, so they need to shake things up instead of focusing on their comfort.
Yeah, they need to, T.Max, they need to see what is the mistakes we have done in the first game. Because first game it was fast and not clear for T.Max, because they saw, they thought maybe we will make it for the mid game, late game, because our picks, it's comfortable with late game as we saw in the drafts. But T.Spirit, they didn't maybe they predict or they surprised the T.Max for it, and they finish it as fast as possible with the lower objectives, turtles, 3 turtles, and the gold difference and the towers. That makes more difference for the team.
That is very true. That is very true.
Yeah, plenty of adjustments to make. But when we come back, it's going to be straight into the draft for the Game 2 between T.Max and T.Spirit here at the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, powered by AdBlock. See you guys.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. when the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8-star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
Welcome back to the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, powered by ADNOC. Draft and pick is now up for Game 2 between T.Max and T.Spirit. So T.Spirit lead the series 1-0, and this puts T.Max in a must-win situation. So joining me at the desk, breaking it down for you, are Goots and Soldier.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're excited to see the second match, and we're excited to see a different T.Max this match. T.Spirit has done a great job in the first match. They dominated the first game, and T.Max, they had their issues, but hopefully they would get away from it and show us what they're actually made of. With the bans, actually, we can see that the first ban from T.Spirit is Eve, and from T.Max is Yuzong. Usually, they're very fast with the bans, you know, it's the meta bans. there's nothing to be, surprised about. We see Grok, we see Kalea as well, we see CC, so yeah.
CC, Grok, Eve.
Yeah. And this time they're banning Zushin because Zushin was very annoying the first match when T.Spirit were playing with it. They picked the Hilda immediately. We can see very fast picks. They're not thinking twice. Let's see T.Max, what are they going to do this match and what will be their picks?
To be honest, T.Max, they need to avoid the early fights with T.Spirit to reach to the win conditions, and they need to trade objectives. If T.Spirit they're doing turtles, just go bottom or just go top and take the towers and try to trade the objectives with it, or try to take kills. That's like trading. It's the best thing they can do with T.Max, because they need to sacrifice something by something for them. Wow, the picks for the both teams, the red side and blue side, it's, to be honest, targeting, meta, and teasing.
But what does this tell you about T.Spirit's confidence with this first pick?
It's a usual pick, If Hilda is open, then why not take it? She plays a huge part as a roamer. She's such an annoying roamer, actually. There is no need for them to go for another Hylos pick in this match. Maybe they want to mix and match, see different styles, different strategies, try them out. Since they're actually feeling comfy right now, having the 1-0 win. But I believe T.Spirit will still go for the win. They will try to go for the win and not just gamble. As we can see right now from T.Spirit, they are going for 2 heavy heroes plus a marksman, whereas T.Max went for Gatot Kacha, including the mid laner Kimi in that case. Now I believe T.Max still has a chance to go for a meta pick, but picking a Ruby early, do you think that this is a good choice?
For picking a Ruby as like a loser, like if you don't have a chance, it's a good, because like it's a good advantage for you. It will make you, it will buy a time during the game to get to the win condition, to get like buy the items, and it will get like for the team to get advantage on it for the Ruby.
And as we can see right now, the third pick from T.Max is actually Lancelot. And Lancelot is going to have a hard time with actually Fredrin if they're going head on, 1v1. But I believe this is another task for Lancelot. It won't be his main task to go a one-on-one with Fredrin. Right now we're back to the second phase of the bans, and we're waiting for Lei to go to choose the ban. What is he going to go for? Is he going to go for an XP laner, or is he going for something else?
Esmeralda as a ban.
Yep. Now they're going to start banning XP laners, since I believe both teams still did not go for their XP pick. And still also T.Spirit did not go for the mage pick, so T.Max has 2 choices, either to go for a mage ban or an XP ban.
Now T.Max under pressure, and they will think we will focus on the mage more than the XP, and we will take advantage with the mage better than the XP. We will give T.Spirit the advantage for the XP. Maybe it will be it will get better, but Labo as a ban.
We still have a Ruby in that case. We still have a Ruby in that case. We still have an X-Borg. We still have Joad. We still have lots of fighters. Yu Zong actually is banned. We still have Arlott as well, who might be a good choice in this actually picks. So let's see. They're thinking mage or XP ban right now. What do you think they would go for? What do you think you would go for? No idea? No idea at all. What about you, Soldier?
To be honest, for T.Max, they will think to go for the late game, and they will think, let's make it late as possible for them.
They went for an Edith ban, which is...
Wait, what is it?
Actually...
It's little bit question mark on it. For it as the meta now.
Now we might actually see a Ruby this game.
Wait, Uranus also?
Uranus is a ban, so we might see actually a Ruby this game, or we might see an X-Borg. Or probably both of them having a face-off in the XP lane. But T.Spirit still has a chance to pick Farsa as as, of course, a mage, a mid laner, or they might actually go for a Kadita as well. So let's see. We're waiting for Lei right now.
But so far, how would you describe T.Spirit's composition? Is this a draft that wants to close early or scale comfortably?
Actually, no. I believe they're gonna play early to mid. Their picks are pretty much early to mid game, so they want to reach the mid game max. But even if they reach the late game, I believe still T.Spirit has the upper hand. Still has the upper hand. But let's see. I don't think Suyo. Yeah, he went for an Arlot. So, and okay, Zeishan. Zeishan is actually not a usual pick happening, but she's such a strong mid laner, which is going to give Kimi a very hard time.
For T.Max, they need to avoid the early skirmishes until they will reach for win condition for that situation. But T.Spirit, maybe they will continue the same scenario as they win in the first game, like the early skirmishes, the early advantage, the early objectives. But as we can see in the paper, in the drafts, the pick and ban, it's little bit different, Adham, because it will be different now, because now the stress for the both teams, it's different. And we will see the last pick for the red side will be, he will choose it. Oh wow, Ruby, as we expected.
Actually, from the draft picks, T.Spirit has the upper hand in the draft picks. They have a lot of damage dealing. They have 2 heroes which are, or 2 to 3 heroes which are kind of tanky as well. And T.Max, on the other hand, they lack the damage. They have a lot of survivability, they'll have a lot of sustainability, but they are lacking damage. So let's see how are they going to do in this match facing T.Spirit.
T.Spirit, they have the early rotations better for them.
Yes, that is very true.
What do you think has to go right for T.Max for us to see Game 3?
They need to extend the game as much as they could. But even though they don't have, like, you know, with these picks, they have a very small chance.
So you're saying if this game goes late, T.Max has the benefit?
Yes.
Might have the benefit.
Might.
Maybe.
Okay, the word might.
Yeah. If they do this, if they execute this perfectly, yes, then we will see a third match.
Yeah, this feels like execution versus momentum. Okay, let's wrap this draft up. And there you have it. Drafts are locked in for Game 2 for Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. Casters, take it away.
Here we are. And possibly the last match for Max unless they pull off something different. Maybe they can punish this Zetian pick coming out from T.Spirit. Already we're seeing a different shade of T.Spirit with his Fredrin pickup. I know that it has great combo with his Zetian, but do you think that this is actually going to work?
I hope so, man. You know, the patch came out. Zetian hasn't seen the light of day for like the longest time until, you know, back in what? I feel like maybe back in our last big international is when we actually got to see the Zetian still kind of forced. Like, it was like forced to be picked up when she first came out. But, and then she fell off. And the fact that T.Spirit brings it out here is actually really interesting because, yeah, so for those that are wondering, after the patch, Zetian has more damage and less mana for her skill 1. So that's going to help her basically through the late game damage output, because that's one thing that was talked about a lot, you know, when she first came out was, yeah, it just feels like she falls off at some point. You know, the Fury of the Phoenix ultimate, now all that stuff is great, but it just felt like she was lacking something. And maybe that change is going to help here a bit, that bit of a buff. And we'll see how this plays out. Now, my biggest thing here, Wolf, is T.Max got absolutely rolled game 1. Now, this lineup should allow them to not have that happen again. It should be able to. There's some early damage here. They're going to get the flicker out from Sunset Lover. Sawo there to help him. But that is a resource down, and I think that's one of the main things. They just got to make sure they don't get snowballed over like last time.
Again, they start this is to eventually punish this Zetian in the mid lane, because the main weakness about Zetian is mobility.
Final smash already used. in the little space here. Kid Bomba actually is able to flicker out. One shot securing the objective. Gets the turtle.
Oh, wow.
There's the Fury of the Phoenix. What a great stun. Finding multiple members. A double for Kid Bomba. He wanted to make it a triple, but now they're looking for more. The flicker comes through just to stay alive. And oh my goodness, it's already started 2.5 minutes in.
The T.Max did not expect such a tempo of coming up from T.Spirit. In fact, Subject Lover was level 3 when that fight broke out. Before that fight broke out. Before the turtle fight. Once they get the turtle, obviously all of your heroes will get their level 4. Sunset Lover pops the ultimate, the perfect timing that allowed T.Spirit to get 3 kills cleanly against T.Max. And not only that, nice, they have stolen the purple buff away from Sakzu the Lancelot. We were talking about how important this is for T.Max to get back. But man, that's just the first 2 minutes of the game, you're already in a massive depth for T.Spirit.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be, man. You know, this is almost reminiscent of the last game. You're a few minutes in, you're already facing a couple thousand gold deficit, which again, with this kind of lineup that they have, they don't want to be in that position. You know, they want to go ahead and because we've seen this many times. Like, if you don't have that traditional marksman, now the Ruby's great. We've talked about this quite a bit. You know, you have great crowd control, you have great sustainability, but there is a certain time in the game that lacking that traditional marksman in the gold lane or in that team composition is going to most likely affect the way that you can close out a game. Yes. And the fact that you're playing with your back against the wall already in the early game and you're most likely going to lose this second turtle as well is a tough position to be at with this kind of lineup, because again, Hiko is in the same position. He's basically just a ticking clock here for them. As soon as he's online, he's got even the 2 items, he's going to be okay. You see, he actually got pulled by Lei using that I'm offended, but Hiko didn't even need to use a Purify. He's fine in that lane until eventually he joins these team fights later on.
2.5k gold lead for the next turtle, and level 7 one-shot.
Oh! Big final slash once again, forcing the fight, throwing a ruin, throwing out there. Emo Key trying to get away. Sakzu also on the run now. Kid Bomba actually quite low. He's going to go for that stun. He pops the regen, but King Ares will be able to whittle him down. It's still a trade, though, the 1-for-1, but the turtle will go in the hands of T.Spirit.
Oh, that was the closest start coming up with the combo of the Zetian. Go with Scarlet. Combo it up so well. Unfortunately, T.Spirit kind of overstepped their bounds and wanted to really take down Sakzu. Sakzu runs away. They will lose one of their heroes. Kid Bomba is an important hero to preserve, in fact. However, T.Spirit will not be punished. One-shot impact, even against the purple buff. They put away from Sakzu. That's the 3rd cycle now of the buff, right? And 2 out of the 3 cycles, Lancelot weren't able to get the purple buff for himself.
This is definitely one of the things you're seeing here in this game and the way T.Spirit has been playing. You know, ever since their group stage game where they got bullied by RQ Hoshi, I feel like they've really refined the strategy here, Wolf, you know, and they are playing like a team. For some reason on the first game on Stream A, it just seemed like they were disconnected. Well, they quickly fixed that in the previous days, and they're a well-oiled machine up to this point. So for T.Max, they're going to have to be able to, like, they need to match that. The presence that T.Spirit has across the map, the way that they're actually giving each other information. You see this so often with the way that Sowell is playing. And again, he's so proactive in that roam role that it gives so much information to one-shot and the rest of the team to move around the map. So that's one of the big pluses here. Whereas on the flip side, unfortunately for Cypher, he's left to mainly kind of playing defense and protecting the team or protecting BMO the key. Because there's been so many instances, especially when that flicker is not available. Comes up now for BMO, but earlier on it was burned. So, you know, Cypher is just trying to play Guardian up to this point. And it's a really tough position to be in as the roam for T.Max.
Yeah. DHS picked up by Hiko just a few moments ago. Would assume that it's actually 2 items available for the bot now. Don't go for King Ares.
Should be able to get away with the Gleam here or something, but the final slash is going to keep him there. Throwing a Ruin used up. He heals up a little bit. He will be able to escape. Oh, good. The Fury of Phoenix is going to actually stun him. Good discipline on waiting to use that. With King Ares gone, Saksu, what's he going to do? He's going to go for Hiko, try to convert something out of this. The Blazing Duet going to be used, and Samo joins the fight just to make sure he's there, but they want to secure the objective. Last turtle of the game, it's going to be started up by one shot. T.Spirit has a clear sign to take this. With the Saksu, no room to move here. So turtle secured. Hyper on the run. I'm not sure Energy Eruption is going to be used, but not worth it. T.Spirit continues to once again build up on this gold lead.
Yeah. We are just quietly farming up top. Only have actually only waiting for the golden staff, I believe. To usually go for that kind of build up. And this will mean that eventually T.Spirit will just run over T.Max once again. That plan is going to be crucial as well in the late game.
Cool. Just gone. I mean, even as a tanky hero, so quick to just go down. And again, this is proof of having this kind of lead.
Yeah.
You know, we saw this exactly in game one, Wolf.
Yeah. We see a lot sort of invade here coming out from on top with Cameron. Of course, increasing his lead over the Lancelot once again. Lancelot is just level 9, almost level 10. One shot is 11. And actually take out this purple buff. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
One shot was ready for that. And Arlott Fredrin, a classic combo. Even a Lancelot apparently cannot escape.
They're not going to let up here, Wolf. Under the turret, in between the tier 1 and tier 2. T.Spirit just unrelentless on what they want to take from T.Max, not giving them a moment to breathe. T.Spirit wanting to end this one just as quick as they did in game 1. And like you mentioned, that deadly combination of the Fredrin Arlott just proven why it's such a deadly kind of combo of kits that you could utilize in many different ways.
Then Zetian and Arlott with additional stun from the ultimate that is almost guaranteed. It will mean that you will ever so pop your blend to pass in a spin bomba. And Sunset Lover from some reason get an orange buff from somewhere. This is how massive the lead is. And now they can go for Saksu once again.
Oh. Once again, look at this. Cypher, not sure if he's going to be able to get away. He's relying on that pass, but he goes down at Hiko. Hiko going to the back line. He will get stunned here. A couple flickers via Burn King. Aries going to be next. He tries to get away. He pops a flicker from Hiko. Goes in under the turret. Will pick up another 4 fall for T.Max. Only Saksu left alive. Lord is for the taking. The shield will pop in the mid. And there you go, T.Spirit once again finding themselves 11,000, almost 12,000 ahead, just like in game 1. With this Lord secured, they'll get ready to go ahead and march into the base and potentially sweeping, sending T.Max home. Let's take a look at the replay.
With Bumble being the aggressor here, Salvo on the other side pressurizes Sniper out, and then the initiation. One shot is there, goes to come from T-Bomb, but then gets out. Wants to clear out the of the lane. Then Hiko, feeling ever so confident, there will be no punish whatsoever. As they not only get the team fight win in the bottom lane, they also get the Lord unscathed, untouched. It's looking bleak for T.Max. It will take a miracle for them to get back. Let's see if they still get something to attack here.
Not much of a fighting position to be in. One shot jumping through the wall. King Aries already low. Has to go ahead and heal back up. Lord working on this base turret. A Divine Glaive picked up for Sunset Lover to do even more damage. They're waiting for these waves to push in so they can time it out as the Lord finally takes the top turret down. Hiko will take down the mid turret with a wave pushing up bottom. T.Spirit seeing the win in sight. They might force it. Once again, they're going to go. Kid Bumbo waiting for that final slash. He's going to use it. They're collapsing it down under the base with that wave pushing in now to take out the last base turret of T.Max with this massive lead, 14,000 gold. Does T.Spirit stay around to fight? A couple Guardian Helms to pick up to top off the health bars, but it looks like they'll go for a bit of a reset.
They will live to see another day. Last for a few more minutes. 4 items now available for the squad, including the electric roar, which will then be backed up by a winter crown. I think that's definitely the way to end this, the end game scenario here for the pod. Whereas for T.Max, they're still looking for items on the Lancelot. Lancelot had to pop this brute force breastplate together with the War Axe, completely skipping the upgrading Fury Hammer. That's how difficult life is Super Satsu. How many cycles has it been since he was able to get his purple buff? He might not have gotten any purple buff after the first one, so it's really just a difficult play now for T.Max.
Very dire situation to be in here, Wolf. I mean, this is a massive deficit. You usually don't even see it get to the point, you know, at this point, even if it's 10,000, you're like, man, that's so hard to work against. Now 14,000 in this case, you know, you got T.Spirit basically locked in terms of itemization. If they wanted to actually force a fight, they could most likely win it, but there is always that chance if you force that fight when you don't really need to, that you give that opening window to the opposing team to just kind of turn things around. Because the shutdown gold would be massive here if T.Max is able to get it on the right heroes. And that's why you see T.Spirit, again, a team with veterancy that has played multiple internationals and multiple tournaments together up to this point, still showcasing that they're going to go and do the right things, stay disciplined, grab this objective, and then march into a base that doesn't have any base turrets left for T.Max. So Lord is obliterated just as quickly as T.Max has been through these fights. And they might choose to just fight Cypher. Get some shots from Hiko here, but they'll prep up for this defense.
And stubborn Hiko stealing away the purple buff again. How long has it been since Taku was able to get that purple buff? T.Spirit are going to be methodical with it. Going to be waiting for the Lord. A massive army of T.Spirit minions, heroes, and the Lord going to be knocking into the base of T.Max in the face of elimination. Let's see how they defend it.
Good Bomba jumping in with that final splash. Here's the combo they've been doing all game to take out T.Max. 2 fall. Lord is still up. They can just lock into the base, but they still want to go for the kills. They go for more. Base at half health. Lord still up too, and T.Max desperately trying to clear something out, but it's just way too much as T.Spirit will sweep out T.Max.
Back-to-back dominant games coming out from T.Spirit. But what's amazing about game number 2 is that they have shown us how to use this Zetian. Arnold Fredrin is a combo that has been there for quite a long time now. It's one of those staple duos. But having the Zetian on top of it allowed them to have more ways for the Arlet, for that guy that you're seeing on screen, for Kid Bomba to initiate. A wonderful showing from the entirety of T.Spirit, shrugging off whatever mishaps they had in the day 1 of this tournament. Now they're looking hot, as everybody expected T.Spirit to perform.
Yep, GG's here to T.Max, presenting from Cambodia here. Again, you see this, you know, good sportsmanship, of course, across both teams. Again, a lot of these players have quite extensive international experience, and they've played against each other in the Land of Dawn many, many times, but you can't deny the fact that T.Spirit just was the better team here, dominated throughout the series, back-to-back games, and it seems to be the case. Like I said, you know, they've improved so much. Let's go ahead and throw it over on the stage for the winning interview with T.Spirit.
Well done. Incredible performance. I would say you were one of, you know, the highlights of the whole game. Who would you say out of all the team members kind of stepped up their game and helped you to win this entire game?
I think everyone did. We rewatched our games against RRQ and we saw a lot of mistakes. So now we're just going to keep playing well, and whatever happens, happens.
Amazing. Now listen, you guys have moved on into the quarterfinals. Of course, you know, the competition is getting tougher and tougher. What's the mindset like? How are you guys prepared for the quarterfinals now?
Very well. We're just waiting for our match tomorrow, and yeah.
Listen, how bad do you guys want this trophy?
Very bad.
Like very, very bad. Listen, how's your experience finally, you know, Games of the Future, first time in Abu Dhabi. I'm not sure if it's your first time in Abu Dhabi, but how's your experience been so far over here?
It's been great. Hotel is great as well. Food is great. Everything's great. So, yeah.
Everything is great. Well, once again, everybody, make some noise to T.Spirit. Thank you for joining us, and good luck in the quarterfinals. Thank you.
T.Spirit closed it out in dominant fashion with 2-0, and they are moving forward in the single elimination bracket. It's an incredibly composed performance from T.Spirit from start to finish, but also a hard-fought effort from T.Max, who showed moments of brilliance despite the scoreline. Groot, let's start with you. A clean 2-0 on paper, but did this series feel as one-sided as the results suggest?
Yes, it did feel one-sided, but not because of T.Max is a bad team or anything. It's just there is a skill gap, and experience played a huge part when it comes to T.Spirit. They're very well experienced. They played lots of tournaments. They faced lots of huge teams, so they learned a lot. T.Max still needs to learn a lot. They played well. Their draft picks weren't the best, but they were good. So I believe T.Max is actually on the right route to, to be future stars.
Yes.
Yeah.
But Soldier, what stood out to you the most in T.Spirit's execution today?
To be honest, T.Spirit having the objective controls more, map control and map rotations, map visions, and also the early mid-game controls. And there is a fewer mistakes they made in the mid-game, but they fix it fast, and because T.Max, if they saw this mistake, they will take advantage and they will take the shutdown, and they will take more gold. But there is a lot of gold difference, a lot lords they have, turtles though, so they focus on the objectives and more gold and rotations.
Okay, Groot, from a macro perspective, how impressed were you with T.Spirit's control across both games?
Total domination. That's the only thing I would say. Complete domination from T.Spirit. And as we can see with the numbers explain themselves. Actually, the gold, huge difference. No towers destroyed from T.Max. No Lord slain, no Churchill slain, which shows that T.Spirit was dominating from early, mid to the late game until they finished the game. So kudos actually for T.Spirit for this amazing performance. Kid Bomba with Arlot was out of this world. He was doing great. He was assisting the team. He was pushing lanes. He was there all the time for his team, and I believe he would be the MVP. I hope I'm right for once, because every time I say an MVP, it turns out to be someone else. But I believe Kid Bomba would be the MVP for this match.
We will be seeing. Do you agree, Soldier?
To be honest, Kid Bomba was totally dominating the map, helping his team, taking the advantage, clearing, protecting the engaging. He starts the fights and he can disengage the fights, and his team, he can understand it very well. They have the chemistry, they have the synergies, and they are keeping the rhythm high and high for the win. We cannot lose this match. We have a few mistakes, but we can fix it like this by the blink of the eyes, and they fix it and they win. And to be honest, it was a fabulous game.
But you're saying Kid Bomba, but this is based on consistency or clutch moments?
Actually, as
and
we
there
can
we
see,
have it.
Yeah, Kid Bomba is actually the MVP. I'm glad he is. He deserves it. He was actually the master initiator of each and every fight, if you notice. He was initiating the fights. His team was waiting for his initiation, and then they would start, bombarding, basically.
That's why Kid Bomba.
Exactly. He's the initiator, and then they would start bombarding the enemy team.
Yes.
So, yeah, a great performance from T.Spirit in this match. Excited to see them tomorrow in tomorrow's matches, actually, and wish them all the best.
Yes, and on the next match, I think we will be having T.Falcons versus Mythical Seal.
Yes,
yeah,
that is true.
That's going to be matches the end of the match, but I really like it because Falcon and Mythical, it's another story. You need to tell the story to your kids.
Exactly. Team Falcons,
But how do you see the matchup playing out between Team Falcon and Mythical Seal?
Basically, Team Falcon are MPL winners. They actually participated in the major world championship. So they have all the experience they need to face Mythical Seal. Mythic Seal, on the other hand, is still a strong team. It's still a very strong team. I'm excited to see what are they going to do facing Team Falcons.
Yeah, we are just all excited to see the next match. We can't wait. Okay, and now the viewers should keep their eyes because coming up next will be Team Falcon versus Mythical Steel after this short break. See you guys.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8-star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery, and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final match of the day, and what a way to close things out. Do you agree? Because coming up, it's Team Falcons versus Mythic Seal here at the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025, powered by ADNOC. Okay, Soldier, when you think about Team Falcons, what comes to your mind?
It's the history about Team Falcon. Like, they are a championship for 2 years, and like they reached to a higher and higher level of the competing in the several tournaments, and they reached to a higher level of knowledge, experience, player knowledge. It's the team. If you are competing like versus, it's hard to you to compete in the same level.
But Groot, how dangerous are they in the long best of 3?
They're very dangerous. Team Falcons have been proving themselves the best of the best in the Middle East and in Africa. So, yeah, Team Falcons is going to be such a very strong opponent to Mythic Seal. We have, of course, players like Sanji, Boyed, Cuffin, Sano, and Troll, who are pros at what they do. They've had tournaments. They won tournaments before. They are runner-ups for the EWC. They've won MPLs. So Mythic Seal is not gonna have Stroll, today. They're gonna face one of the best. So wish them all the best.
On the other hand, we have the Mythic Seal. But what do you think? What preparations they need to make when facing a powerhouse like Team Falcons?
For the Mythic Seal, they need to focus how to win and how to see like Falcons they did in the last tournaments and the last games, because they will learn from it. They will check where is the mistakes of Team Falcons, where is the hidden points, the disadvantage of Team Falcons, because when you're you seeing and you showing the games and you're focusing on their games, you will get some catchy points. You will play around it.
But maybe they can be like what we were saying earlier, dark horse. Maybe they have some unpredictable thing, up. They have some cards to show. So I want to make a bet with you guys. Now I am participating. So for me, okay, I will not play it safe. I will bet it will be Mythic Seal.
Wow.
All right, that's quite a bet, actually.
Against Falcon, you will go for a Mythic Seal? To be honest, it's a fair enough, because Mythic Seal, we don't... Maybe it's a dark horse. Maybe they have a pocket picks. Maybe they in the hidden. We don't know behind the stages what they are going to do. Because Team Falcon, we used to it because they have the full team. But for the Mythical Seal, the history of it, kinda curiosity.
Yeah.
We can say it.
Yeah.
Because Mythic Seal in the group stages was a little bit too hard for them, but they come up to the play-ins, and we are seeing them now in the stage, because the stage, it's another level of experience, stress, and the vibe, and the competitive for the stage, it's totally different. Maybe Team Falcons is used to it for the events like MBL, EWC, and others events they are winning, but Mythic Seal, maybe they will show their cards on the stage more, because some players, now I'm on stage and I will play more and more. Not used to it also.
Yeah.
So do you bet we are seeing a 2-0 game, 2-1?
I think it will go for 2-1 for Team Falcon. But Mythic Seal, they will try to resist the strongest team we have in the play-ins. One of the strongest. But Mythic Seal, they will try to their best to play around their mistakes, around their rotations, around their map rotations, map controls, and we will see 2-1 for Team Falcon.
But for Groot, which team you think handles momentum better?
I would say Team Falcons. You know, I'm a Team Falcons guy today. You know, I'm going against you head on. You know, so I believe Team Falcons is going to do a great job today. I believe it's going to be a 2-0 for Team Falcons. But I wish all the best for Mythic Seal because I believe they studied Team Falcons pretty well. You know, before facing them, or else it's going to be very hard for them actually to win. You know, so yeah.
For me, I don't like to see like 2-0, like one-sided game. I want to see more and more for the stage.
Yes, you see, now I think the games are ready. Counting down back to the stage.
Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025. This is it. This is the moment. Let's first hear it for Team Falcon. T.Falcon right on this very stage for the final round of the playoffs. You may take your seat right now, gentlemen. Good luck. Let's hear it for their opponents across the stage right now. Let's welcome Mythic Seal! This is it. Mythic Seal on stage right now. Best of luck, gentlemen. You may head to your seats right now. And let's get the competition started. Here we go.
It's everyone. We're just moments away from the draft for Game 1 between Team Falcons and Mythic Seal. But before we see those bans and picks on the screen, let's take a bit more time to set the stage. This is the last match of the day, best of 3 single elimination, and that alone changes how teams approach everything even before draft begins. Soldier, when you're in a situation like this, last match of the day, single elimination, how different does the mindset become compared to earlier matches?
To be honest, for Team Falcons, they have enough time to study, enough time to practice, because the last game of the day, and they have, and also for the Mythical Seal. So both teams, they have enough time to study, preparing, and playing, and practicing the same mindset, the same, let's say, play style on their minds. And we will see, like, on the stage, it will happens whatever, like, having in the backstages, like with the coaches, what kind of preparations they did in the behind the stage.
Yes, understand. But Groot, since it's been a long day, how much does fatigue factor in this late into the day?
For us or for them?
Can be both. For them, for sure.
All right, of course. For both teams, I believe they would be actually prepared. You know, they're well prepared. They're well rested. They know that they're the last team, so they had their time actually to prep. They had their time to watch even the other teams play and to get an idea of what is going on.
All
and
eyes
the
are
going
on execution now. The draft is done, and it's time to see.
We will see a new clash between Falcon and Mythical Seal. We are going to see the Bantam picks. We are seeing Uranus, and we are seeing Eve for the blue side, Uranus for the red side. It's a kind of target bans we are seeing for each team.
No, I believe it's a meta ban, and for Uranus actually it's a target ban, but for the other like Eve, Lancelot, you know, it's a meta ban. I believe Mythic Seal, they know that someone in actually, I'm not going to say who, I know who, but I'm not going to say who, from Team Falcon that actually is a pro with Uranus. But the other bans are basically meta bans. They know that whoever goes for these picks has the upper hand, so they would actually they're playing it safe from the beginning, from the first match. But I believe no more testing waters. What do you think? Or are they going to test waters for this match?
For Team Falcons, they will not test waters because they are confident with it, and they are confident with their play style. Like, they are saying, let's stick to the plan, and we will not change it, whatever happens.
All right.
But for Mythical Seal, they will test the water.
I can see Mythic Seal is actually, they might actually go for a Fanny. This is the first time you might see actually Fanny today.
Fanny always banning.
Yeah, Fanny is always in the ban. So are they actually going to go for it, or are they still thinking about it? As for Team Falcon, of course, Zushin is actually, you know, an easy pick. You know, it's an auto pick, I would say. But Myth, are they actually going for Fanny? No, they're not. They're going for Esmeralda and Yi Sun-Shin, which is the safer, actually, pick, to be honest. Because if they pick Fanny from the beginning, they know Team Falcon are pros. They know that what they're doing. They're very experienced. That they would know who to pick to actually, you know, stop Fanny from farming at all.
But for Team Falcons, as far as I know, they like to play on the structured team fight more than random team fights, random objectives. They like to make it like on the rhythm, on like ABC, until they will win the game. But for Team Mythic, maybe they will not predict it until like they will see inside the game what happens and what's going on like in the first 5 minutes, let's say?
Yeah, most probably. As I see, Team Falcon is actually going for the safe picks, you know, the guaranteed picks like Arlott and Fredrin. You know, they're looking for basically a kind of a mid to late game picks. From what I can see, Myth is actually doing the same thing as well, going for the Esmeralda and Yisun Shin, which actually kind of, you know, tells what they're planning to go for, which are they actually following the same route as Team Falcons.
For Team Falcons, like they are trying to focus on their objectives and the early team fights, and Team Mythic, they need to avoid the early team fights and the early objectives, and they need to trade it with, let's say, towers and kills.
Exactly, yes. And what surprises me is actually Mythic is they went for the Grok pick, which is actually a first time for us to see him play. Is it confidence from Team Falcon, or you know, is it something else? Actually, they didn't actually expect Mythic to actually go for the Grok pick. But let's see the second ban phase, starting with Team Mythic. Who are they gonna go for? They went for a Gator Catch ban. We can see, and of course,
Farsa.
Okay, they went for a Farsa ban. This is very interesting. I can see they're targeting the. We have an XP laner, we have a jungler, we have a mage in Team Falcon, so we still have a roamer and a marksman or a gold laner for Team Falcon that they would actually go for.
Some of teams at home, they need they know how to play around the Grok. Like Team Falcons, maybe they are not scared like other teams. Like other teams, we are seeing always Grok ban. They are not. We didn't see him until now. It's the first time. So Team Falcons, maybe they have the confidence to like we will play against and we will play around it, and they can counter it also.
Most probably, yes, they might counter it, but it's unlikely. Hildeman as a roamer, they're actually making it kind of harder for Team Falcon to go for the roamer. But there are still lots of options like Tigreal, there is Matilda, there is, I would say, Atlas. There are lots of actually other roamers picks, but what would they go for in that case? We will see. So Ruby ban is the final ban for Team Falcon. I'm kind of surprised that they actually went for Ruby ban because we already have Rock and we already have Esmeralda.
Maybe they are scared, like they will play more crowd controls, and we don't need annoying heroes. Like enough Grok we have, like it's against us. No need for Ruby, so they will play around like safer picks for them.
Actually, even if Ruby went for a gold lane, I would counter her by picking a marksman, you know, because, you know, Ruby should actually get very close to me in order, as a marksman, to actually target me or try to kill me, which I'm kind of surprised why would they go for such a ban. But anyways, Khalid is actually such a good pick if they're actually going to go for it. As for the mid laner in Team Mythic, they picked Kimmy. Okay, Team Falcons are actually taking risks right now.
We will see Khalid this time.
Yeah, we might see Khalid and we might see Granger. As a safe pick for a marksman, I believe Obsidia would be actually the better pick than Granger, but
Granger.
Yeah, they're taking the risks. They're taking the risks.
At this point, do you think who has the clearer win condition now?
For now, it is not easy to say, to be honest. It is not easy to say. Both teams, they have amazing picks. Are we going to see a fanning? I don't think so. Are we going to see a fanning?
To be honest, the Grok, both teams are like surprised me with their picks. It's like now 50-50, and in the paper also it's 50-50, and because you cannot predict it, because Team Falcons, they have their own play style, and maybe we will see the early games rotations and focusing more than late game, and also objectives and the map control more with Falcons more than Mythic. But Mythic, the last pick, they will go for Labu Labu.
They actually went for Lapu Lapu, which who was going to go facing actually Khalid in this match. This is both teams' draft picks are amazing. this is the first time that I'm actually clueless.
So we don't know who we are giving the draft advantage to.
No, both teams are actually did a great job in their draft picks.
Since we don't know, what does each team then need to do in game for this draft to succeed?
Yeah, for me, Falcon, they need to play around the early game, as I said, because for me, my playstyle is early game always and objectives. If you take these two, you are winning this game and you can snowball easy. But Team Mythic, they need to resist that snowball and they need to avoid the early skirmishes and early fights, early aggressiveness.
I believe actually both teams are playing for the mid to late game, and this match might actually, I believe it will actually take a while to end. We're going to have lots of team fights, we're going to have lots of pushes, so it will actually take a while. This is going to be a one long game.
Yeah, teams are ready and it's time to get into the action. From all of us here at the desk, let's send it over to our casters for Game 1 of Team Falcons versus Mythic Seal.
Thank you so much, panel, for the breakdown here. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's me, Naisu, with Wolf to bring you our last and final series of the day. This best of 3 elimination match between Team Falcons and Mythic Seals. We've got some good drafts here. I would say on both fronts, Wolf. I think both of them serve the purpose really well. But I don't know, man. I'm going to have to lean towards the potential here with Team Falcons lineup. Just because, I'll throw that out there, just because the Arla and the Jushin have been working wonders, especially paired with a Fredrin in there. And Troll, he's got a Khalid. So this is a solid lineup for me in my book for Team Falcons for Game 1.
I guess the term that we can use is it's a balanced lineup, right? You have your late game scaling with a Ranger. You have so much early game courtesy of the Fredrin. You want to poke into the mid lane. And then the Jushin with this Khalid is just so strong in the mid lane that can help this Fredrin Arlet combo, right? So I can't blame you. This is such a balanced lineup coming up from Team Falcons. Mythic Seal, however, they have employed their Eastern Chain was the training with the Grok, which is also very strong in the mid. I am expecting a lot of team fighting from both teams.
Man, just think how long Grok Kimmy has been a combination. Oh, is this going to break out?
Okay, fight gonna break out. Troll actually poking King Cash out there. In comes the lift onto Senju, and Senju is going to go down so quickly. Team Falcons have not started the turtle yet, but they're already taking out one member of the field, trying to go for more plays as they try to invade the camera. But I'm pretty sure that they have planted themselves so easily to take this turtle. As the Eastern Chain is so far out, I don't think that Mythic Seal will try to engage anymore.
Unless, I was just saying, some ways, somehow, Kuhn is just like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just try to take this. And the Retribution's used to secure it by Boyette. Right now, Team Falcons not massively ahead or anything like that, but based on that decision-making, that's what we've seen from them. You know, you got to remember Team Falcons throughout the group stage and their performances, they are the team that has gone through the ringer, man. Each of their series in the groups was 3 games, right? They went 3 games versus the Mongols, then they went 3. Oh, Sanji! Okay, Sandy's out of the picture. That's a good play there from Mythic Seal, but that's what I'm saying. Team Falcons has been through the 3-game series. They've gone. They almost also against RQ Hoshi.
Yeah,
right? They had a great series against them. It was unfortunate they couldn't win that, but definitely improving. Again, Team Falcons, a team that has so much experience. We've seen these players play for quite a while now internationally. Hold on top.
Oh, Troll the punish out there. Boy wants to fight this, especially because he has his teammates backing him up. Without any minions, without any true reward, they will not continue. With that, San almost taking out Ruby Didi down the bottom lane. Fortunately for the Esmeralda, survives. Now, Team Falcons as well as Mythic Seal, I think that they're just going to be farming their own side of the jungle. Going to be waiting for 38 more seconds because that's going to be the next big objective that these two teams will be looking for.
Yeah, possible. If that was a pickup for Sano, that would have been great for him. Again, you know, a Granger versus an Esmeralda is going to be a little bit more difficult to actually get a kill by yourself in that lane. So maybe Team Falcons can kind of figure out a way to go ahead and potentially let Sano scale up. Oh, Cuffin.
Combo. Will not
Okay,
commit
he's
to
fine.
that because, well, I think smartly they will skip that kill for now because they can get more if they do decide to take it around this turtle time. And Boyet as well as the rest of Team Fight can be prepping up for this next turtle. The expanding reverse troll, or they poking down Boye, but obviously this drop is very tanky. Boye versus Boyet in the turtle fight. Nice usage of the rampart to reset this turtle, prolonging the team fight now for Team Falcons. Cuffin already scouting out where the Esmeralda is. Can they kill out that? There is an initiation coming out from Kun, but they will miss Boyet. In fact, it will be enough to zone out the members of Team Falcons. The turtle now goes in favor of Mythic Seal, even prompting a flicker coming out from Sanji. I think Mythic Seal, just by positioning an aura alone, they have won an important team fight.
Yeah, and it seemed like the decision there was to just let Sano stay in that gold lane, get some of that extra gold from the turret, and that's exactly what they did. So even though the turtle goes over, nothing too much a loss for Team Falcons right now. Not sure if this is going to be a play here, Bob.
Ooh. Kind of with that, but we didn't survive Rampart to knock any kind of additional out there. Mythic Seal have not been successful in taking out Ruby Didi down the bottom lane, but they will lose their turn up top. So Mythic Seal are just winning the macro battle in here. So it seems. And you know, they quietly have built 1,000 gold lead over Team Falcons.
Yeah, slow and steady. Sano really working on this turret too. You know, they traded the objective. Again, with Team Falcons lineup, if they're not able to really find anything, it's just kind of waiting for that Granger to come online here. Now, if they were to try to find one of the targets, it's a little more difficult because of Mythic Steel's lineup. You know, it's a little bit harder to catch a Kemi, especially when she's able to get away. Or maybe this time for Ruby DD. Even this, when they commit, like Troll's been down here a couple times now. They do get Ruby DD low, but then, you know, they're not actually able to capitalize on a kill. I think they just really want this tier 1 turret in this bottom lane down so they can actually transition into another part of the map, but it's still not going to go down.
Well, many times they have attempted a takedown onto Ruby DD. Ruby DD will escape death once more. They're going to be poked down in the mid lane. Seems like this is going to be the step down for the next turtle. Fredrin will have to go for the purple buff for now, whereas the Eastern Chain is still ways away from the turtle. However, this is still expanding reverse, so it's easier for them to position one of the teams. In fact, Boy is going to be starting the turtle fight right now. Cuffin, the Zonat members of the on the bottom though. Ruby Didi going to be corralled down. 3 members going now onto Ruby Didi. The Esmeralda finally falls. Circle is being taken by the Kimi. Now Kun will have to brave this fighter away from that. Oh, what a tech charge!
Oh, tech charge!
And the stun will be there. This is for the disengaged Mythic Steel. They're going to be happy with a kill and a turtle for now. It's going to be zoning away the members of Team Falcons and happy to get out of that fight with only losing the Esmeralda in favor of a kill and a turtle.
Yeah, Ruby DD was able to go ahead and like get, you know, the get that distraction that he was looking for so they could secure the turtle. And, you know, unfortunately Team Falcons doesn't really have the damage to take out some of the more tankier members unless they commit a lot to it. And that's what we see here. Traction pulse thrown out.
Oh, Coffin has the ultimate for that one. Big steals. Looking like they want to make more plays out here. Martin will decide to just take away some of the green camp. Falcons. This economic damage that they're dealing to Team of Falcons right now. No need to rush. It will be a minute before the Lord fight happens, and all they have to do now is to farm up, be ready for the next big objective to happen.
One of the difficult things too, I mean, look at the gap between the junglers. Boy at level 10, King Flash farming like crazy, sitting at 13, and not stopping anytime soon. Even looking at the difference in gold, you know, about 1,500 gold above Boyet right now, and the YSS is able to provide quite a bit of damage, you know, and over in that gold lane. Like I said, Sano is going to be the one that they're relying on with this Granger here. And the Fraser's Wrath thrown out, so I'm not sure if there's any follow-up though. They wanted to, but no.
Trying to poke down the Grok. I mean, if they did get a kill,
hard to do him.
It's kind of hard to do as of this moment. Now they have, unfortunately, they didn't have to waste any of their spells, any of their ultimates. It will be available for the upcoming Lord fight, which can happen soon. The prep now for Team Falcons is to push up top lane, whereas for Mythic Field, they're sending the Esmeralda into the bottom lane to set up a slow push. Arlott will have to answer for that. We'll have to clear that way so that will be even out. Now, all of a sudden, RubyDD is in the middle of the fight, the belly of the beast. Zhenzu will be in a prime spot to deal the damage to them. And the point is point. Down, Boy once again, but in comes the level and the tech charge. It's not going to be good, but Boy is going pushing out to the back lines, onto the beast and spin. They're zoning out this beast from Mythic, and in fact, he will die because of the time coming up from Cultural Sanji. It will be a punishment. That is going to be the troll, but the jungler from Mythic still down. He's out and get another kill. That RubyDD down for the count. They are very much happy there for this team fight. They're going to be waiting for the Frederick to get back into the fray and maybe take this First Lord as it glitches back to its stick.
Man, I'm not really sure what happened there for Mythic Seal. You know, they had the advantage in terms of space to work with, but a couple misaligned ultimates brought them to this moment. They are going to be back to fight for this. King Flash making his way. Half health on the Lord here.
Oh, something going to be taken out. Sanji wants to go for an exchange. White is so low right now, and it's holding on. Get that board. Oya will be the exchange, but Sanji will fall as well. Kun, mind sweeping, looking for a target. They have found Buoyant. RubyDD wants to get a kill. But Jake Flash instead will just take this turret. Mythic should have blatantly lost that fight, but fortunately for them, they have held on for quite a long time. They have equalized. All they need to do now is to defend against this Lord that Paul was able to steal away from Mythic Field.
It's actually pretty crazy because, yeah, you know, the Praiser's Wrath was already used from Boyet, but then good timing on the Raging Sandstorm. Cures that Lord. It buys Team Falcons some of this time that they need to get this gold lead that Mythic Seal has maintained for a while now for the majority of the game. Get it back under control, potentially get some more space to work with, and get these items, you know, in the hands of Sano here to deal with some of these tankier members. This one thing that the Grok does do is it's just such a obstacle to get through, you know, not only the ramparts, but just how he's able to kind of body block and give space for the rest of the team to work with here. So that tier 2 is going to go down. Tier 1 falls as well. So finally Team Falcons is able to make work across the map. They have basically gotten rid of the gold lead that Mythic Seal had. You know, it's still almost 1,000 here, but nothing too crazy. They're actually capable of fighting is what they're showing us here for Team Falcons.
That's right.
Mythic Seal just doesn't want to make those positioning mistakes. You know, RubyDD even himself needs to really watch where he initiates with the Falling Star Moon. That last team fight that broke out before that Lord was a trouble thing here. Here's RubyDD.
You might have jinxed him. Has to pop the flicker just to get out. And apart from that, there is no overextension coming up from Mythic Seal. To be happy with just keeping RubyDD alive as of this moment. You're right. Positioning coming up from the XP laner of Mythic Seal needs to be fixed. Otherwise, he will be taken out so easily. With just the Oracle as a defensive item for this Esmeralda, it's not yet time for him to be in the spot where he can be taken out easily. And apart from that, it's the Snipers build coming out from Zhenzu, which usually it's not good for a Kimmy. I usually, you know, there are only few Kimmy players that I would say has the license to actually pick up the Skypiercer. But I guess how Nico Zhenzu is playing right now with 3-1 and 0, yeah, probably you're allowed to pick up the Skypiercer.
You gotta earn that that right. Is that how it works? To have the Skypiercer on the Kimmy, you know.
Right.
But yeah, that's one of the things. I mean, think how many times we've seen the Kimmy be picked in that mid lane, though, Wolf. Like it's constantly been popped up, and we've said the same thing. You know, throughout the game, once that Kimmy's locked in, you've got a pretty good source of damage. And, you know, Traction Pulse just kind of helps you. I feel like Traction Pulse is just one of those things where if you're going to throw it out there, you might as well see if you catch anyone. You don't always have to rely on that that ability to go ahead and set things up with a tech charge, for example. And that's one of the advantage here. So they're going to fight for this Lord. They're in positioning. Boy, it could be in trouble here. He's tanking up a lot, but he is a Grok. So
Gosh, way too early now. Boyd Snow has to dash out of there. And already Team Falcons' positioning is compromised. Mythic Seal now have regained control of this Lord. Boyd will have to exfil his way into this fight. Boye ultimate. Protector's got two. It can sniper control. They want a clean flash right now, and they're using the Zushin, but it will not be enough. They will be punished, and now Rubididi against 2 dealing damage, but will not be enough as well. He's taken out. Decent Spin transfers to the top lane just to heal up and actually get more for his team. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off. A roamer for an XP laner. As the Zushin wants to go with Easton this time. T.Flash is just under duress the entirety of this Lord fight. And unfortunately, the traction fall from miss. Sanji's ultimate is now back up. And even after that bad positioning coming up from Team Falcons, Mythic Seal still cannot take over this Lord.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get it just yet, too. They decided to give the call for King Flash to go grab both his buffs. He used the Retribution earlier on, too, so, you know, it's going to be up here in a couple seconds. So now they're in a position once again. It's basically a full reset. The difference here is some battle spells being down, especially for Team Falcons. Mount Shock are going to be used. They're going to press it.
Okay. Half-HP Lord, even 30% Boye with the ultimate of Sanji. And he has to back out. He's but in comes the final smash. Made up to a couple will take out Kun from the backside. It comes over Priest, and it will be done there for the Fedrin. And they will get more. Sanji will be the exchange, but they have collected 3 kills already. Now they want to punch Rubinini this time. Sano will escape death once more. A triple for the Granger. And they have Bracer's Wrath for the Fedrin with the Retribution to aid the team of Falcons in this push. Only Senzu left. Nice too. I don't know if this is defable for Senzu.
I don't know. It's only Senzu, man. Can he do it? He's got to clear out this wave.
Has to clear the wave. But the big minions out there. Troll wants to really apply the pressure on the distance. Sano just quietly takes out the base. Team of Falcons have found an opening against Mythic Steel. Once again, game 1 goes to Team Falcons.
Oh, you can see this here too. The comms afterwards. Wonder what was being said here for Team Falcons. I think they were, again, you know, really wanted to lock on that win. Crazy play, too, that they were able to get that Lord. Boy, it did go down in that last Lord that they secured, but again, that Fraser's Wrath, the Retribution combo, helping us secure it. So we're going to be thrown over to the panel here to break down at game number 1 for Team Falcons on this victory.
And that's game 1 in the books, and it's Team Falcons who strike first in this best of 3. A confident opening from Falcons showing exactly why they are such dangerous team in a single elimination series. But credits where it's due to Mythic Seal didn't make that easy at all.
To be honest, Falcons,
they did a great job. They did a wonderful job, actually. You know, like Team Falcons, you know, they're Team Falcons. Their play is amazing. Although on the other hand, Mythic Seal was holding on so much, and I was actually watching, and I was like, Mythic Seal might actually have a chance. But then one fight happened, and it ended everything for Mythic Seal. One small mistake, and it was over for them. Although they know, and they should know. If they don't, they should know that, you know, Falcons will take advantage of mistakes, you know, and they know they have the experience to take advantage of enemies' mistakes, and that's what they did.
Yes, Soldier, when we look at the statistics, what can we say about this game?
See, for the Team Falcons and Mythical, it was a close game for both, but in the one team fights happens that change all the game rhythm, all the game things. Because Team Falcons, they took their priorities, how to make the fights and how to initiate the fight. Because they need to have a team fight, a structured team fight. And when they did it, they destroyed everything, they took the advantage. They know how to go to the front line, how to know how to eliminate the damage dealer from Team Mythic. And now Team Mythic, it's handless and they don't have anything. And Team Falcon, they took this advantage very well.
And as you noticed, actually, Mythic Seal had the upper hand in the beginning of the game. They had the upper hand in destroying towers. They had the upper hand in controlling the map. They were controlling the map more than Falcon. I had some question marks with Arlott, Sanji, when he was playing with Arlott. But then I realized later on that they were actually planning for something. They had a plan, you know, going on. They were cooking, you know. And basically, when I saw this fight, I was like, okay. You know, they were cooking for that fight, you know. So they actually made Mythic Seal feel comfortable around the control of the map. but they didn't see it coming. They didn't see what was coming for them. So kudos actually for Team Falcons.
Talking about the MVP of the game, did you expect it's going to be Sano?
Not really. But actually, Sano was the most guy who was actually stationed around the map. He was going back and forth. You know, as a marksman, you know, usually marksmen don't do that. But he was around. He was always there in the team fights. He was stationed. You know, his positioning was actually perfect as a marksman. You know, Mythic Seal had a hard time reaching him, and that's why he never died in the match, and he got 7 kills. So yeah, kudos for him.
How about you, Soldier? Do you agree that the MVP of this game is Sano?
To be honest, as a marksman, and his movement and playstyle, it's so different than other marksmen we saw in this tournament, because he knows how to position, and he knows where can I initiate the fight, and where can I do the damage dealing, and I know how to take advantage of this fight.
Well, that's basically it. So anyway, kudos again to Team Falcons for winning the game. I know you guys were both rooting there. I guess I lost our bet.
Yes. for now on, yes.
You still have a chance.
Yes, we still have game 2.
Yeah.
But do you think going into game 2, what if we want Mythic Steel to win? What do you think they need to do? And if Team Falcons needs to continue the momentum, what they need to do to secure the game 2?
For Team Mythic Seal, in order for them to actually secure the win, they need to not make any mistakes, because they were playing perfectly. They were playing amazing, actually.
At the early game, yes.
Yeah, they were playing amazing. But one small mistake, they realize right now that one small mistake makes the entire difference. It's either win or not. So yeah, they need to focus a bit more on that.
But do you think, Soldier, that Team Falcon is going to keep the momentum and end this match, the last match of the day, with a 2-0?
To be honest, as a winner, you need to keep the rhythm up and up, because if you lose the momentum, you will not come back as old. You need to keep the momentum, and you need to know how the team will protect your team fights. Like as team Mythic, for simple mistakes, the weakness, they need to know how to initiate the team fights, not like Team Falcons. Team Falcons, they already know, they already pro in this one. But Team Mythic, I think they are a little lost with the team fights, because Team Falcons, they are step behind, step up on one step.
Yeah.
So they are already prepared.
Yes.
I agree with that keeping the momentum, because once you lose it, I think when it comes to game 3, the balance will not be the same as the first game when they seal the win. So let's see if they're gonna do it 2-0 or gonna be 2-1. Okay, we'll be right back more with the break as the team just gets ready for the game 2. See you guys.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8-star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery, and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here again with the Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025 powered by ADNOC. And now I guess they are starting now?
Yeah, they actually started the ban phase. Actually, we see 3 bans right now. Uranus, Yuzong, and Gatotkacha from Mythic Steel. And for Team Falcon, we have Abasha and Lancelot ban. We are still waiting for the 3rd ban from Sano. Who is he going to ban? Is it going to be a meta ban, Soldier, or is it going to be something else?
To be honest, for the Sano, he needs to focus on the team fights initiatives, heroes. But for that one, it will be a meta ban because all the team fights now, all the heroes are focusing on the team fight structures and how to structure the team fight and how to do it. That was Eve.
Yeah, I was actually expecting an Eve ban, so I was kind of surprised. Why isn't there any mage ban? So yeah, they actually didn't take the risk. They were like, okay, fine, we will go for the Eve ban. Let's play safe. You know, let's not give them a chance to go for Eve. Although if they went for Eve, Team Falcon would have actually went for Farsa or Zushin. But yeah, that's playing safe, better safe than sorry, we would say. Kalea is there actually. Are they going for Kalea?
Wow,
actually,
Kalea for the Mythic?
Kalea, yeah. Kalea is actually such a great choice. Oh, are they going crazy this match? Everyone's
Falcon,
going crazy.
Coffin and Troll. They're hovering.
Troll is going definitely for a roamer, but are we going for a Fanny? Is it going to happen, Soldier?
Fanny as a first pick, this is a respectful pick, but I really like it. Because it's a Fanny, a first pick. Like, first time we saw it, no, Zushin.
Yeah, Zushin, so
wow.
definitely a Zushin pick.
Interesting pick from Coffin.
They don't want to take risks, so obviously they don't want to take any risks. They said, okay, let's go for Zushin, let's not go crazy and pick Fanny, and then they would counter us with all the heroes, the remaining picks, so
to be honest,
why not?
Risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah.
So can we say that they are trying to secure this game too?
Yeah, they're trying to secure the game. They're trying to take this game seriously, actually.
Zushin and Hilda.
So yeah, Sanji went for a Hilda pick, so this
seems interesting until now.
Yeah, it seems interesting, but it's still way too early for us to judge actually if this is going to be a match that would last for a long time or not.
Sometimes from the picks you can choose, you can predict how the game will go from the first 2 picks from each team. Like for Falcon, I think it will go for the team fights early game, like Zushin and Hilda, and rumors, and a little bit like harassment in the lanes and a little bit annoying during the game. But for Myth, they're going Esmeralda and Yushin. Yushin and Esmeralda, this is the best combo I ever had.
Yeah.
Do you like how Mythic Seal is answering these first picks from Falcons?
Yeah, actually the only change they've done right now is going for Kalea, but when we're talking about Esmeralda and Yushin, this was their previous pick actually. So are they going for the same strategy, or they're just going to make slight changes? We will see in the last 2 picks of Myth actually. But for Team Falcons, we can see, Hilda is joining right now the battlefield. Sano, Akai. So this is actually okay. Team Falcon are actually taking risks right now, and they're playing it right since Akai, as a jungler, is going to give Yushin a hard time. They banned Valentina as well, so they didn't want Mythic Seal to go and use Valentina, because she would actually steal the ult from Akai and use Akai's ult against Falcon. So this is very smart for them that they actually banned Valentina immediately after picking Akai.
But to be honest, Adam, when they saw the Yushin, they go immediately Akai to counter him. To show, okay, you will go for Yushin, I will see you. I will check and I will see you in the map to pick you Akai, and we will see how to counter.
But this is a double-edged sword, by the way, double-edged sword pick. Yep.
But so far, who do you think is drafting better?
So far?
Or Falcons?
So far, I really like Mythic.
I'm actually thinking Falcon is doing the more of an experienced ban, as they banned Carry as well. So they knew Carry, that Carry is such a marksman with burst damage against tanks, and since they have Hilda and Akai, they just banned Carry immediately, so she couldn't there wouldn't be a hero that would melt Akai and Hilda down. So very smart of them, very experienced of them. Right now, Team Mythic, they banned Arlott because they've seen Arlott in the previous match, what he has done, and right now, the last ban is Sissy as well. So this is going to be one hard match for Mythic Seal. They went for close. Okay, I think they're actually trying to, you know,
secure it.
Yeah, they're trying to secure the deal. Yeah, they're trying to secure.
They're trying to secure it 2-0, and they are trying to play it in the safe. And we will choose our confident picks. We will not go like far away. We will choose our favorite confident picks. We don't need to show off a little bit. Let's play it on safe mood and until we will get 2-0, and it's easier for them. But it will be hard because they are choosing their favorite picks and confident pick. Oh, we'll see Xborg. Xborg, now you are happy.
Now we see Xborg. Yeah, I love Xborg. Yeah, I love Xborg.
But we will see Farsa, Xborg, Yusunshin, Esmeralda.
Actually, Mythic Seal's picks are very interesting. You know, the synergy is very interesting, but it's extremely high risk. Extremely high risk for Mythic Seal. On the other hand, Team Falcon, they're actually picking more synergized picks, heroes that would actually help each other throughout the game. Are we seeing a Chu over here, or
choose Roger? I want to see Roger this game.
Roger is actually used to be in the meta, but right now he's off meta. Yeah. He's off meta right now. He's not as strong as he used to be.
Yeah, and in the last days, it was very strong. But now I think he got nerfs.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So can we say that Falcon has the clearer win condition now with his lineup?
Yes, they do have a clear win condition. Chu, as the last pick, will actually force some heroes in Team Mythic or Mythic Seal to use Purify as their spell, all right, to avoid, of course, Chu's ult, because Chu's ult is pretty annoying.
But what do you think needs to happen for Mythic Seal to succeed the game 2?
They need to steal the game early.
Yeah,
they need to try to steal the game early. If they go to mid to late game,
so
it's going to be extremely
hard. So kudos to late game to Falcons?
For the late game, Falcons will win. But for the early game, Mythic, they have the upper hand and they have the advantage to win for the early game because the heroes, they are focusing in the early games, early advantage, early objectives.
But who are you with in the end?
Mythic. I like early games style.
So you're with Mythic
Still
this match?
Mythic.
Yes.
Falcon all the way.
Okay, let's
enjoy
see.
the Falcon.
We will see what
I'll
will be
enjoy
happening.
the win.
See, okay, the drafts are locked, teams are ready, and it's time to jump into the action. From us here at the desk, let's send it over to our casters. Take it away.
Take it away, we shall. Thank you once again to the panel. They're breaking things down from this draft. In game 2, once again, it's single elimination. It's a match point right now. And one thing's for sure, Mythic Seals are going to want to make something happen with this lineup. I would say if you look at the way that the nature of last game, Wolf, you know, it was quite impressive on how they were able to utilize their lineup. Team Falcons was able to do that. And I think the same can be said with this lineup. This lineup allows them to do the same thing. Mind you, Troll is on the show. This is his one of his favorite roams, one of his marquee picks. And if he starts things off here in the early game, which he's done many times, if it converts into kills, they're going to be in a troubled spot already for Mythic Seal. Now, I just want to mirror that by saying that Boya can do the same exact thing with a Kalea. Power pick that has been banned time and time again through these drafts. So it's kind of the pressure right now is actually on these roamers once those level 4s become available.
Yeah. And what we do know about Troll is this is the last pick Cho together with this Akai. So there's and then we combine in the Hilda. There's a lot of frontline now for Team Falcons that will allow Sana to do his thing. Just like in the previous game, I would say that Team Falcons have found their groove when it comes to their composition, right? Because they're, I mean, they were kind of successful with the non-marksman kind of composition with the utility jungler, but this time, back-to-back games, they have a traditional marksman in the golden for Sano, which will allow them to scale even better come the late game.
And that's what we've seen happen now. Now that, because every time we get through a draft, that's one of the things for teams to consider. Do they go with a fighter in the gold lane, or do they go with the marksman? And I would say so far throughout Games of the Future 2025, it's actually been pretty even. I'm not sure if one of those have a bigger percentage, but a lot of the marksmen are working right now. You know, the Grangers, the Claudes. Claudes especially have been popping up a lot. We have seen glimpses of the 1-1 now, too, in the hands of Hiko. And, you know, it's a good place to be in. This fight for the turtle, though.
Oh, they were coming up from the park, but now Boyd wants to get the turtle, and indeed he will. Damage coming up from Kun onto the shields of T.Falcons. If there's anyone that will have a great time for Mythic Seal, it definitely will be the Esmeralda up against Akai, up against the Choa, against the Hilda. But it comes to the kick, they want to get a kill, but great start coming up from Boye to actually stop Coffin from dealing the damage. Boye, with that slam, with that start, with the knockup, I mean, actually stopped the kill and peeled for his team.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, too. Boye, his purple buff is taken. He's going to have it to heavy spin on out. So it's only the little minion that's left there. And so they get the call. Cuffin's going to go clear it out. And that's why he was trying to take the purple buff over here on Mythic Seal's side. But nonetheless, he's going to be forced out of the jungle. So right now, King Flash doing a great job at stealing, kind of doing some counter jungling. Will get his reset on this purple buff. So it gives him a bit of an advantage. Nothing too crazy. I know they're both level 6 now, but King Flash is nearly there to that next level. And, you know, eventually I think he'd want to fight for this next one. Oh,
what about Boye? This time Boye is taking out Boye versus Boye. King Flash wants to still fight this. He's actually regening well, but indeed he will be breaking out with damage coming all a kick just in time. Boye gets out of there. That's the Kalea that will be able to get out, but so far Boye is the one that is not having a great time this game. Consolation price the killer, the King Flash. They still want to go for more in this time, but I think nicely that will be the end of all of the pokes of both teams. Gonna go back to farming.
Yeah, and that's not fun for Boyet, you know? We got Boyet and Boye.
That's right.
So, but look at this pressure here. Ruby DD.
Quick, but not gonna be enough. Damn, Boyet would love to have that kill, but it's gonna be Coffin to get it. Nevertheless, this Lucian gonna have a great time this game. 1-0-1. King Flash is ahead of the curve when it comes to the jungler, as Boyet is just level 6. That's the Akai. The Yi Shin is level 8, almost level 9.
Oh yeah, he's really just kind of focusing up on that farm, scaling up so quickly here. This turtle for the taking, second one of the game. It's going to be pulled here towards Team Falcon's side, but there's a Tsunami Slam.
Oh, that's going to be the one to drop. First one to drop for Team Falcons. Now the ultimate from Boyet already committed. They have lost all control of this turtle, and the mid-2 members are just around the turtle right now. There's no way for Team Falcons to fight this. They might even lose the Crammer. Boyet did not get that. We would have seen it. Now he really wants to get this orange buff for himself. Boye, the Kalea, already stealing the Crammer. Boyet will have to pop the Retribution, and that's indeed going to be the case. While King Flash is just pushing up top. A beautiful start for Mythic Seal in this game.
Mythic Seal doing a great job of playing around their timings here. Especially with, like I said, it's kind of up to the roamers, and you see it. These Tsunami Slams or the kicks. So far, Troll actually hasn't been able to get a kick that's, you know, well converted for the team just yet. And Boyet is now in a position to just play catch up. And you could be the next target here.
Oh, actually, indeed is the target. He will be taken out just as quickly. Mythic Seal might even pressure top lane with the push, but that will just transfer to the bottom lane. In comes the engage, though. The retaliation coming up from T5 just want to get the export in exchange for Sanji, and they will indeed get that escalator from the opposite side. Could not enough firepower to deal with 3 members of Team Falcons. At least Sanji's death will be avenged by Team Falcons.
Basically, trading across the map happening right now. Team Falcons really just kind of banking once again on Sano to be online on this Claude once he gets those 3 items that he needs. But they don't want to keep losing the macro game here. You see they're going to go ahead and switch up towards the top side. It looks like they're just going to trade this, you know, top side turret for this bottom side one. And Team Falcons choosing to just go ahead and more lean towards more just being safe, right? Staying together, especially protecting Sano here. and letting that scaling happening. They also need to be able to deal with this kind of additional health bar that comes with the Esmeralda plus the X board throughout these team fights, and that's a little bit tougher to deal with, you know, until you have the proper itemization to help you with that. So this next turtle, last one of the game, comes up, both sides having one turtle each. We'll see if Team Falcons is actually going to contest it. Sano tried to join the last fight, but he was way too late to actually join it. And so he might actually just continue to put pressure here on the tier 2 on the top side of the map, but it is in check. But there's Sun Slam.
Quick one with the strategy to support it on the Hilda. He's not having a great time. Sano wants to go for the kill. Also a little bit greedy. Can he dodge this one now? Yeah, he will. Has to pop the Purify for that. I believe that Blazing Duet is utilized just to clear out the minion wave up top, just for farming. Team Falcons have, I think, identified that they might not have enough of team fighting tools now. They just want to farm, as Mythic Seal is leading by 2,300. The item's now available for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, great lead here. Oof. Okay, they're still going to be fine. Great lead for Mythic Seal. And it's more or less the same thing every single fight, like you said. And if that target is pretty much always going to be Sanji, then why not? You know, if you can get a free kill off of it, it's basically just a tsunami slam into any of the setup that they want to go for, and you can convert that into kill after kill. Obviously, eventually, Sanji's not going to be worth, you know, too much, but eventually in the late game, that's their time for Team Falcons to bring it back. And as long as Sano doesn't die, that's the main component to making this work. Cuffin as well. Like, Cuffin is a big part of that, but right now with Mythic Seal's lead, they have control of the map, and they'll go ahead and start to take down some of the tier 2s here. Team Falcons is trying to hold on to it, and they will. They'll lose about half health on that, but this is about all that Mythic Seal can do until the Lord is up, and I wouldn't be surprised if Team Falcons actually contests that first Lord. I don't think, you know, granted they're down this much gold, I don't think they just let it go either. So we'll see this potentially. Okay, Troll, good thing he doesn't get caught there, but they'll go ahead and just get that into place.
Broken walls showing us some openings that could be there. No, Troll's going to be lifted up, actually. They want to commit on Sanji. This time, Sanji, 5th death on this Hilda. They want more. Mythic Steel popping the feathered airstrike to zone of the members of Team Falcons as they push the bottom lane. Fortunately for Team Falcons, they do have the wave clear. While that's happening, the Claude is pushing a little bit up top. It will be answered by Ruby really quite soon. It comes the pick coming up from Troll. Boyet is there. Damn it. It's going to be enough. Senzu down for the count. Even Ruby BB, if we lose the Piraga armor, Troll will be the exchange. Sano is here. So it's Cuffin. Cuffin ball field.
They want to fight.
The Nakam there. Cuffin will stop before that happens.
Oh,
and it comes around the Tsunami Slam. Purify far too late. Now Boyet and Sano has to run away. Oh, the ultimate coming out from Akun. Catches Boyet. Boyet is down. Team Falcons, they wanted to go for the extra place, but Mythic Steel, they are prepared for that and punishes them, now collecting the Lord for themselves.
Yeah, that was a bit off because, you know, Team Falcons, you know, you saw Sano trying to join the fight, but he didn't have enough stacks, and that's, you know, not the fight that he wanted to take because not only didn't he have the stacks, but he also just now picked up the golden staff. So he's got his 3 items, so that's the power spike for the Claude. But unfortunately, they have so much ground to cover. Now that they're going to have to get ready for a defense push from that Lord when it eventually spawns here, Team Falcons, looking at the items, they still need some time to build up. Like I said, the 3-item trinity is there for Sano. That's great. But you need some more defensive-ness, especially for Sanji, man. Sanji doesn't have much at all, right? He's got just, you know, pieces of items basically in place, which we see that a lot, but he's just getting taken out so quickly. You know, he's barely been able to play, barely been able to do anything with this Hilda other than die, you know, and that's not a place you want to be in. This Feathered Airstrike just doing so much work, as well as that shield's going to be popped here on the bottom side, and the Lord will charge in. Are they going to force a fight with Team Falcons here? Trying to clear out this Lord. It's still held on. They want to bait them.
That's insanity going to be used for the entry for Mythic Field. They will be able to push. They might be able to get a kill to Sanji once again. Sanji, fortunately, survives. And that would change. No, they're pushed into the mid lane. Apart from the inhibitor down the bottom, they will get the mid lane as well. Now, Kapu might be in trouble because of this. Zenzu is so much farmed. Even with the without the Divine Glaive yet, he's already dealt so much damage onto Cuffin. Radiant Armor picked up by Troll. Will this be enough of a defense? They do have all of their ultimate now for Team Falcon. In comes Oye, wants to initiate. No, it's just a fake. Now Troll did not land any Jeet, couldn't go block. Rubidini will get out of there. They want to kill Troll this time. But Troll will get out. It comes up there. Strike not landing on so much. Robin will be able to run away. Has to the ultimate just to get out. That's the beacon down for the count.
Oh, he goes for the kick.
That's what the Kalea. It comes to heavy spin as well. They pin down Boye. Boye gets out of there. And now Boye is down. Now they want to go for the export. Pops the dash insanity to get out of there with a combo. And they will try to switch on 4. This to be so difficult, but they just have to forfeit their mid lane inhibitor turret. Arsenal with the ult once again. Or wants to cancel this, but he's thrown out. There is the slam once again. Sanji dead for the 6th time this game. And it's just 12 minutes. We'll have taken out 2 inhibitors of Team Falcons.
Did I not say that this is going to come down to the roamers, man? And it was exactly how that happened. Like, Troll has not been able to find anything, and even when he finds a kick, yes, that combo worked before, kick plus heavy spin from Boyet, but you saw because they're so far behind in terms of itemization, they weren't even able to capitalize on that around the base. Meanwhile, Boya has all the pickings in the world. It doesn't matter who he tsunami slams. It's going to be a kill. And so now with this Lord up, Mythic Seal will go ahead and start it up again. Almost a 9,000 gold lead up to this point. Team Falcons might just go for a miracle play with Boyet if he's able to zone them out.
Oh, Troll, far too forward, will go down. It's the legendary streak now for the Yeast and Finn. And they still want more. Boyet has to run to the hill. Sanchi faces same part of Mythic Seal only to fall over. The next three hits is the ultimate. This is pretty good. This is the last step. He's ended up. Boyet wants to go for the stab. But into the backlines until Boyet being punished by Team Falcons. Falcon will get a double because of that. Runs away from Kuhn. But the rest of his teammates are down. For some reason, Sanji survives all of that. He'll ask recall for Kuhn wants to really get it to Coffin and he will actually get that one. Together with the minion wave, Paul and Sanji. They defend so far they can. As Stupid to take out the Lord without their jungler. They feel they can smell it. They can see it. They want to finish this. Kuhn just manhandling 2 members of Team Falcons.
He's dancing.
Of Team Falcons, they're just dancing at this point. But fortunately for Team Falcons, there's no marksman, no turret hitter, and no buildings will be taken down just yet.
Yeah, but they got the Lord, and by the time that Lord is up, the entire team will be here towards the base. We're going to take a look at the replay on this. Again, a team fight breaks out. Troll was on that side of the map. This was what started it all. The beacon and that last insanity all overlaying to each other. And this is just a space that you don't really want to fight against this lineup, you know? Again, Last Insanity does so much damage, and now they're in the base of Team Falcons.
For a heavy spin. It's off the mark right now. Right now, they're bringing out the damage. It's not there. Sanji falls. Boyd will follow suit. Nothing want to go for the back rise. Something is going to be taken now, but Kano is not. That's the damage to the out. Troll wants to get out. Will be successful in doing so. But that means if they will take down the thing, that's game 2 in the pre-bar of Mythic Seal end. As expected, this game will go to game 3.
That's right. Last series of the day. Always going to a game 3. It seems to be the trend right now here for Games of the Future. And this was a really good game that Mythic Seal needed. I mean, they needed this momentum shift in terms of the series because of what happened with Team Falcons in game 1. So just an amazing game, amazing adjustment, and they just dominated in game 2. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the panel to break down game 2.
And just like that, the series is all tied up at 1-1 between Team Falcons and Mythic Seals. This is exactly what we were looking for, right? We want in a best of 3 the momentum swings, adaptations, and everything now comes down to the decider, which is the game 3. So good, did you expect the response we just saw even up just this series?
Not at all, not at all. I'm surprised. Mythic Seal dominated this game. It was unbelievable performance, especially from Kalea, Boy who was playing with Kalea, and Yisun Shin, who King Flash is playing with. Both of them, they had amazing skills. Hilda, Kalea was actually controlling Hilda throughout the game. Just, you know, she just removed Hilda from the game. Kalea just removed Hilda entirely from the game. And this gave actually Mythic Steel the advantage of what they were doing, you know, throughout the match. Amazing performance both from Boy and from King Flash.
I knew Mythic Steel was gonna win. You agree with me, Soldier, right?
Finally, I won. I won the bet. And for Mythic Steel, hands down for Yusin Shin. He was a legendary during the game.
You guys think this is more about execution or better decision making on Mythic's part?
Much better decision making on Mythic's part. Their picks were better. I wouldn't say that the ego played a part with the Falcons, because I think they're way past that. They made their picks. Their picks were good, but Mythic Steel took advantage of their picks much more than Falcons in this game.
Let's look at the numbers from that game, because the stats really tell the story. Soldier, can you tell us about it?
To be honest, Mythic, they dominate this game for them as a, like in the leaderboard, and for Falcon, like they get little too comfortable for it, and they didn't expecting the lose. Better than like Mythic Steel, like they dominate and they have the map control over the Falcon, over during the mid game, late game also the late game. They like Falcon, they are trying to resist the power of the Mythic, but Yusin was in the back having more damage, and Farsa, like by her skills, like totally dominating, and Falcon, they cannot resisting the damage from Mythic.
That is very true. That is very true.
What's the key number that the Falcon needs to fix going into Game 3?
I believe they would just, you know, take the games way more seriously than they did in the second match, because it clearly showed complete dominance from Mythic. When it comes to Esmeralda, who was doing a lot of damage and taking a lot of damage, Farsa, who was actually doing a lot of burst damage, that didn't give actually Falcon a chance to even breathe. And clearly, Yusin Shin, King Flash, is the MVP with 13 kills, 2 deaths, and 3 assists. And the entirety of Mythic Steel in the last match, they all did a great job. I wouldn't say one of them did the best job, but all of them did a great job. And this is what made them actually win this match.
But I think for you, one more player stood out the most, correct, Groot?
Yes, to me it was Boy, actually. Boy with Kalea, he is the key. He is the winning key, actually.
You were rooting for Kalea, yes?
Yeah.
How about you, Soldier? Do you agree that it's King Flash?
Nah, King Flash was dominating, but you know, don't forget about Farsa. Farsa was a hidden piece for the team Mythic.
True.
She was doing a magical damage for the team fights, and she was the team fight setup. She was setting the team fights. King Flash was coming from behind, and he's clearing all the pieces, little pieces in during the fight.
Yeah, that is very true.
We were talking earlier about keeping the momentum of the game. And you know, in game 1, it was Team Falcon. Now it's Mythic Steel. Do you think the momentum shifted to Mythic Steel now? And do you think Falcon will not have a chance anymore?
For me, Team Falcons, they got too comfortable. Like they see, like we win one first match, no problem. We can little bit having comfortable season, and we will see like we are testing the waters with Mythic Steel. But Mythic Steel, like they surprised, like it's a Santa Claus book, surprised,
Yeah.
and they won the game, and like it was 18-7, like totally one-sided it was.
And we can say that both cards has been shown because they are tied 1-1. So what do you think will be different going to Game 3?
To be honest, for Game 3, Team Falcons, they need to come back as a team fight structure, team fight setup, as we saw in the first game. And for Mythic Steel, if they continue in the same rhythm and the same momentum they have now, they can win against Team Falcon, and they can have 2-1 for them.
Do you agree, Groot?
Yeah, I totally agree with him. I totally agree with Soldier. And I believe it's time for Team Falcon to take things seriously, because Mythic Steel is not what you actually think they are.
Yeah, we didn't expect that.
Yeah, they're not what you think they are. So you need to amp up, you know, and show us your real skills, Team Falcons, if you're actually willing to actually win this match.
Yes, that is right. And I think they're just getting ready the sets, but we will be back in a short break for more actions.
Abu Dhabi and UAE at the moment seems to be the epicenter of autonomous, robotics, and many other activities.
Running a business doesn't have to be complicated. At Solutions Plus, we provide a tailored combination of consulting, business process outsourcing, and technology solutions, from digital to finance, procurement, HR, ESG, and integrated facilities management. We take care of it all, letting you focus on success. Partner with Solutions Plus and take your business to the next level.
Health is the essence of who we are. M42 is a global health champion harnessing the power of artificial intelligence, technology and genomics to transform healthcare systems and ensure that everyone, everywhere, has access to the care they need. Our dedication to health knows no borders, and we serve with the belief that health is not a privilege. It is a universal right.
What if the spaces between us could disappear? And one move makes all the difference. Sometimes it feels like bonds growing stronger across any distance. When the spaces between us disappear, beautiful things happen.
Looking for car, health or home insurance? Don't waste hours calling around. At insurancemarket.ae, I bring you quotes from the UAE's top insurers in seconds. Compare, choose and buy instantly, all in one place. Over 200,000 policyholders already trust us with a 4.8-star rating. Join them today. Insurancemarket.ae, where insurance gets smarter. Insurancemarket.ae.
Energy is life. And today, life is happening in two worlds, physical and digital. In Abu Dhabi, where source energy powers innovation, a new kind of energy rises. An energy that unites worlds through intention and action. Where physical skills meet digital mastery, and next generation of champions are born. This is where talent meets technology. Where strength meets strategy. Where energy amplifies through action and powers the future. The games of the future, powered by ADNOC.
Yeah, but just wait. Yo.
Hello. But we are 1 minute away. I think they are.
Welcome everyone, and since of course the draft picks have started already, so we will start immediately with of course Team Falcon having banned in the first ban phase Basha, Lancelot, and Yisun Shin, and from Team Mythical Seal we had Uranus, Yuzong, and Kalea. As for the picks for Team Falcon, we have the first pick, which is Eve, second pick Arlott, and third pick Fredrin. As for Team Mythic Seal, we have first pick as Esmeralda, Farsa, and Hayabusa. Yeah. And of course the fourth ban, which is the second ban phase, and the fourth ban for Team Mythic Seal is Hilda. Although Hilda was actually an easy counter for the last match. On the other hand, they still banned her, so which is very surprising. What do you expect the fourth ban is going to be for Team Falcon? Soldier?
For Team Falcon, it's gonna be maybe Grok, or maybe you can see Labu Labu, Ruby. That's like usable bans. For a Team Falcons, we have like 10 seconds left for the ban. Oh, it was Labu Labu.
All right, so we have the fourth ban, Lapu Lapu as the fourth ban, which is actually not very surprising since Lapu Lapu is kind of a meta hero right now, way too overpowered and has very high crowd control. As the for the fifth ban, of course, for Team Mythic Seal, as we can see.
To be honest, Adham,
yeah,
Falcon, they took the advantage of low side and they took the Eve first pick, and then like suddenly Mythical, they took the two picks, Esmeralda and Farsa. Suddenly, like you cannot counter because we have two picks, and they took Hayabusa, so they are having the confidence to take the three picks for them, and it's a questionable Granger as a ban for the last one for the Mythic. and we will see the last ban for the Falcons. It's gonna be, I think it's counter ban.
I believe, yeah, it is a counter ban since actually Granger was actually annoying for them in the first match. So they expected Team Falcon to actually pick Granger as one of the choices. So they made it kind of harder for Team Falcon right now to go for a marksman. Although we do have other marksmen. In the last ban, of course, is Grok. But we do have other marksmen like Claude, like Obsidia. Or they might actually forget about picking a marksman and actually go for another pick. Yeah.
To be honest, I'm expecting from Team Falcon they will counter Hayabusa with a crowd control. We will see from Troll and Sano because they took Gatogat as the fourth pick. Chu.
Carry is such a gamble, to be honest. Carry is such a gamble pick.
If someone is picking a hard carry, he's too much confident also. Chu and carry. Wow.
But actually, it makes sense for Team Falcon to pick carry because, as you can see, there is Esmeralda and there is Gatokacha, which are very tanky. Carry is the only marksman. Anti-tank is capable of melting, actually, both of them. This is going to be such an exciting game. Xborg.
Xborg as a last pick for Team Mythic, or he will choose another one.
Phobius. Phobius is actually such a great pick since Carry is actually in Team Falcon, and she will actually activate his ult pretty easily. So Phobius is very smart. Yeah.
At this point, I think Mythic is dictating the pace right now.
Yes.
Mythic is countering the Team Falcons one by one, but Team Falcons, they are trying to play on the, the ABC or the book of the Mobile Legend.
Yes.
They are trying to play it like if they have tanks, we will choose anti-tanks. If they have like mages, we will try to play on the front line, and we will focus on the front line more than back lines.
I actually have a concern, just one concern with one of Falcon's picks, which is Chu. This is my only concern. The other picks are actually good. This is my concern. Chu might not be the best pick. It is a good pick, but might not be the best pick. As for Mythic Seal, I believe all the picks are actually good, but the remaining 30%, which is skills, is the thing that remains right now.
This is the game 3, and this is tied 1-1. This game decides everything.
Yeah.
So one team moves on, and one team goes home.
Yeah.
Okay, the draft is locked. Teams are ready. Take it away, Custers.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them.
And we're jumping into the very last game of the evening here. It's come down to a game 3. Just like our previous days, where always the last series tends to go to a game 3, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Again, tournament lives on the line with this one, this best of 3. Will it be Team Falcons or Mythic Seal? Very interesting drafts that we've had throughout the series so far, Wolf. And once again, you have to go ahead and take note of how good the junglers have been, but also the roams, right? The roams have been integral for this series, and it's going to be the same this time around. Troll getting another shot at the Cho. Boya this time on the Gatakacha. How do you like the rest of the lineups, though, for both spots here?
Yeah, I like the fact that Team Falcons just went to the all reliable Fredrin Arlet with the Troll and the carry and the Marksman Gold Lane. And then for Mythic Seal, they will pick up this Phobius. But this time, now, I think that they have set up a good game for this Esmeralda. There are so many ways for Esmeralda to survive this game. I think the only threat here is the carry. And then they do have the good catch with the Arta, which is also the strongest. I think that both teams have just stuck through with their playstyle, with their comfort playstyle. They're either gold laners here for Mythic Seal, while the balance lineup is there for Team Falcons. Yeah.
Interesting to see a Phobius, by the way. We haven't seen him much at all in the past in the group stages.
So, I think that you usually combo it up with maybe a Guinevere or an additional knockup. But I guess with the presence of Esmeralda that can always be picked up anytime during the draft, we can see that some people will just maybe last the focus at first. But you can really set up a good game for that. But it was a turn of fight. Mythic Seal are actually controlling this turn of fight very earlier on, and Kunat is only a minute of Oh, Boyet is underdressed now. He's actually dashing forward. Wants to come the aces have get the retribution up. Boyet receives a break that the Pink Flash actually taken out. T.Max is really good. Couplet pops the ultimate. Cancels it so that he will be safe. The damage has been done. Boyet is out. Extreme control. Boyet might be the next one, but the dash and the Cyclone Knight, they're gonna be safe. What a dream scenario for T.Falcons in there.
Yeah, what a fight, you know? I feel like that's been how the series has gone. I'm not sure if they're still going to go for a Kun here. Do they really want to do this in a 2v1? A Feathered Airstrike will be dropped down. I think they just, yeah, they're going to back off from this. They have to. I mean, you're not going to kill the Phovius. Yeah, and so, yeah, Team Falcons able to get the first turtle of the game. I'm not sure. I was thinking if Troll was going to go for that kick or not, but again, maybe better to hold it off. But this is what King Flash has been doing throughout the series. You know, if he sees an opening to take a buff, he'll do it. And he's got kind of this advantage right now with Hayabusa. Yes, he died in the last fight, but his whole concern is to go ahead and scale up as quickly as possible right now, that early to mid-game power that the Hayabusa brings to the table.
Maybe the defensive Feathered Airstrike, and I say defensive because it's used to clear the waves, they're going to be waiting for the next turtle fight. What it tells me is that Mythic Steel are not interested at all when it comes to team fighting as of this moment. They're just going to farm it up. King Flash needs to a lot of recovery in this one. Fortunately for someone like a Hayabusa, there's always a way for you to recover when it comes to farming. You can always get kills, and you're really quick when it comes to farming. All they have to do is to set up for something.
What they're going to do, Wolf, is just going to set up for a fight again. If Team Falcons isn't able to go ahead and get a pick off here, which is pretty difficult to do, just given the team composition that Mythic Steel has, they're going to force them for a fight. So they're going to rotate up towards that turtle now. It's half health.
Oh, yeah. Hit the middle of it all. Now comes the fight. You want to turn this around to the Yi. Better ultimate this time. Boyet receives the shadow kill. Attacks him like a boss. Team Falcons will not lose anyone as they have ended off the attack from Mythic Seal and take the turtle with it as well.
No one died, which is, you know, at least as crazy as that team fights have been breaking out around the turtle, it's just objective control right now for Team Falcons. You know, they want to go ahead and secure that. They don't need to force a fight because, again, if they are caught into a real-world manipulation, or not a real-world, yeah, if they have a real-world manipulation that they can use, that's great. Here's a kick, though.
Oh, yeah, the Vitalize not needed. Hopefully coming out from the Hayabusa. They want to get Boyet. He's actually going to be controlled here. The movements coming out from King Flash. And they have taken out two members of Team Falcons. Boyet and Troll had no business staying there, and Mythic Steel made sure that they can be punished.
This is what I was talking about, scaling though. You know, on the Hayabusa, you get a double kill for King Flash. He's already been all over the map, so he's going to continue that. And you know, that's why for Team Falcons, like I was saying, they can fight around the objectives and secure them. That's great, but hopefully when they break out into those team fights, they're able to actually convert. And part of that is, once again, the strategy for Team Falcons for the majority of the series and their games is usually to play into Sano. Sano is the one that obviously needs to scale up here on this carry. It does take a little bit longer there, but eventually when Sano does, he will shred through some of that front line, right? Some of these tankier members that Mythic Seal has, especially the Gatakacha and the Phovius, and even to an extent that Esmeralda in a way. So Team Falcons is more so just kind of waiting. They're playing the long game here, see if they can get to it. And part of that is just dealing with King Flash, not getting set up with a shadow kill, not getting forced into these exchanges. And so far, I mean, they've done a decent job about it. Ruby D2 are going to go ahead and rotate down. This might be a full 5v5 for this last hurdle of the game. This time around, Mythic Seal will find it out, be in good position to do so. Sanji, got to keep an eye on him. He's got 2 kills already. Flicker available, final slash to follow suit if he decides to go for it. Boyet on this Fredjin. They're going to force this fight.
They are definitely going to force this fight. They want to go with Boyet right now with the Revitalize. AO2 because he used as the Fredjin finds the retribution out there and gets the kill as well. But in comes the Quad Shadow. The shadow kill is not going to be enough. The pick is there, but again, not enough for him. In fact, T.Falcons will collect just one after the other. They will take down the Hayabusa. They want more Boyet with the Bracer's Wrath. Backing up Kun this time. They really want to kill this Mobius and who wants to fight with the ultimate. But there are 4 members of Team Falcons and they take out the Phobius. Team Falcons have found another dream team fight for themselves and now are leading by 2,600 gold.
Hopefully they don't overstay here. They should be able to get this purple buff and get out as they do. That was a massive team fight objective for Team Falcons. Got to give it up for Boyet to stay calm and collected. That's what the Fredrin does. That's what it allows you to do, these utility junglers, but more so the Fredrin. And, you know, secures a turtle, but then that fight breaks out and, you know, that combination, like I was saying, that real-world manipulation is able to go ahead and catch parts or members of Mythic Seal. And as long as Sano is protected, he's able to go ahead and dish out quite a bit of damage. You can see it. He's building into his 3rd item now. He's already got the Corrosive Scythe and the Golden Staff. And that enough with those procs seems to do really well. This is probably another kill here.
They're setting up where they all have all the control in the world and the damage coming out from Coffin. Bonus kill going in favor of Team Falcons as Ruby DB is caught red-handed in the bottom lane. Maybe the exchange now for Mythic Seal is to push up top. Like the Fredrin is nearby, but in no shape at all to defend up top. Team Falcons will answer now with a potential push in the bottom lane themselves.
Yeah, they should be able to get this tier 2 down. Sano working through it really quickly. It's interesting because, again, it's one of those cases, right? If you aren't able to get a good start on your assassin jungler like King Flash did previously, you find yourself in a tough position just because, again, you know, this is an Esmeralda gold lane. You don't really have the tools to just fight. And that's why Team Falcons continues to force themselves on this side of the jungle, fighting for this purple buff. A Feathered Airstrike drop down. King Flash will probably just get this. Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah,
he tried to get the retribution, but he holds on to it too, knowing that this Lord is up. Yep. So they'll go ahead and start this. Boyet didn't even need it, right? So they're going to force this Lord fight.
And the combination for Boyet, they can have the retribution now. They will. Sanji onto the backline, commanding down the members. So they think he didn't get punished here against 4 members jumping into the fight like that. That's going to be really bad. Now Kun might be next on the top end as the Sparta is going to use the ultimate. Kun eventually now Boyet, Boyet. Now they will get the kill on the Boyet. No, that's the AOG, but the damage has been done. Boyet keeps himself safe. Boyet also keeps himself safe, but now Mythic still doesn't have the tools to defend their turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, it goes down. They still in the Holy Shields. Troll looking for a potential setup with a kick, but just gets the Holy Shield in the mid lane. Lord still making his way down bottom. But right now, Team Falcons feeling very confident with this lead, almost 7,000 gold. It just seems like every single team fight that breaks out, Wolf, they don't lose anybody. Everybody's fine. Everybody's chill. They know their positioning really well with this composition, and they're forcing a Mythic Seal to respond half the time here. So the Lord goes down with that shield, but they still have these waves pushing in on all 3 lanes. Are they going to go for it again?
Yeah, they want to go for Ruby this time. Predators like off the mark. Only gone to 90 this time. Ruby is not going to survive. Hey, with the ultimate as well, they have taken out food. Now the shadow kill, they want to kill a Boyet, but Boyet will go down. That's going to be King Flash to get out of there. Bonus kill for themselves. They have defended the bottom lane. Now the mid lane is the next target. In comes the Hayabusa once again. Boyet needs to run away. He's coming up from Team Falcons with a fresh new wave of minions in that mid lane. They are able to take it. Bottom lane is the next target for Team Falcons. As he goes down, Coffin Snow has to get away. Mythic Seal with Fend Off the Storm. Team Falcons has to back out fully.
Oh. I don't know, Wolf. I don't know. I mean, I get that they wanted that that bottom base turret, but, you know, taking the turret shot and then knowing that a Farce is across from you and that Feathered Airstrike can, you know, most likely cap you out, and that's what happened to Sanji. So they stayed a little bit too long after, you know, playing into that base. Would have liked to see Team Falcons just take that mid turret and notice that, okay, we shouldn't risk it here. Again, this is an elimination game in this game 3. Whichever team loses this will go home, be out of Games of the Future 2025. And whichever team wins will move forward. And I believe their opponent waiting for them is Onyx.
That's right.
From Indonesia. So right now, can Mythic Seal make a miracle happen? They need to take out Sano. Some way, somehow, they have to get to Sano. And Sano picking up the Malefic Gun is just going to give him more space to work with now. That's one of the weak points of carry, is that range that you have to work with. But now, a little bit extra range with that Malefic Gun picked up. Lord's coming up here in about 5 seconds. And with the expanding rivers, everyone will get there just in time. See what Troll's going to do. Troll might get spotted out. So on that side of the jungle, actually, they're going to go for Troll. Potentially, they do spot out. They're just going to blitz this Lord.
Yeah, we just got to blitz it. They do have all it's just to do it. Barca have the predators. That's going to be enough. Boya getting belted down. But the 4 members of Team Falcons, they want more. They want to get a kill. Game back. There comes the kick. They found the Hayabusa. And Mythic Steel will lose 2 of their heroes. Despite giving up the Lord already, now Team Falcons 5 versus 3. They're feeling it. Ruby needs the next target to find us. Smash connect. The Storm was turned away, but he cannot. But the damage to Team Falcons, he's out. Sensu will go for the Predators like this to defend this, but there are 2 remaining minions in a fresh set of minions in the mid lane. E with the ultimate. Once they're gonna kill the Coon, Boya is back. They want to defend with this one. The Lord to push now. Boya in trouble. Boya down. Now Coon might be next. They're looking for the floor. His kick is there. And now Boya with the talk nails down the Hayabusa. They take him down in the base as well. Team Falcons have eliminated Mythic Steel.
And there you have it. Game 3. You can see the celebration there from Team Falcons. Feeling good about their performance there. A little shaky throughout the series here and there, but man, what an adjustment that they needed. Again, a great showcase of just staying calm and collected. I know, even like I said, for Boya there on the Fredrin, making things happen, but just the team as a whole, man, playing together synergistically to come together. And also for Troll, GG's to Troll. He wanted to go again on the show, and he ends up having a phenomenal game to set things up. And like I said, a lot of times, man, you got to look at the roamers on how they set things up for their team from the early to mid game. And that was phenomenal. I think that's going to be it for me and Wolf here, guys, for the cast. We're going to throw it over on stage.
One more time, Abu Dhabi, make some noise to your winning team, Team Falcon! Come over here, guys. What a performance. This is incredible, right? You are now officially in the quarterfinals of the competition. What's your name?
Troll.
Troll. Listen, you guys fell through, right, in the kind of second round, and you came back up. Walk me through the kind of game plan. What were you guys kind of experiencing in the second round that you recovered from in the last round?
We just made a few mistakes in the second round, and we reset in the break time.
Amazing. If you have, and I know that you have a lot of fans, especially in Saudi Arabia right now, what would you like to tell them?
Thank you for supporting me.
Listen, what's now the plan in the quarterfinals? What's the mindset like? What do you guys have prepared for us?
You will see in the tunnel.
Okay, we're going to see. You are a step closer to get this trophy right here and a massive prize pool presented by the Games of the Future. Team Falcon representing Saudi Arabia. Everybody make some noise one time. Thank you for joining us here on stage. You guys have been incredible, and see you tomorrow.
And that's it. The series comes to a close and Team Falcon take the win in the decider. We can see someone smiling over here. Roots?
Yeah. Actually, I was actually scared that Mythic Seal might actually have another comeback like the second match. But Boyet and Troll were actually in control of the game. Caddy was actually the MVP in my eyes. It seemed in the beginning that Mythic Seal was actually trying to get somewhere, but then Team Falcons were like, nope, it's not going to happen. And yeah, although actually Mythic Seal were picked counters to most of the heroes in Falcon, but Falcon were like, even if you pick your counters, it's not going to work out for us.
This is exactly how we want to end the day one.
Yeah.
But someone is low-key sad over here. Soldier, we were expecting Mythic Seal to win, by the way.
I was expecting Mythic Seal because they have the upper hand. They
With the
choose,
draft.
Yeah, in the draft. But in the game, Carry was the monster of the game. Because I told Adham, maybe Carry can become the monster because he have the full potential to become, because he can damage the tanks very easily, and he have the freedom to move in the map more than like others. So it's easier for him to make the damage, be the damage dealer, initiate the team fights, make the structure of the team fights, and that's the game was, and like it was easier for him, and he was the monster, to be honest.
Yeah, so we think that Mythic Seal made a mistake in this game because they were having the upper hand during the draft stage.
It was actually mostly, it's not about their picks. It was more about, Team Falcons' consistency, I would say, determination. They wanted to win one way or another, which gave them the upper hand. But Mythic Seal did a great job. They played amazingly. From my point of view, they are actually stars. But Falcon, had the saying in the end. I was like, all right, we are actually legends in this game. So, yeah, as we can see from the scores even, like the gold is kind of close. Yes, the tower destroyed. Falcon dominated in that. They dominated the Lords and the Turtles. They had better roaming, better rotations in the map. Troll played a huge part, although I told you and the draft pick, I'm having some concerns with the Chu pick.
Yes.
But this time Troll actually showed up and he was like, shut up, Groot, all right, I know what I'm doing, and he did a great job with Chu, actually, so kudos
who
for
do
him.
you think came up on top in this game? Like the MVP of the game?
Carry and Fredrin, to be honest. Carry and Fredrin. Fredrin took a lot of damage, actually supported Carry a lot. But Troll, of course, with Chu, he is the MVP. I'm sorry that I had
You
concerns.
were worried about Chu.
Yeah.
The knocks he was doing?
Yeah, the knocks he were doing.
The flips?
And he was giving, actually, Carry the free kill,
Just
every
take it.
single time. Yeah, just take the kill, So,
double it for the next person. Take it.
Yes, exactly. Take it and go. All right. So I'm very proud of Troll in this match. He had 4 kills, 3 deaths, and 9 assists. So for the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow
so excited.
Yes, we are having the powerhouse. We have their RRQ Hoshi, Aurora Gaming will be there, and Onyx. And of course, everyone who won today, they will be advancing to the quarterfinals.
Exactly. So the first match is going to be RRQ Hoshi facing John Feng. And of course, Aurora Gaming is going to face Verso Time for the second match. Aurora Gaming PH is going to face T.Spirit.
Wow.
This is going to be one hard match. And of course, Onyx is facing Team Falcons. Wow. So tomorrow's matches are going to be crazy, actually.
The last match is going to be crazy. Falcons versus Onyx.
Versus Onyx.
Yeah. This is going to be one crazy match.
And to our live viewers, they need to stay tuned tomorrow because the fight will start at 12 p.m. UAE time.
Wow.
So the first game will be powerhouse as well. We have RRQ Hoshi versus Jalfeng.
Yeah.
DYFG.
Yeah.
Okay, but of course we want to again congratulate the winning team, Team Falcons, for this very much entertaining last game. It was 2-1. It was back and forth. It was a long game, but it was very good.
To be honest, I like the play style of Falcons. They get little too comfortable in the second game. That's why they lost. And they come up like in the, wait, we need to wake up.
So
this is our...
they took the momentum back.
Yeah. What is our momentum?
Yes,
we need to get it back. So they get it back and like the...
But
they
for
showed
sure, I thought the momentum is going to keep with Mythic Seal. I thought that this is the last we will see of Team Falcon for this Games of the Future Abu Dhabi 2025.
This one, it depends on the experience. Stage experience and tournament experience. Team Falcons have more tournament experience than Mythic Seal. Yeah. That's why they come up and like they restore their momentum like fast.
But still, kudos to them.
Yeah.
It was 2-1. They still hold up themselves against Team Falcon, which is a powerhouse.
That is very true. And hard luck, of course, to all the teams that actually participated today and lost. You guys are rising stars. You've done great also. And yeah, special thanks also to Wolf and Naisu for their commentation. Yes,
they did a great job keeping this venue alive. You know, the fans were just hype.
Yeah, definitely.
They were vibing.
Definitely. And yeah, we're excited for tomorrow's matches. You know, can't wait until tomorrow.
Okay, thank you everyone. And again, from all of us here on the desk, we will be seeing you again tomorrow for more.
See you tomorrow. Good night.
Actually, mostly, it's not about their picks.